friend drive you over to Orlando. And then this is like 1993. And I got pictures of me and James Worthy and Vlade Divac and all these guys, Anthony Peeler. And so I kind of got a 3-day look at the NBA life. And so I got driven over to Orlando. Tony had a suite, like two adjoining, like not a suite, but a room that adjoined onto another room. So I had my own bedroom. So he got in, he checked in the hotel room. They got in like around, noon. They had shoot around. The team had a shoot around like at 3 or something. And then they played it, and so they went back, and I got to go to all of this. And then they had the game like at 7, so they went back to the hotel room and a little catered deal, and they all ate, and took a nap and shit. And then they went and played the game. And so I had players tickets. Well, then the fun begins, because they spent the night in Orlando because the next game was in Miami the next day. So they just stayed in Orlando. Well, every player has a black book at that point of
Yo, I'm here. Yo,
so they just stayed in Orlando.
I'm here.
Well,
What up?
Everyone
How you living?
has a black book at that point of
Hello?
every girl in town that they had either fucked or hooked up with. And they
Can you hear me?
The lobby. And then they just go down to the lobby and pick who they want. They fuck them. They go crazy. Well, Tony was already working on the girls in Miami a day before. So Orlando goes, so we get on the team plane. I get to fly with them. There's only like 15 guys on the team, and with superb, there's probably 30 total people that travel. So they had a chartered, they chartered like they didn't have their own Lakers plane back then. They would just charter like a Delta deal, but they had a ton of. So the players could bring friends and stuff as long as you were cool. So they flew into Miami, and they just did the same thing. Had a whole list of chicks, fuck them, and then Tony was working on the Atlanta girls and the Charlotte girls, and that's how it goes. Every night there'd be 2 or 3 different girls, and the game was just something they had to get. They had to play the game. The game was fucking. That's fucking crazy. That the game was fucking They just did the same thing. Had a whole list of chicks. Fuck them. And then Tony was working on the Atlanta girls and the Charlotte girls, and that's how it goes. Every night there'd be 2 or 3 different girls.
What up?
And the game was just something they had to get. They had to play the game. The game was fucking crazy.
Yeah, you've got to be 18 to be here.
Every one of us did. Every one guys. That's all it all boils down.
Thanks, big dog. How old are you?
And now you can get fame and money.
All right, well, then you've got to go.
Than you used to. Let's refer back to T4. Back in the day, to a guy that played video games would ever be able to achieve the level. And I'm saying this, like I have so much respect for this dude.
What's mudded?
Like, I got love for this motherfucker.
What's mudded?
It's so cool now that fame and money used to just be
What is mudded?
Your family had it. You were an athlete, rock star,
Oh, muted. Okay.
highly educated businessman, independent something. Like there was only a little bit of a pie on how to get it. But now, with the advent of what you're doing and what Tifu does and gaming and TikToking and shit, fame and money can be for the average person. It used to be you had to be a mega star that was indoctrinated into fame or money. You were a Rockefeller, you were the this or that. Yeah. Not anymore. It's the Wild West. It really is. But there's so much shit out there that you have to be able to rise above the top in order to get noticed. And you got a great foothold and a great start on it. The funny thing you might be more famous and have more money than me, son. You probably already do. You got 2 kids.
Anyway, the thing about Tifu, which is so fascinating, is that like people jump on the bandwagon. I jumped up. I wasn't doing podcasts before. I started this podcast like 2.5, 3 years ago, and I did it because it was already a thing that was starting to like gain momentum. Like maybe I should try doing this. My whole view on this podcast, like I came from the documentary world, so this is like I can do a documentary a week, but there's no B-roll, there's no music cut into it. So that's how I think about this. But I did kind of jump on a bandwagon. Turner, Tifu, he was playing fucking video games when it was not cool, when there was no money.
Right.
When his brother was fucking getting rich, making all these prank videos. Right next door, living in the fucking room next to him. And Tifu wouldn't go participate in all these videos and try to ride his brother's coattails.
No,
he was in his room by himself playing fucking video games, not getting any pussy.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
the Juke Squad's out there killing it.
Exactly. And then in 1 month, he fucking skyrocketed 1,000,000 times fucking higher than his brother.
Yeah.
Like, there's something to say about sticking to something even when it's not going good and no one else is doing it.
Well, you're a prime example of that as well. I mean, you don't have 500,000 subscribers because you quit. You don't have 500,000 subscribers because you don't have any talent. You don't have 500,000 subscribers because you don't have interesting people. I mean, I got people in radio that have been in radio a long time that are big-time fans of your podcast because it's good shit. I mean, off the top of my head, I can tell you, 3 or 4 of the things. I mean, the counterfeiter guy, the Matt Cox guy, the FBI guy, the guy that found the fucking Whitakers I mean, you got some great shit going. Don't stop. I mean, what happens when you hit 1 million subscribers?
Who knows, man? I just keep going.
You do documentaries?
Yeah, that's how I started. I started doing documentaries. Have you ever seen Deckhands, the documentary I did on Madeira Beach? No. Holy fuck, you gotta watch. It's the best thing I've ever done on YouTube for sure.
But could I, off the air, when we get done, show you my little 7-minute sizzle?
I would love
of because I'm in kind of a little bit of a limbo where I'm making a change with the people that I'm working with, and maybe that might be something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
I would love. It's only 7. My sizzle is like 7:22, which is a little long for a sizzle, but I'd love for you to watch it.
Have you ever seen the commercial I did with Hogan and the Wrecking Ball?
Yes, was that you?
I made that. Yeah, that was me and my friend Luke. Literally, it was to promote this fucking hosting company. These guys came to me, and they're like, "Hey, we're."
You did that?
Hogan came to me because I was working at that shopping center in Florida Beach for Brown Boxer.
Right.
And I worked out every day with fucking Hogan, and he came to me, and I've done commercials with him in the past.
This was after the sex tape.
Yeah.
I should ask you about what he says or not.
Yeah. I never really talked about it, to be honest. But I always try to like subject.
Right.
But he's like, I did a bunch of commercials for Hogan's Beach. That's how I really met him and started working with him closely. And I was doing tons of commercials with him. And then he kind of like trusted me. And he's like, hey, I got these entrepreneurs who are trying to get me to promote their business. It's a hosting company. They want to call it Hostomania. Like, I want you to do the commercial for it, brother. I'm like, okay. Like, so come up with an idea. And that was right after the Miley Cyrus
Wrecking Ball.
I'm like, we're gonna put you
butt naked on. Was he in a thong or was he naked?
He was in a thong.
Right.
But I'm like, we want to put you on a wrecking ball and then it'll go viral. And put it on TV.
Didn't it go fucking viral?
No, it went super fucking viral. It fucking worked great.
You did that?
I did that. Yep.
Little motherfucking Danny Jones in the back of a goddamn fucking used car lot. What the fuck, Danny Jones?
Yep. I did that.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live right next to you in Seminole. I live right near Reddington Shores.
Yeah.
Like right there. Like Seminole, Reddington. And anyways, that led me into doing like all of his fucking commercials for every little brand that he would work with. I would do the commercials.
You'd be his commercial.
Yeah, I was making his commercial fucking idea guy or filmer guy, whatever you want to call it.
My video, my dog, you didn't know.
Right.
No, I want to see that.
I mean, it is.
He had this very specific strategy.
I like to maybe do it.
I'm gonna see it.
He
You gotta
starts
go.
walking and voting with
You want to look? I don't want to take up too much of your
No, I
time.
got all this. What time is it?
We just did 2.5 hours.
Let's get her out. Right?
You want to do that?
I'm going from here to get a chicken sandwich, and I'm out here.
Are you really?
Have you hot checks tonight? That's it.
Let's
Have you watched? I'm watching right now. I'm watching The Dropout on Hulu about the
knows how fucking crazy.
It's so weird.
We're going to take the voice because to make it more believable.
She was working that one guy.
Oh yeah, the
She's
Indian
still,
dude.
she's still not. She doesn't get sentenced until September. She's living in a $135 million mansion in Silicon Valley. She just had a kid, some rich kid, and
She had a kid with the guy.
Yeah.
Who knows what the fuck will happen to her? I know for a fact. I know that fucking guy who just tackled Dave Chappelle. He got his ass beat like Mojo Jojo. He ain't getting shit. They let him off.
Are you Ozark guy? What are you into?
I was Breaking Bad. I watched Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones. After those two, I gave Ozark a shot. I watched a couple episodes. I'm like, they're trying to. Like, it's too close into the realm of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad was too fucking good. And it kind of ruined Ozark.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Ozarks.
Ozarks tries to take the manufacturing aspect out of what we're talking about, whereas I think that's what was super cool about Breaking Bad is they showed you the production of it, how Walter perfected the fucking like the actual manufacturing of it.
Yeah.
The laundering and money part of it, I guess, is maybe the smart part of it. I want to see the fucking street level part of it.
Fuck, I mean, just like the fucking story, like just Mr. Chips to going to fucking Spark. He was everything about that show is so good. Oh yeah,
No.
working on it.
Billy's a friend of mine.
Is he really?
Yes. I had him on with Screwball. We promoted Screwball.
Okay.
And, did you see the latest movie?
I did. I loved it. Really fucking good. Really Falcone, all that. I didn't know about it. I had my buddy BB. I probably shouldn't say his name. We kept him anonymous. I had him on here. He worked BB. He was in prison with Billy Falcone. He actually worked with him in Miami, and he told me, he used to tell me all these fucking stories. Like, you gotta find out about this guy, Billy Falcone. He's been telling me forever. I'm like, Billy Falcone, trust me, he was way bigger than fucking Griselda Blanco. Right? Yeah. And then they fucking New Cocaine Cowboys up in here and comes out all about Willie. I was like, holy.
And your boy was telling you about it.
He's been telling me about it for years.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that whole coke. I had George Valdez on here. He was one of the main guys in the second Cocaine Cowboys movie. He was the accountant. Right? He was like the main accountant who like started the
So
cartel.
who's been your favorite guest over all the years?
My favorite guest
Over all the years.
Oh man, I don't know. Honestly, I had probably more fun talking to Brett Phillips on here than most people. I feel like we had a really good rapport, had a really good conversation. She's a good place to raise. Yeah, we talked about fucking like crypto and NFTs. We went to Seminole High School, same high school I went to.
Is he still playing for the Rays?
Yeah, he's still plays for the Rays.
Local
Outfield. Yeah, from Seminole. He fucking like his story is so crazy because he was like kind of like a nobody on the team, you know what I mean? Like he barely got traded from the Royals to the Rays, which is his hometown, and he was just like an outfielder. He never really had any big highlights, but he ended up breaking Babe Ruth's record for more grand slams in the shortest amount of time than anybody in history.
Really?
Yeah, and then when the Rays were in the World Series, it was 2 years ago. It was like they were getting blown out for the whole series. It was Game 4.
And then they bring him in.
They bring him in. It was like their game's over. They lost the fucking game, but the bases were loaded.
And they bring in Phillips.
Bring him in, bottom of the ninth. He's like, no pressure. Like, whatever. He's like, I just said a little prayer to Jesus. And I walked up on it. I fucking just swung for the fences. He fucking hit a grand slam, and they won the game.
And he's like fucking Johnny Rockstar.
He said he almost had a heart attack after. He said his resting heart rate was like 200 right after.
Right.
It was all over the news. Anyways, that was one of my favorite conversations I've ever had. Him, Mark Leda. Mark Leda's the guy who interviewed the people, the Kentucky people, or the people in Odd, Tennessee. Odd is the name of the town.
Odd, West Virginia. Mexicans.
Yes.
I like because of that. I watched that's their name.
The Whitakers. Yeah, the Whitakers.
In Odd, West Virginia. The one guy just barks.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of it? That's all inbreeding.
And they're all fucking each other. They're family members. They're buried in the front yard.
No. Just when we think we got a bad, just bring in the fucking Mexicans, where the fuck they are. I watched that. That's how I got on that rabbit hole. I liked Cox though. I thought Cox, in small doses. I think you go to the Max Cox card too much though.
I do. Yeah, it's kind of like
But tell him we got a couple. We're gonna give him some Georgia boots with some inserts. He'll be 5'4".
He's got those now. He definitely has those same fucking boots he's got now. His jeans keep getting tighter and his shirts keep getting tighter every time he comes in.
He had a fucking racket. He
says what does he want?
I don't know who had a better record, him or the counterfeit.
Honestly, the guy who I had on 2 weeks ago probably puts them both to shame. The guy I had on 2 weeks ago was like the biggest cybersecurity fraudster in the history. Yeah, no, he was filing 200 tax returns a day. Going to fucking ATMs and cashing the IRS checks. You could spend one full day filing 200 tax returns, then the following 3 fucking days going to ATMs across the country, cashing the IRS checks, filling up this JanSport backpack. It was like $100,000 a day.
Local guy?
No, he was based out of Georgia.
Did he come down?
He flew down and did it, yes.
Really?
It's one of the most insane frauds.
How much time did you do?
He ended up only doing less than 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, less time than that. He made way more money than that.
Now, do any of these guys, this is just your opinion, just me asking you questions, but like, is any of these, do you think some of these guys
Actually,
this is just your opinion.
you just reminded me of probably one of my top favorite podcasts. This guy, fucking Roger. He was a pilot who learned to fly because he wanted to fly for missionaries.
He was the #1 drug smuggler.
Yep.
I just watched it.
Yep.
I started watching it.
That's his book on Behind the Smuggler. On a little show. He was probably one of my favorite fucking podcasts of all time because he's just like this old guy with a southern draw, talks like this. You know, he just has a beautiful voice to listen to. And fucking
Almost evangelical.
he was 18 years old, flying his fucking little plane that he owned from California to Mexico once a week, making $1 million a day. Dealing with these fucking Colombians. This guy
Didn't kill you.
he got shot down 5 fucking times and lived. Got shot down, fucking machine gunned across his leg, got his fucking balls shot. They shot his testicles.
Why would they shoot him?
Because I don't remember exactly why he took off from a fucking airport. He was running from the Colombian police. That's what he was doing. Right? He did a deal. He was transporting coke for the Colombians back to California. The Colombian police were trying to shoot him down. And they actually did shoot him down. He had to run through the jungle for fucking 3 weeks. And almost died. Crazy fucking
I'd like
story.
to see a documentary.
He
on him. Why don't you
escaped.
do a documentary on him?
They did a lot of abroad about him.
Oh, okay.
They ended up locking him in Australia. He escaped prison like 4 or 5 times. Bro, this guy's a fucking killer. And he's like the most docile, southern, like gentleman. Right now, he lives in Santa Barbara. So he'll come to your show, man. He is fucking amazing. This guy, this is one of the fascinating things.
Now, did he say
In my opinion,
just your opinion?
I think he's invested in real estate, and I think he's still he's got.
How about cops?
I don't know content. This guy, yes. This
How
guy,
about counterfeit Willie?
counterfeit Willie.
How was
These guys, some of these guys aren't bright. This fucking guy is old school, Colombian, dealing with the fucking with Pablos, right?
And Pussy eating it till my lips are raw and my mouth gets wrapped to a rabbi.
There's not a lot of documentation. When you're the IRS guy and you fill out the tax form, there's obviously documentation from cops and you stole 45 identities and you this and counterfeit Willie. But
327 reports.
But when you're just got bag loads of money,
Oh, that's fucking good.
I didn't know what to do with this fucking man. He was buying fucking family members and friends fucking mansions on the water in California. I did not know what to do, and this difference between guys like Jordan and guys like Cox and Counterfeit Guy. Because guys like Matt and guys like Counterfeit Guy, they were trying to finance their lifestyle. Matt was trying to like finance all these fucking whores he was dating and these cars and all this shit. And he was like, he was broke. Like Roger, he was just this young kid trying to go on these adventures. He didn't need the fucking money.
and then the shit he went through. I mean, like Cox and Counterfeit Willie, they didn't Fed time, you know, whatever. They didn't have to go fucking abroad in prison for 8 years and escape 4 times and get shot out and live in the jungle 3 weeks.
Right.
I mean, like, you know, right? They were always in a fucking, they had a cot, at least always.
Right.
Right.
And Roger, thinking about him too.
I'm afraid to keep that shit in the middle because I need it.
Right. Trust me.
Community. Yeah,
Woo!
don't be bored, bogo.
I've done some shit. Okay. He's been with the fucking his wife since like high school sweethearts, and she stayed with him for his like 28-year stint through prison. He was in prison for I think close to 30 years, and she stayed with him the whole time. He emailed me. You know, it was fucking. Because sometimes I miss emails from people that try to be guests on the show. We miss a lot of them, and it was like one weekend, I'm like, you know what, I need to start like really like paying attention to guests. I need to just really people on here. I was going through old emails. I just search my emails sometimes. I type in the word interview in the search bar, find out people who have emailed me about interviews. And I came across this guy's email I missed 6 months ago. And I fucking called him up. This motherfucker was trying to get a hold of you. Yes. And I called him up, and I was like, even worse. You had to get your ass kicked for that. I know. That's pathetic. So you call him up. Pathetic. I'm like, hey, buddy. And then I'm like, these fucking stories. First of all, I thought, just by like the headline of the email and what the subject was, I'm calling thinking he's full of shit, first of all. And I call him, like, listen to him. He's talking to me for like an hour on the phone, telling me a story. I'm like, no fucking way. And he told me about his book. I read a couple chapters of his book, and I'm like, dude, I need to get you here ASAP. And he's like, well, you know, me and my wife are just traveling through Georgia, and we're actually in North Florida right now looking to buy some real estate. And his wife are looking to buy a house in Florida. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, can I get you down here? He's like, well, I don't know. We're all really busy. My wife's got surgery next month, and I don't know if we can make it. And I'm just like, let me get you here. I'm like, I'll do whatever you want. Eventually, I talked to him a month later. And as soon as I dropped the podcast with him, Rogan's best friend, fucking, who I was telling you about, Lex Friedman, right, hit him up. He was on his podcast like the next fucking week. I mean, Rogan watches your shit. And then he was on Rogan's show the week after that, telling him all about Roger. He's like, you gotta get Roger on. And talking about it. It was just, anyway.
Did Rogan get Roger on?
He hasn't got him on yet, no. But Roger has Netflix now. He's got all these fucking production companies. Well, you know what's weird? You're talking about like old school radio business, TV business, movie biz, show biz. A majority of the criminals that I have on here, they fucking, after they do this show, they get production companies beating their fucking doors down, trying to get them to do like shopping right, to shop their shows around. Most of these production companies, they don't fucking have shit going for them. No, they're just trying to lock up as many ideas as they can. So they have a bookshelf.
I ran into these production companies who really are just like sniffers. They call them sniffers. They're sniffing around to get you excited, to then try to go sell that to somebody who can really make a documentary. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like there's so much of it. It's such a racket. It really is. It's kind of a racket. They're like, hey, you know, and realistically, if they're going to shoot it, they have to go and rent, a couple guys to shoot it, and then have a couple guys who edit it. It's a fucking racket. There's just not a lot of shit in it.
And it's done. The industry's done a 180 now. The production companies that have relationships with networks or TV networks or studios, whatever it is, they're scouring podcasts and internet shows to try to find content on TV.
Podcasts, it's not like the Dirty John series. Started out as an LA Times podcast. I don't know if you knew this, but LA Times as a newspaper, that's their newspaper history. It's absolutely fucking so, they went and they took their top journalists and said, we're going to build recording studios where your little cubicles are, and we want you guys to start, instead of finding stories for the newspaper, find stories that we can make into podcasts. And LA Times,
really, the cops like to fucking pull people over and really fucked up.
So I think it was called Austin McHale.
Is it running right now?
It's hot as hell. You guys have had a lot of people about this, so
I'm sweating my ass off right now.
But I think it's called Dirty John.
Okay.
Dirty John. It's called Dirty John, and it's a 2 or 3 part series. Christian Slater is in it, and it's all based on true stories. Okay, and it's all of this started out as podcasts. And so a lot of documentaries and a lot of miniseries and a lot of these things are, these production companies are gravitating to these podcasts, and you're right, there's a large portion of them that are legitimate, that are turning podcasts into, video production. Right. You gotta write that down. Dirty John, get into John.
Like if you go back, like LBJ notwithstanding, and everyone was proud of what he did with civil rights or whatever, there was not
so it's on Netflix. It's called Dirty John, and I know you'll like it because it even says from the LA Times podcast. Like LA Times now has a podcast. Right. And it makes sense. I mean, I applaud the LA Times. Here's the newspaper industry, arguably one of the top 5 newspapers in America, sees that printed newspaper is about
Dirty John, LA Times.
Which one? I think. Is that the one we saw?
What's Dirty John about?
It's about the first one is about a doctor who kills people and paralyzes them. And he was a back surgeon, and he was doing back surgeries wrong because he was high on pills and all this kind of bullshit. And all of it's true. All of it's true. And then the second one comes from this guy who was a lawyer and a doctor, and his wife, and he had an affair. He was a big sling and dick attorney out of LA, out of San Diego, and he was having an affair with the secretary. Well, his wife went batshit crazy on him because he left her 2 kids, and then she murdered him. And she was on trial, and the first time got a hung jury, and then the second time they tried her. But they're all based on true stories, all from an LA Times podcast. Wow. And so I know you're in the podcasting world, and if you're rooting for podcasting, it just goes to show you that, So here's LA Times, who's like, man, printed newspaper business is over. Like, it's, with the Rubik's Cube, it's fucking done. We're going to turn our journalists, those that are talented, into podcasts. And so they have a whole podcasting room, which is brilliant.
In the way they do, like, even NPR has a lot of music podcasts too, like the Serial one.
Serial Killers, or
it's just called Serial. And they had,
Go tell them, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, man.
They make them like Netflix shows, but audio. They fucking with all the editing and the sound and the music. And they're walking production. So riveting.
Yeah.
Great.
Now, where you you guys do YouTube, podcasts. So you guys, is your podcast audibly distributed?
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube, and then visibly it's on YouTube, and then the audio is published on either Apple Podcasts and Spotify.
And you aggregate that through I have Art 19 that I use to aggregate it through all of my.
Yeah, we use a platform called Anchor, which is owned by Spotify. So I upload it basically directly to this company that's owned by Spotify. It's called Anchor. It's kind of like Anchor Megaphone.
And then they'll stitch in the commercials.
Exactly. So it's a company that's owned by Spotify that has like a platform to upload the audio, and they actually bring us less sponsors directly to Spotify. So like giant fucking agency, right. Especially like the added of their audio platform.
I think my shit's on Spotify. I think you can do video on Spotify. So should I start doing everything? Fuck yeah.
I'm in the process of right now transitioning all of my audio Spotify episodes to the video. I think fucking Spotify is going to give YouTube a run for its money.
So, but when you say you're in the process of taking on your audio Spotify and visualizing, you're just going to sync up the video of it?
So right now I uploaded all the audio MP3s to Spotify. Right. they have a tool on there where you can just replace the file. So I have MP4 video files of every podcast. So I have an audio file and a video file with the audio.
Right.
Like clones of each other. So let's replace the audio file with the video file.
And not
It'll be
lose
the same exact audio.
and not lose anything. Yeah. You're just basically putting the visual part of what was existingly there now in replace of the audio.
Exactly.
Without losing any
view counts, anything, nothing like that. And then they've actually just built in this cool new feature which will run the ads like with the video. So honestly, it's just like an early version of YouTube.
Right.
That's cool. And I think I don't know what's been happening.
Now, when you do your midstream placements, do you do them yourself, or do you let them do like those placements?
I do a lot of it myself, and they also put a lot of automatic ones in there as well. So yeah, so they charge you different. So like the sponsors, if they want to pay more money for a sponsorship, that can be read by me. And I should put it to spoken word. Right, exactly.
But I'm talking about I'm talking about like when you're uploading your YouTube deal and it says what a rookie. What a fucking god. Cheap headphones.
You tell this guy's a piece of shit and hang up on him.
What's his name? Hey Shane, it's Bubba the Love Sponge. Hi Shane. You're a real piece of shit. Did you know that? Look at you. What are you? 150 pounds, fucking soaking wet? Take off that hat so we can see that fucking hairline, kid.
You tell him, dude.
That's what I'm talking about. Matthew McConaughey on crack called back once his look back.
Sure.
But I will tell you this: I've already got you sized up. You got a high-vis shirt on, so I can tell you that you're a real worker. You're not like this indoor cat, Danny Jones over here. This fucking indoor cat. I know, but I'll tell you
Welcome.
this.
How are you?
You're busting your ass. This motherfucker getting paid, and you're doing pretty good. You might want to
Yeah, what's going on?
Motherfucker.
Yo, you don't speak English. I speak Chinese. Ching
I'm
chong.
trying to get him to do some business with me, but is he a fucking
Does that mean anything? I don't know. If it's offensive, apologies.
Yeah, he's getting ready to have another kid. He doesn't even know.
What does ching chong mean in Chinese? What does
I told him again.
ching
I'm buying him a vasectomy for
chong
Christmas. You better get used.
mean in
Hey,
Chinese?
microdosing on weed, doing a
I learned
podcast,
Chinese
we
from
ain't
the
got time for your
from
bullshit,
Chappelle's
okay?
show.
See you later, buddy. Bye-bye.
Meaning of ching chong.
Bye, El Tato.
He co-hosts with me on here sometimes, but he couldn't make it because he got a fucking real job.
I'd love to do
You love
some
to use this derogatory mocking term to intimidate Chinese language sounds. I think it's got a name. What does ching mean? What does ching mean in Chinese? Ching means
I can only find a few things.
it doesn't have a name. For example, ching, please.
And you need to fucking learn how to work the fucking endorsement.
And what does chong mean?
You need to get Crackhead Calvin on that shit right now. I mean, we probably gave those people a couple $1,000 for advertising. Probably easily. You know,
Chong.
we're going to probably go out and what is this called?
It's a rush.
It's called
The search, so please surge. Ching chong means please surge.
the world's strongest smelling salts. I bet you can probably get them on Amazon.
Ching chong means to please surge, babies.
It's like when your girlfriend sticks her finger in your butt and you're not expecting it, right?
Yep.
It's not.
It's like a Ric Flair move.
Woo! That's what they should.
They should get Ric fucking Flair to promote that shit.
Oh my god. I mean, this is the world's strongest smelling salts, and I bet you could probably get them on Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can. I think so.
Ching chang chong. That's what I wanted to say. Ching chang chong.
No, don't take them out. I don't think she'll take them out. Well, luckily those are fucking old as fuck. That's like a 2-month-old bottle, so that thing's been run dry.
You hit it hard, it gets you right, but it gets you.
It does. Get
I
you.
didn't mean it in a mean way.
When this thing's brand fucking new and it comes in the plastic bag, you can't even fucking open the plastic
Ching
bag.
chang chong.
Woo! Woo!
I want to
You always
learn
been a
it.
wrestling fan your whole life?
Yeah,
Since you were young?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the only. I actually.
Rabbit power.
OJ
Chinese
set up
power.
so good.
Yellow power, red power, green power, blue power,
What WWE would
red
do
power.
is because I
Black
was
power.
syndicated in all the, when they just like the NBA, when the WWE, WWF come to a territory, they'll hit like, they'll do Monday Night Raw in Tampa, then they'll do a house show like in Orlando, and then they would do like, Friday night in Miami, so they
Go tell him, dude. Push eating until my lips are raw and mouth gets lockjaw. Rabbit.
So when Hogan and I were hanging out, Hogan would tell Vince, hey, my best friend, I got trained in wrestling by a guy named Tom Stone in Milwaukee. And so I knew a little bit about wrestling. I'd been trained in wrestling school a little bit because when I was in Milwaukee,
I hope they find these kids.
These high school shows and get these independent guys. Greg the Hammer Valentine for $500 to come in, and he do these high school shows. Where I was the #1 rated radio guy in Milwaukee. Did Afternoon Drive, and I was a little bit crazy back then. And I had freedoms to talk about what I wanted. So Tom Stone said, "I'm getting 200 or 300 people to come to these wrestling shows in high school. But if I had you on a card as the local radio personality, and I would let you in, I'd let you smash the fuck out of everybody. I'd pack it. So I'd be like, well, hell, he goes, well, 6 months, you got to come down and take your bumps, hit the ropes, learn the fucking lingo, learn the philosophy, just learn various things. So I then would be like, cool. Hot 102, WLEM, Bubba the Love Sponge. Don't forget this weekend, this Friday night at Waukesha High School. I'm the main event. I'm taking on the Texas Hangman. That's right. So then I had the Texas Hangman call in and be like, let me tell you something, Bubba. You fat ass. I'm going to take you pillar to post, you short arm little son of a bitch. You don't have any experience. You're fat. You're stupid. And I'd be like, I'm going to, and we all that for like 2 weeks. And then the high school, all the kids would get involved. And the high school football team would sell tickets as a fundraiser, and we would fucking pack the place out 2,000 or 3,000. Of course, I'd go in there, beat the fuck out of the guy would do some juice, get some fucking hardware juice, and I'd be the fucking man. So I had some wrestling experience when I came to Tampa. Then I got friends with Hogan, and Hogan tells Vince, hey, my guy, my best friend, he knows enough about wrestling that he could be the opening matches at the cities that he's heard in. So I was heard in Jacksonville, I was heard in Orlando, I was heard in Miami, I was heard in Fort Myers, I was heard in Tampa. So when the WWE would come into town, I would be the opening match, the dark match that wasn't on TV. So how they have 2 or 3 matches before TV starts? Well, I would be one of the opening matches. But what WWE got from that was 3-4 weeks of being on the radio every night, being like, that's right, this Saturday night I'll be at the Sun Dome taking on the Brooklyn Brawler, and so they would get all of that added value, and then I just beat the shit out of it. The best story of all is your wrestling fan. Is I was in the Sun Dome here in Tampa, which is what's called the Union Center now. Where USF is. It's called the Union Beer. Oh, yeah. Got it. It used to be called the Sun Dome. It fits about 8,000 or 9,000, and it's where USF plays basketball. So I was the WWF was there that night, and Hogan for some reason wasn't there. I don't know if he's defected yet or what, but Vince was still using me on my cities that I was hurt as opening matches, and they paid me $500. They put me on. I would win. So I go there that night, and the boys in the locker room kind of always resented me because I wasn't one of, I was kind of a guy who got fast-tracked into kind of a cool position. Right. So here's some guys that have been around for 10 years doing jobs, and here I am, fucking jumping hot shot, roll in with my Louis Vuitton luggage and my fucking hair fucking slick, and be able to beat these guys that were regular wrestlers. So I was supposed to go. You remember the Mean Street Posse? They were Shane McMahon's best friends or something like that. Well, I was supposed to wrestle them as the opening match. So Pat Patterson, now in wrestling, they have an agent. And him and Jerry Briscoe were the 2 agents that night, and they kind of run the locker room and they tell who's going to win and whatever. Well, Undertaker, Mark Calloway, lived in Tampa at the time, and it was a house show. Usually Callaway didn't do house shows, they only did big shows. But since it was a home show, he did a favor for Vince, and so the Undertaker was the big guy in the card. Now, if anybody knows anything about wrestling, Mark, the Undertaker, ran the dressing room. He absolutely was the boss of the boys. If he's had a lot of disputes, he was, even when Hogan was there, Hogan had his own dressing room. After Hogan left and then came back, and Callaway had already established himself that he ran the dressing room, he ran it. He fucking ran the show. So we're in the back, and Patterson doesn't know that I'm as popular in Tampa as I am. He thinks I'm just some local fucking radio guy. This is some bullshit gimmick. So we're in there, and Patterson's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. Bristol's going to feed you. Jerry's going to come in, get to outside distraction. Mean Street Posse's going to come in, hit you over the head with a fucking chair. You're going to get dazed. You're going to try to make a comeback. They're going to throw you into a schoolboy. 1, 2, 3, we're gone. And I go, okay. I mean, I'm losing it. Okay, but I'm just happy to be part of the fucking deal. I'm in a WWE ring in my own hometown with 10,000 people. Love the Love Sponge from 98 Rock. It's good promotion for me, whether I win or lose. Who gives a fuck?
How is the emancipation?
That's the way it is. Callaway goes, nope.
Proclamation.
I was always really respectful to Mark.
Yo, what up? Have you seen Chappelle's show?
He lived in Tampa, so Mark knew how popular I was in Tampa, right? And so Callaway goes, hey, Patterson, let me ask you a question. So we're going to go ahead and bury, and when you get beat that fast, it's called your burying.
Because I honestly don't think it
He goes,
was.
so, Pat, let me just see if I can do this straight. We're going to bury
It should have been
a
past
guy
return.
that spent 3 weeks on promoting the show. It's probably put 2,000 or 3,000 extra asses in the seat tonight. And we're going to bury him in front of his own hometown. When this is just a house show, it's not on TV. We're not making any of our wrestlers look bad because nobody's going to see it except for the 7,400 people here. And we're going to bury this guy in front of his own hometown when he's busted his ass. Pat Patterson, without missing a beat, goes, you know what? Bubba, you're going to go off the second rope after you give him a double
the 15th
clothesline.
Amendment.
You're going to try to kick Bubba. Bubba's going to reach off into a schoolboy. Watch
okay.
the double boot. Bubba, you're going over. And I turned to Callaway and goes, it's business, man. It's business. It's about
I'm happy it was done.
and that's what makes the most business. Boy, the Mean Street Posse was so mad. They went from giving me a double clothesline and beating me to me going off the second and smashing them.
Go tell him, dude.
That's my
Thanks, baby.
All because the Undertaker said, no, that we're not burying a guy in his own home fucking town who's busted his ass for us. We're not doing it. Now, if it had been on TV and it had been, where people could see that it's a regular jobber off the fucking streets is now beating an accomplished WWE guy, that's different. But it was a house show, and I was the opening match, right? So
This website is a waste.
Oh yeah, for 3 weeks. Right. Oh, I had the Mean Street Posse call me up.
I love this person. They can like.
It's going to take 2 of us just to match your fat ass, and all that. I'll back and forth. Yeah, they got.
I like how you put twice the words in your
$1,000
fucking
for free
profile.
promotion. From me. You can't even put a value outside of the commercial.
Dude, I mean, fucking wrestling fans have such a bad rap. They have such a stigma. Like, I used to think that wrestling fans were such fucking losers before, and then I went to fucking WrestleMania. I went to the first wrestling event ever. It's in New Orleans, and they are the coolest fucking fanatics. I think they're way cooler than fucking football, NBA fans, any sport. They're a fraternity. They really are. And when you go there, they don't fucking fuck with you. They're like, hey, bro, what's going on? Who's your guy? Hey, who's your guy? Oh, man, fuck, that's my guy. Yeah. They want to be your boy. They're all like a fucking community of people that have each other's back, unlike sports fans, where it's like more political. Like, fuck you.
I could get you for a very good friend. Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle is the current co-champion with Randy Orton.
Oh, no shit.
He lives in Orlando. He's the dude that kicks off the flip flops. He's a former MMA guy. It's Matt Riddle.
Oh, that's baller.
He's got one of the straps right now.
That's baller. That's baller. Satisfying as fuck is right. That's baller, son.
Oh, he's dope. No, what's the guy's
Oh, damn, that was great.
He's just like Jack.
Okay, he looks a lot like Jack.
Yeah, he's just like Jack, and he's so fucking
Pull up some more pictures of him.
Yeah, like and when he gets
Oh man, that was great.
oh yeah, like his gimmick is this, like people get
Oh,
real
like
mad.
surfer dude?
Yeah, like
Spicoli.
hey,
That was satisfying, guys. Fuck, dog, this is so sick.
Goldberg.
Dog,
This was a shoot. Like
ching, I love it.
and
Dog,
Matt Riddle was like,
this is so sick.
yeah, and like this is, and you know Goldberg's old school, real
Swing.
fucking intense.
Yeah.
You know, like
This
fucking
is
real
so
intense,
sick,
like,
dog.
kick your ass, and wait till you hear how this is it. How
Oh,
Riddle,
dog.
this is it.
That makes me happy.
Really? For real. Like Riddle is an accomplished MMA. He was UFC at one time.
Okay.
Like in real life,
Really?
would kill him. But like Riddle's like, you know, Goldberg's all tense and
Oh.
shit. That's like real. Oh, that was a shoot. Like that was real.
Shoot means real.
Shoot me. Work means not real. But shoot means it's real. Like that's
Dude,
real.
this
Like,
is so
literally
sick.
words. Yeah. That was somebody had a stroke and they had a little bit of a problem. And when Goldberg said we need to talk, that's a shoot.
Oh man, that makes me.
Oh, it's fucking high
That
vis
makes
Willie.
my
Fucking
Nazis
show
ball.
up in the middle of the
I mean,
podcast.
this is a professional fucking order.
What the fuck? What is this?
I thought you'd take a swing on me. I really just thought I.
Carbon from creating
All right, now he was gonna take a swing on me.
Hey, grab a chair,
Hey, I
bud.
really thought he was gonna swing on me just
Did
now.
you really? I wanted him to come be a guest on or be a co-host on this, but he had to work, so he showed up out there.
Weed whacking today, or what's he doing?
What are you doing today? Weed whacking? You have a fucking pizza
Oh.
party. He actually does real concrete work.
Yeah, like you're a poser on the concrete.
Yeah.
That's a real concrete.
Yeah,
Right there.
exactly.
Put your headphones on, bitch, and join the party. You know how to fucking be on the radio?
Yeah, you fucking nerd. Come on.
Hey, call him a jobber.
You fucking jobber.
Yeah, a jobber is it's a wrestling term. So they had if you're a jobber, what you are is back in the old wrestling school days, they would have they didn't have a big roster. So when Vince or somebody would come into town, they would bring like,
by the way, you guys mic on. Sorry.
they would bring like 7 or 8 of the stars, but then they would get local guys that are professionally trained just to lose. So they would hire like 10 jobbers, 10 local wrestler guys, and give them $500 a night to lose to Greg the Hammer Valentine. So if you're called a jobber, then it means you're a hell of a hand and you can work, but you're gonna lose.
Right. That's exactly what he is.
What is he?
Say it. He's a fucking jobber. Say it.
Oh, is my crackhead Calvin? Get it going.
What's going on?
Oh, there we go.
Check.
That's right. He keeps calling Austin
Come on, man.
crackhead Calvin the clicker.
That's fine.
The right-hand clicker with Carpal.
Which car? What's that?
Carpal Calvin.
Takes him an hour and a half to pull up a TikTok.
So
That's
your
all right.
your day done for today? How many yards you made today?
Today we did about 80, 90.
With the truck though.
Oh, yeah, multiple trucks. You only get 10 yards in the truck.
Right.
So, yeah, boom,
Now,
fine.
do they have it now where the truck mixes it?
Oh, it's mixed up. Ready to
No,
roll.
but like a lot of
It's like a dry mix.
Isn't there technology where they get it wet and it rolls it around when you're driving, and so it stays wet? But then there's the other technology where they have all the elements and it mixes it as it has. I know about fucking.
That's not a dry batch truck. Those are for usually smaller residential.
Oh, okay. So if you're pouring big shit, you're doing the wet truck.
You're doing wet, ready to mix. It's already ready to roll.
What's concrete going for a yard?
We charge it. We did that probably about 170 a yard.
A yard?
Per yard.
Is that cheap?
No,
That's
no,
enormous.
Is it really?
Used to be under 100 bucks a yard.
Yeah, I remember the days where it was like 65, 70.
That day's long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
They do like the water treatment plants. You know, the places that mix all the shit water and they filter all the shit out of it. They do all the shit.
So it was a shit job.
It's a shit job. Yeah. Not only is he fucking
They also take that shit water, throw some chlorine in it, send it to your sink.
Who cares? Who cares when you got the motherfucking liquid death?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we got the
That's
white
That's
monster.
exactly why you should be drinking liquid death, because you know what? The water you're drinking from your tap used to be shit water, my friends.
Yeah.
But not right here with liquid death, my friend.
That was
Right
nice
here.
of him to give you a can of water.
Right here, my friend. Look at that. Get a fucking close up on that now. That craziness. That's what you should be drinking, not this shit water that fucking the jobber just poured concrete slabs for.
Murder your thirst, bitch.
Murder your thirst, bitch. Endorsed by Bubba the Love Sponge. I'll give that one to you for free, kid.
Thank you, Bubba. You want it?
Yeah. Hey, I'm on this shit too.
Those are duds, man. That thing's fucking expired.
Yeah, but here's what you guys can understand. Now, fucking Danny Jones over here is going to take this and give these clips to this company and say, hey, we need some endorsement.
Yeah.
Free. We need a couple cases of that.
You got the power peg huffing your salts live on
We need $1,500 a month and fucking a case, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's
We got 500,000 subscribers, 67,000 zillion views, and we got a jobber pulling concrete.
What else could you ask for?
Yeah, and we're in the back of the fucking automotive shop.
You got to put a man's man in here. You can't just put
Let
this
me
guy
get up
in
in this
here, man.
bitch. We'll be fucking rich, motherfucker. I'll tell you right now. Me up in here. Roll my world into this, and you guys roll into my shit. Look, I'll have a plane again. I used to have a plane. Yeah, I'll have an airplane.
I can't wait to check out your fucking studio. It
You
looks badass.
You will flip the fuck out when you see it. It is in fact, I am so unefficient on how I could be used. If I had a guy like you to help dial my shit in, the space I got, and the concept.
Oh, that was baller.
Tell him something. He's got a room in his studio the size of this filled with fucking tapes of fucking Squirt Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this
Fucking
is sick.
Amphibian.
Shit. Let me show you a video I just put on my YouTube channel. And I just found
YOLO.
it. Me and Hogan going
YOLO's
to
going to be huge. YOLO
Magic
County.
Lakers game.
I watched
Bunch
that
of
last
people
night.
just going for it.
Tiger Woods and Little Wayne. We beat Tiger Woods and Little Wayne, and we're fucking gourded. Did you see that?
I watched that last night.
That's the shit I got.
Oh my! Austin, go on his YouTube channel. Just type in BTLS YouTube, and then it's like the latest video.
Yeah, latest video.
Yeah,
and it is funnier and I got
YOLO
hundreds
County
of hours
is dope.
of that shit. And I just happened to find my girl found that one. And, you know, I was back in my merch trailer and I found this big folder full of DVDs of, you know, fucking fire ants on 25 testicles.
Oh, fuck.
We took a mason jar and we put honey on 25 balls, and then took the mason jar, stuffed his balls, and then duct taped it so it's and then this fucking army of fire ants goes up to his balls, and they eat his balls and stuff, and he's like, ah! I got
Oh, great. Rabbi's
stunts
conviction
to
player now.
horrors to
Pussy
celebrities
eating
to
until my
Rogan
lips are
shared,
raw. Mouth
all
gets
those people used to get back on there back in the day.
Oh, you're welcome, Dave
I'm
Vegas.
a huge fan of yours. Like back in the day, he's like 3 times.
Oh, great.
bigger of a fan of yours.
no way.
Oh,
Rabbi is
fucking
the best
I
guy.
gotta
part.
get you some Bubble Army shit.
I've been telling Danny to get you on the show for years.
I've been trying.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
You know, he has been. I've been so busy, and then I started really kind of looking at his shit, and I'm like, motherfucker, this guy's bigger than me. I need to get on this. I need to get on this motherfucker's tip.
Yeah, when you get together,
How many
man.
how many people's podcasts?
This girl.
Like, how many other people who have
I
like
just
YouTube
did one
podcasts?
this morning. Did you? But it was from UK, and it was
Her
about
brown
catfishing.
bikini
I had a girl on my
thing.
show back in the day, and that's Brazil, and she's one of the most catfished people in the world. But this was a big time production. This was like an LA Times. So I actually, this is my second podcast.
Is it a Skype one?
Yeah, it was this new app.
No, he flew to
You know, have you heard about this new app that they use for? It's called
Damn, this girl got a body on her.
Riverside FM, and you talk to them, and they talk to you, and you might be this might be a game changer. Riverside FM, and you can see that was the production company, and then that was the meeting that I went to, and it's for podcast. Like join a studio, and you hit that, and you or a QR code, but It's a way to pipe in guests. It's better than Zoom.
No way.
Yes, and they make you wear earbuds. You have to have earbuds, and that's it. But you might want to look into it. You might want to
Video on there too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
There's nothing better.
no, it's such a better experience. But if you can't get them in the studio, you gotta get them.
Okay.
You gotta get them.
Sure.
You know, and so, but I've only done. I think I did Dan and guys from Orlando. Dan and Tom and Dan or something. There's a couple radio guys. I think I did their podcast once, and I did a guy from St. Louis who was a big Howard fan. Called like STL Now or something.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only podcast I've done, other than my own. Hey, what's your name again? Shane the Jobber. Now hold on, before you guys go on, Dan, tell me that this is like fucking super. This should be viral.
What year is this?
2010. This should be viral. Don't you think?
I 100%.
Okay. You got Tiger Woods before he beat the shit out of this is his ex-wife. You got Lil Wayne. You got hot bitches, and you got Hogan fucked up begging homeless people for dollars. So watch. Go ahead and watch this. Go ahead and expand it, crackheads. Here we go. What? Tiger Woods. Look at Lil Wayne. So high. So now we're at the game.
Oh my god.
Hogan's fucked up.
He's all zipped up.
I'm gonna fuck Chris Brown up.
Is that Jennifer?
Yeah. Now Hogan starts fucking dancing with the girls.
Oh my god.
Now look at now he starts. Now my wife. Now imagine that my wife gets involved here. Check this out. Hold on. He joins Heather in here.
Oh my lord. Is the fucking Jumbotron on him?
Yeah, and I'm saying easy, Hogan. The entire arena's watching us.
Boobies.
He's on the Jumbotron right now. Smells kissed her.
Oh, what a sick fuck.
I'm on Team Bubba.
Oh, athleticism. Look at this move.
He was there, so a lot of people made connections with that shit. But people hated Ronald Reagan before he was when he won. I remember my mom was deeply disturbed.
Licks the camera. Now look at this. Now he's gored out of his fucking
Now
mind.
he's getting it.
Now he's drinking everything.
glasses came
Now he
on.
starts fucking hitting the chicks in the head like he's pro wrestling. Watch. Now watch. Now watch. Boom. Oh, fucking throws in some fucking stiffies. Boom. 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 Now, look. Lakers suck. He's begging for money. Him and him.
But, you know, life went on. And then when he got shot,
I mean, no, I got. Like, it shouldn't that be some? Isn't that better than 90?
Did you get in trouble with posting that shit?
No, I own it.
Okay. Even though it's him on it and just get mad at you?
My camera, my.
Right, good. You own the copyright.
Have you seen my bike trash burnouts I've been doing?
Yes, that's fucking incredible. Oh, you still own that fucking racetrack, right?
Yeah, I own a racetrack. Yeah, I own a racetrack. I mean, Danny, I need to be your partner.
You got a barbecue spot?
What do you mean?
My buddy's having a wedding soon, and he said they're getting catered by some barbecue company. And they said you were.
No, there's a barbecue
You
company called Bubba's.
Oh yeah.
love me
About
again.
cease and desist. Oh yeah, just like Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah. When you show my name, you're supposed to put a circle R
Right.
after Sponge.
Right.
Yeah. So. But I mean, Danny, I kind of, I need to
We need to work together. We need to help
You
each
need
other.
to work for him. Can I put on a high vis red seal, pour some concrete, then roll up in here and get some tips?
Bubba's already taught me like 100 things how to improve the audio and the headphones and all that fucking kind of radio deal.
Probably all
Actually,
this shit,
everything
same
sounds
shit
like
I've been
it,
telling you for 10 years.
No, you just he said. Yeah, but with your numbers, you should be getting sponsorship.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not a
for real.
good salesman.
I am. See,
I know. That's where we help each other.
What I can do is you can help me with my content and how
Right.
to get it out, and I can help you market and get some sponsorship. You should have those super cool arms that are lit, or have one central arm here, and they all parade out.
Articulating
Yeah.
deals.
Or just clean this up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe make that a little bit more user friendly. Maybe be able to pipe in the
That,
audio.
that's what I've been wanting to do. Pipe the audio through the headphones.
That's what you need. And just a few little things. Make that TV bigger. That TV needs to be the size of that wall.
Yeah.
Sure.
I got here's my damn tridents.
Well, hold on. I'll tell you, motherfucker. You put the tridents up a little bit, and then you go. The TV is, about what is that? Fucking Jobber 43?
No, that's a fucking 52.
That's a Jobber 52.
Jobber.
You should be running a fucking, full-blown 81 Jones.
A fucking 100-inch
And you should be running at least an 82 Willie. Okay? All fucking day. Let's do the numbers. Come on.
Yeah,
you can buy those for fucking $7.99 at Walmart. Come on.
Yeah.
Cameras are good. Those are the cameras. These are fucking the industry standards,
Yeah.
much in podcasting.
Right.
New arms, better headphones, and a better TV. And we're fucking, shit. We're a million subs, bitch, and I get half of that.
Yeah, good luck. You'll be suing him in no time.
Yeah, he has a lawyer too. He'll Bubba own concrete.
He's calling Hogan's lawyer.
Clem's Concrete, bitch.
Yeah.
Concrete with Clem.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well,
That's
listen,
fucking
man. Any
hilarious.
other questions you need to get to?
No, man. Thank you for coming on here.
That fucking Concrete Willie, that's my boy.
Tell all these motherfuckers listening and watching where they can watch your show, your daily show, and
No
find
way.
YouTube,
This
all that
is the
stuff.
same
Plug
guy as
everything.
all the other rabbis. Yeah.
I have an app.
Oh, fuck yes. Sage. Therapy yard. Oh, this is it's definitely the same motherfucker. So fucking funny.
You got an OnlyFans?
No way this is the same guy. Oh, for sure.
He's a marketing genius.
This is going to flip you out. This is in 1 week. This is what I did on Venmo, and just since Friday of last week.
Oh, great.
Wow.
Oh, for sure.
That's just people sending you Venmo.
That's just, hey, it's Bubba. And
Just
you know,
lockjaw.
it's like, hey, it's Bubba, and if you're not on Twitch and you're not, giving me stars on YouTube and all kind of deal, you can Venmo me at the Bubba Army. And there's like, oh fuck yeah, Venmo, $25.
Holy fucking
Couldn't
shit.
imagine how hard that
You are,
work.
you
What
are,
is
you
lockjaw?
truly are, Mark.
Cash, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, all
Yeah,
at the Bubba
that-
Army.
I got this fucking Patreon deal. It doesn't really work too well.
Get the fuck off.
Patreon sucks.
OnlyFans, Venmo,
Is the OnlyFans do good?
$2,500 a month.
Okay. And you have a fucking.
Yeah,
How'd you get lockjaw, kid? Your mom.
given at least $2,400 in a year, then you're considered Bubba Army royalty, and you get an invitation to the Bubba Army royalty party every year, which is the second Martin Luther King Day weekend. That's the cheapest weekend of flights, and the hotel rooms aren't extravagant. So the second week of January, everybody flies into Tampa, and you get the Bubba Army ring, which is a big Super Bowl. The same people that make the Super Bowl rings make my rings, and so, but you got to have the $2,400 level. So it's just a big Bubba, fucking Ponzi / shit down Amway, Bernie Madoff, this fucking used car. It's a hustle. It's a straight fucking hustle.
That's fucking genius.
And you got the audience, but you're not hustling.
I'm not hustling. That's my problem.
I'm hustling. I don't have your audience. If I had your audience, I'd be doing 10 million.
I need to learn from you,
For real.
I believe that.
I'd be doing 10. If I had your audience, I have 45,000 subscribers. And I know if I had your audience, I'd be doing 10 million.
Well, I'm going to learn.
I'm going to teach you. Now, you teach me how to get this shit out, and I'll teach you how to fucking sell it.
You got a fucking deal, Bubba.
Concrete Clem.
Thank you for doing this, Bubba.
What's his name? Concrete Clem.
Concrete.
Hell yeah.
And fucking, I don't want to put crackhead on it.
No, you don't have to put crackhead.
How about clicking? How about right-clicking Calvin?
Right-clicking Calvin? Right-clicking Calvin the Cowboy.
I had a great time.
Love you, Bubba.
More importantly, I want to show you my sizzle.
Oh, yeah, let's watch that.
It's 7 minutes.
Okay.
So you good with that?
I'm good with that.
We might even be able to project it up
Do
there.
you want to watch it? I want to watch it on the podcast, dude.
No.
No. We'll end it first. All right.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
So I knew in a fella could find someone who's really changed. I don't know. I mean, Stevie Wonder, Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan.
You guys are now living in the true crime clout house, where we're sharing a studio space. He's got his own place.
Yeah. I know.
This is what we're together. It could be the true crime clout house.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Matthew to get off probation.
Are you off probation?
Hell yeah.
Really? He's never completed it. That makes it sound
got
like
out
he
pretty
completed.
clean, right?
That makes it sound like he completed it and he did a good job and is ready to go. That's not what happened at all. They continually violated him, put him in prison until eventually the judge said, "You're unsupervisable."
Yeah, I've never successfully completed one term of probation in my entire life. And I've been on probation since I was 13 years old. Never successfully completed anything. So I get out of prison, and I got out of the halfway house, and I go right back to fucking making cards. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I go right back to it. Yeah, they got me, sent me back to prison, and then I got in front of the judge, and she was like, "You're not supervising. You know, we've had to extradite you from, every corner of the country to get you back here to get you in front of the judge." So it's like, they killed my paper. They just gave me time to serve and my paper. I had 3 years of federal probation, but they just
It's amazing.
I got lucky.
Some people get really lucky
Out the door.
These little technicalities.
Yeah.
Well,
They
it's
just
not a
out the door.
technicality. He still ended up like usually what they do is it's usually a third. So let's say you have 3 years paper, and right away you end up getting you violate. Let's say the first month, and they'll say, "Okay, look, we're going to have you do a year's worth of prison time and just quash your case." By the time he got in front of the judge, he'd already done how many months in prison?
6 or 9 months.
6 or 9 months. But 9 months, it's like, okay, well, you don't have that much. Like if we divide that into what you currently have to serve, like you know what, just cut it. Because otherwise, what do you do? Start his paper over again? Like it's just you can have these guys. They kept doing that, and a lot of the guys get on probation.
I just had this guy on here who's apparently like one of the biggest cyber criminals in history, in U.S. history, and he did a lot of fake card stuff too. And he's like a lot like what you said. A lot of the people that he worked with making fake cards were based in Ukraine and Russia. Why is that?
Yeah, for whatever reason,
They're bad people.
Eastern Ukraine and Russia is just the climate out there. A lot of those kids out there, that's just what they do. A lot of hacking. it's like popular culture.
Isn't it legal there? Well, but you can also run the forum there. Like, you're not going to be able to run a forum here without them cracking down on you. They have the servers and everything over there too, right? Like Harvard.su, where was that located?
That was a Russian server. But you know, they're so goddamn smart over there and tech savvy. Like your average teenager in Russia knows how to code. You know what I mean? Like you're just your average teenager over there can code and they can program and they can do all kinds of shit. You know, your average teenager here doesn't know dick about coding.
Who are the guys? How are you talking to these guys? What were you buying from them?
Right. So I was purchasing. I was actually selling to them.
You were selling. Yeah, I thought you were buying blanks.
No. Initially, I was. Okay. Initially, I was buying the blank cards, but then I got into. I was actually selling them.
Oh shit! Yeah. And how are you selling it to them? You're selling it to how the transaction work?
It was either Bitcoin or I had Western Union services set up. I had web money back then.
That's baller.
Reserve back then was pretty popular. And these were like these fly-by-night online payment systems, kind of similar to what PayPal is. You know what I mean? Like you put $50 in, you get $50.
No way.
Say you have an account and have a wallet and you can exchange WMC between each other, but then there needs to be like a third-party exchange of cash out of WMC into whatever currency. Is your Silk Road? It didn't exist back then. No, the Silk Road didn't exist. The dark web didn't exist. The Onion router wasn't even a thing. No Tor, no none of that. Yeah, it was just VPNs, and we had Russian VPN services that were, you could change with all these plugins where you could change SOX proxies and you could change VPN, change your IP address, and then go to the forums. And that's when all the forums got shut down, but that's when, in the heyday, there was a bunch of them, like 10 or 15.
So they had the dairy building.
Yeah, the one guy was on just Lex Friedman.
That guy, he was in here yesterday.
Really? You had him on here?
Brett Johnson.
Yeah, Brett Johnson. Yeah, he was Shadow Crew, man. He started
Shadow Crew,
he started Shadow Crew, which eventually went on to be Carter. What was it? Carter.su was the one I was on. But then previous to that, there was something called Carter Planet, and then there was Carter.org. But he was the godfather of all of that shit. Like, he started it. And then when Max, what were the guys' names? Max Butler and Christopher Aragon. When those guys went down, it created like a vacuum in the online space, in the marketplace, because there was nobody else making cards, because the feds had taken down Shadow Crew, they had taken down Carter.org, they took down Max Butler and Christopher Aragon, they took down both of the guys that were selling all the cards in the forums and everything. And what Max Butler did is he did like a hostile takeover of all the forums. He fucking hacked them all, locked out all of the admin, and then he took all of the users and then put them all into one fucking site and sent out emails like, you're all just part of this big community now. He locked out all the admin, told them to go fuck themselves, and that's it. It was like this fucking wild takeover of like all the forums. And then when they went down, it created a vacuum, and then and then I filled that vacuum. Like when I came in and started selling cards, it was right after all that shit had happened. So there was nobody moving plastic
that's so fucking crazy.
Yeah. And then I came in, and then that was it. And there was just nobody selling plastic.
Yeah, so Brett laid the foundation for all this.
He was the godfather.
Shadow Crew, that was like that platform that he created. Trust. So the reason for that was so all these criminals. So the reason that these like black hat communities could survive and do so well is because all these criminals could work together and talk to each other and trust each other and learn from each other. And the people who were in the white hat, the good guys, they didn't do that. They didn't communicate.
No, and there was like, and this is back in the tutorial days, where you could go and there was just, people would just, tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, and then that's how I learned, you know what I mean? I would sit up, I remember until 6, 7 o'clock in the morning when the sun was coming up, and I'd be downloading all of these tutorials, and I would just be compiling all this data, and then I would sit up for days just studying. They don't do that anymore.
That's how I learned how to use Photoshop.
This is pre-YouTube.
Oh yeah.
YouTube's what?
That's so crazy.
Yeah, YouTube's what, 07? 2007?
I think 4 or 5, but it took a while to take off. The first iPhone came 2006, and it had YouTube. It was all
Okay. So yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, even then, like I was still doing this like 03, 04,
2005.
yeah. So that's right when that was like my heyday. It was like 05 to 09.
I
So
thought 2006.
I think it was
You
07.
sure? I
If
think
you
it
look
was
at
later.
the iPhone 1 came out, I think it was 2006. Was it 06? Yeah, you know. So this is like, this is so. I feel like a dinosaur. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because you know now these kids are all on fucking. They got something called Telegram now, and that's like the big marketplace for all the fraudsters because it's all encrypted.
This is when you say all of this is in my book, Bent, which you can find
Available on Amazon.
on Amazon. That's all. That's not a lot.
A shameless plug for
There's
Bent.
nothing wrong with that.
Shameless capitalist.
Yeah.
Forever the capitalist.
Better than communist. He was saying, Brett was telling me that one of the guys that he worked really closely with, the young guy, he said that at one point, because he stepped down from shout out to another guy took his place, a guy he really trusted.
Brett Johnson was Iceman.
That was his name, yes.
Yeah, he was Iceman, like the original, like the Iceman. Everybody knew it. You know what I mean?
I thought
It's fucking
I
crazy.
thought Butler was. Oh, what was his name?
Max Butler?
I thought he called himself Iceman.
Was it Max Butler or was it fucking? I'm getting my facts fucked up. I know I'm gonna get crucified in the comment section.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say. No, somebody was Iceman. Wait, no. Max Butler changed his name. You remember? He actually changed his name to something. Maybe it was Maximum. Or I don't know. Anyways, he said that one of his guys, I read that book like 3 times. I love that book.
Be a
He said one of the guys
jazz
who was
bitch.
with his ATM one day wearing his hoodie. And it was a Publix ATM. And he sat there with his hoodie with a backpack full of blank credit cards.
Where should it be?
New
Leon.
5 minutes. Yeah. Just take
Baby.
the top other random
What if
top
anybody?
car. He's got
Man,
to get
hey
one.
George, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed that Johnny Carson interview.
Probably like, hey buddy, what are you doing? And that's how he got caught. He got he posted life sentence.
Laziness, man. Fucking complacency and laziness. You don't do that. You spread them out. You know, GPS the shit. Fucking figure out the ones who have the $100 bills and the high limits.
I was losing my shit when I was talking to him about how he was making his money. Because he was talking about, he did a lot of identity theft. He was making money with tax return fraud. He would spend all day filing 200 tax returns. He would find a list. All these people that would die, there'd be a registry.
Come on, bitch.
And if you don't
Come
register
on,
those
bitch.
people, they're
Come on, bitch.
finds like he goes online and finds a
Work,
list
baby.
of hundreds of people's social security numbers. You can go and find like the California death registry. California is the only state that leaves the social security numbers. All the rest of the states don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It was before that. It was the
Work,
sexual
bitch.
offenders registry. I was gonna say like you can find everything. They know that.
Pussy eating until
that was part of it. But before that, he had the sexual offenders registry, where you could just go on a website and you could find it. And it was everything from name to
Santa
social
Claus
security,
machine.
count, the whole deal. And I'm like,
That's important. That's a very
Why is this? Why are people talking about this?
I mean, imagine if you were doing that to get a hold of that.
Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and my mouth gets raw. That's the name.
Despite their sexual obedience, they're usually fucking, pretty good with their money.
My tongue is raw and my it's wide.
Like I would get stuff from the 80s, and you get a police report, and they would actually have.
I love the people that are like, I'm howling. I'm howling.
Like that whiteout, the tape, and they would put like tape over it.
That's so
and
funny.
Just like you could just scratch it off and go, oh, the social security number is 262, and you read it all. Now it's all digital, so now when they send it to you, it's got a black strip over it. But back then they were like, oh, look, I better wipe that out. What kind of idiot does that? And I got probably 4 different people's socials that came in like that through the mail.
I'm sorry, but the name is sending me so hard. I can't stop laughing, especially at the lockjaw part.
But that's not as good as another. You look really buff. You're working out. It's his diet. What's your diet? You look
Tell
super
him what
jacked.
let's talk about
What
that
is
diet.
it, Jack? It's great connoisseur.
So like I eat TV dinners from
Oh,
these
yeah,
guys
what are
get
they,
so upset.
Matt is
Elite
one of those
cuisine.
people that just doesn't allow himself.
I love this.
Come on,
Matt
baby.
doesn't allow himself any pleasure.
Work, bitch.
That's not true.
None.
Work, bitch.
That's not true. I had ice cream.
Matt's like one of those people who just
Work,
abstain from everything. You know what I mean? Like those weird people who are just like I'm gonna have one Coke, and I'm gonna have a sip of this, and that's gonna be it till next week or the month or whatever.
Yeah, you go to the gym at like 5 a.m.
Listen, Matthew during the day.
Did you see my video?
Yeah, you sent me a video.
Nice, right?
I saw the
Yeah.
Batman video.
So now they put up little signs that he's all upset about it. They put up little signs now in the gym saying you can't video record in the gym. I was like,
I told him I hope they kick you guys out for fucking the shenanigans.
What was the point of that? What were you guys doing?
just it was a dare. We were sitting there one day in the morning, it's like 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're working out. And I'm looking around, and I'm
And then again, it's 5 in the morning.
I know, and just like it's like 5:36, and I was like, I'm always happy and jumping around. I've had a couple cups of coffee. I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm
You also
tickling.
spent 20 years in prison.
Of course, I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
But so I ended up saying, I said, what would be funny? I said, what if I walked in one day? Because a lot of the guys will walk in and they'll be buff and they'll wear like a superhero outfit. It'll have like a Batman or Superman, or they have like it looks like it's.
But that doesn't mean they want you to come in dressed as Batman.
Doesn't matter. So I said, wouldn't it be cool? I said, what would be great? What if I came in with a Batman mask? And I said, what do you think they say? She started laughing. She goes, I don't know. And I said, I'll do it. And she goes, I'll do it too. I said, all right, order it. I said, let's do it. And she said, she goes, oh, I will. I said, okay, we'll see. Because I know, because Jess is, super tender. And when we got she goes, okay. She goes, what about this one?
Look at Deb. Are you awake?
And then I thought, she's never going to do it. But it kept getting amped up. I was like, oh, I'm ready. I got my mask. And she's like, oh, mine's going to be here tomorrow. Watch.
Misha.
She got there like 2 days later.
Love from England.
Look, when are we doing this? I was like, Wednesday, that way we're doing chest and this and she's like, okay. She's like, I'm serious. I'm like, me too. And then when we actually got in the car, put on the mask, I realized
Yo, Misha.
this is not good. Like, it's going down. I was like, I'm semi-embarrassed already. We haven't walked in the gym. So, but it was a dare. I had to do it. We both
So
walked
cool.
in, we videoed the whole time.
I am so cool.
Nobody said anything. Nope. And we walked right back out. And
They probably thought you guys were fucking insane. You're gonna pull out fucking Uzis and start fucking gunning everybody down again.
Yeah, he's probably right. Hey, let me tell you something. You work out.
Damn, this girl is hot as fuck.
Every weight was white.
She's
My
better than
adrenaline
these
was
bitches.
spiked. My face was all
Yo,
sweating.
you
I
always
was
get mixed
so
responses.
embarrassed. Went
Not
to the
that you're
whole
not
thing.
hot as
Everything
fuck.
was white.
Hot topic, but your face card is insane.
I
Yeah,
said,
dog.
I would have been so embarrassed. If I would have been there working out, you guys would have come in, I would have had to left the gym. I would have just got in my car and went home. I can't do this.
Who is this fucking guy?
What in the fuck is going on?
Dude, where am
I
I?
was proud of Jess for doing it.
Yeah.
And I never thought she'd do it. She was like, this is
So do you go to the gym at 5 a.m. every morning?
no, I mean, you 5 or 6, you do there about 6.
Do you do anything but arms?
I do everything. I do chest, shoulders, tries, legs, back. Not the other day. Yeah, I do.
But you don't go every day.
We go every day but Sunday.
Every day, but
That's a heavy routine.
Yeah,
Man.
And all he eats during the day is scoops of peanut butter and popsicles.
I do scoop of peanut butter too.
That's it.
I have too many things.
And he's got a jar of pickled asparagus that he munches on.
I
every
ate
day
that.
as well.
I killed that. I finished that.
Pickled asparagus,
So
oh,
good.
I like pickled asparagus.
So
That sounds nasty.
You didn't try it.
No, but it sounds great.
It's amazing.
I like it.
It's amazing.
Yeah. You ever seen a rock hopper penguin?
It's so random.
Austin, Google the rock hopper penguin. You gotta see this, bro. It's the funniest bird I've ever seen in my life.
What were you going to ask me? You said, oh, wait, let's wait for the podcast. You were going to ask me something, and you go, oh, wait, let me explain.
Google this fucking penguin.
Yeah,
Got a big picture.
I've seen that.
He has red fucking devil eyes. Did you know that thing existed?
I've seen those before.
Did you know it was
Yeah,
called
that's what I was gonna say. I've seen it.
I didn't know the name.
It's in that, yeah, it's in that animated film.
But to be honest, he's cooler looking than a regular kid. He's got style.
There's almost 500,000 of them.
He's endangered. Breeds on island, spends the rest of the time at sea.
But where can you find them?
South Atlantic.
I want to get one. I want to get a pet black
This
offer.
is exactly why they're endangered. People went out and they capture them, bring them home, they die a week later because he doesn't know how to take care of them.
That thing looks like it would fuck you up.
Put them on a Pixar movie. You know where they are, Austin? Can you find where they are?
Poor Austin.
South Atlantic.
Says
Says
it
right
right
there.
there.
Yeah.
South Atlantic. Okay, so.
Indian Ocean.
Okay. Oh, I bet you're are there penguins in South Africa, Austin?
Look at the map.
Penguins are usually generally in colder climates.
Yeah, South Africa is pretty damn cold.
Really?
Yeah.
It's frozen over there.
Not frozen. The penguins
How did this come up?
That's so
I just
random.
thought it just popped in my head. You asked me what I was going to say before we started the podcast.
Yeah, you would
You
say
were about to
something,
say
and I go, "What?" You go, "You know what? Let's wait for the podcast."
I don't remember.
It's not a bad part.
Yeah, it was important. It was probably a comment on your V-neck or your
Giant arm.
Yeah. Have you seen that SpongeBob episode where he walks around with inflatable arms?
With the super jacked up arms, yeah.
I think you remind me of
He goes to
SpongeBob.
the beach and shit.
Oh, dude, remember? Hey, in group chat, you got our own little like frauds. You got to add you in the group chat.
Yeah, I was gonna mention when I got out of the.
Ozyak knows about all the crazy conspiracies.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant like every 2 days I get something about how to extend your leg or special shoes. They send me stuff with special shoes that add 2.5 inches, and it's like I'm like, haha. And then like 2 days later it'll say something else. You know?
It's just crazy shit, man. It's fucking fascinating. There's this one doctor on Instagram. He specializes in limb extension.
Right. How many successful surgeries?
I don't know. Austin, you know his
What
name?
would an unsuccessful?
You're shorter.
They
They amputate the leg.
Belly got shorter.
No, bro, this is a common.
Is this really him?
no.
Oh yeah, click the top link.
What do they add? Like an inch? or
Bone
two?
length.
No, they can add it several.
Stop. Hit that bullshit at the bottom.
I haven't looked into this.
Height.
He's already got an appointment book.
I mean, that's extreme.
He's got it on his vision board.
Look at the first thing. It says, "Are you tired of being short? Do you feel self-conscious about your height
Oh, I know where
to the point where your happiness is being compromised?"
Listen, if you've made it this far, they don't need to do much selling.
Yeah. You've already left it up.
Click on that first video.
So what do you do? How much? How much, and what's the recovery time? Recovery time.
That's
When
what
I
I'm
looked
curious
into it,
about.
was
How much
outrageous.
could this be?
When I looked into it,
Probably a couple
outrageous.
$100,000.
It was, you were basically had to be immobile for like 6 to 8 weeks.
Unless it's done in like South
Well,
America somewhere.
they're fucking with your fingers and
That's
shit,
like
right?
a bunion surgery too, though. But the bunions, your grandma got bunions. All right, turn the volume up.
They'll tear you apart.
Oh, shit. Is there any way you can pipe it through the audio?
The Nazis, like he got censured by the Senate for selling goods to the Nazis back then. There's a lot of Americans making money selling shit to the devil. If you ever go to 30 Rock where
That was a good idea for
you were almost there, then you said something terrible. Just terrible. Shame.
That guy was like 80.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
I was about to say that.
What the fuck?
That guy sitting there.
Shame on you. Shame. Shame on you.
That bothers me because that guy looked tall.
I worked at Coleman, which is in the same building, and the producer, Jeff Ross, the
Too lazy to get taller.
Oh, Papito wants to go in there and fucking.
he said, "Notice something." He took me into there was a stairwell.
Oh my
And
god.
he took me in there and pushed my head down. And there's these big red pipes in the stairwells that are feeding the whatever these sprinklers. I don't know what they're big iron red pipes. I've been there since 30 back in the late 30s, mid-late 30s. And there's a big spigot coming off the side of one.
Oh my god.
It's some release valve. And on
Fucking butchers.
What are you talking about? They're signing up for the procedure.
They tear you apart and
Sometimes you have to do it.
they just gotta do a brutal fucking surgery.
Okay. Oh wait, yeah. Let's do the before and after.
5'6" to 5'9". How would you like that, man?
Do you need to do this for your fucking dick? Do you make your cock 3 inches longer?
I hear
They,
that's
they have that say the surgery.
I heard that's their surgery is extremely fucking like dangerous. Like people die all the time getting that fucking surgery done. The rate of people that die getting the fucking penis extension surgery.
All right, you can turn it off, Austin.
It's wild. Really? Yeah, I read that fact.
They're coming to America.
I have no idea.
That's some shit. So fucking weird.
Austin, can you pull up some before and afters on here?
Getting penis surgery. That's like
Of the height thing, not the penis thing.
What's more absurd? You think penis enlargement or limb lengthening?
absurd.
I mean, being someone who needs both, it's a toss up. Right?
I admire your honesty.
No, which one's more absurd?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I would never.
Limb
I would never fuck with
lengthening.
myself. I would.
Like I could understand a lot of people probably
They're
want
both
to
extreme.
extend their penis size, but
That's kind of very
to get your limbs extended.
She got taller. Oh, look at that.
Bro, all these guys, this is outrageous. Like,
Yeah.
these aren't subtle height.
Yeah, there's a big height difference.
I want to see like their legs. Their legs.
Yeah, see the
I
fucking
don't. Go wear jeans.
Wow. What are they extending? Like the lower part?
Femur.
I mean, your skin stretches.
I
Find
know, but
find some more good photos, Austin. This
oh
is
my god, look at this guy 9 months later. The little time, you look like a little person. No, the one. The
Oh
one
my
guy.
God, look at this.
Look, right where it says 9 months later. Look how tight he is.
That's gotta be crazy.
That's the same picture.
You only did one. Oh, you can only do one leg at a time. It takes the recovery time.
Oh my god. So then what happens?
You gotta wait for it to heal and do the other
It's gotta
leg.
be a gift to
And then you're all hobbling around for fucking
Yeah, it's just like the bunion surgery, bro.
Bunion surgery.
Yeah, people got fucked up feet where they have like you've seen like a hammer toe. I got one where like
really bad.
the side of it
Just
comes out.
always on Gangster League.
No, just Google
Super lean.
Find it, Austin. Show me a picture. Type in bunion. So this is fucking nasty. Some of them are really gross. BUNIO. People get their foot like surgery on their foot just to straighten the bone in their foot, and they're off their feet. His grandma got it.
And
Oh, but that happens like women more than it does men.
Oh,
Really?
yeah.
That's what Danny's foot looks like
Oh,
right there.
Pikachu.
Oh man, look at that one. Look at the yellow one. Oh, the surgery.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's bad.
very
Oh,
graphic.
It's not as bad as
Yeah.
limb lengthening. What? You think that's worse than limb lengthening?
I don't know. I have Flintstone feet. I have little tiny, fat little Flintstone.
Google LeBron James' foot. Have you seen LeBron James' foot? He's got that same foot.
A lot of athletes have super bunions.
Oh yeah, they're smashing it all the time.
Yeah,
Up and down.
LeBron's
Bam,
got
bam, bam.
LeBron. Yeah, LeBron's got some really gross feet. Him, Antonio Brown, you see his feet? After all the frostbite.
Oh, what is that?
LeBron's foot. Put it on below, bottom right.
What?
Are you serious? Below that. That's what my foot looks like, basically, except half the size and white.
Same color.
What is going on?
Yeah,
This is taking a dangerous turn.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is all bad, bro. I don't.
yeah, bro.
Let's talk about something else. Freaking me out.
Yeah, so I don't have any of those problems.
No, man.
With my feet.
You just got crazy amounts of tattoos.
That's not necessarily a problem.
It's kind of similar. No, it's not a problem. It's like it's just like man getting his hairline fixed. It's not really a problem. It's just something you want to do.
True.
It's art.
It's not hurt, yeah.
Yeah. That's something.
It's fine art. What the fuck are these paintings behind you, man?
I did those.
Mine.
These are. Oh, you did these?
I did these. Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know you painted.
Yeah, I do paint. I'm an amateur painter. I'm nothing. Not
I know you're good at Photoshop.
Season not season like Matt. Yeah, I'm an artist. I've been tattooing for like 15 years and extremely proficient with Photoshop and other photo editing software. But yeah, these are mine. I did paint these. I brought them here to maybe try and hawk today. We're gonna try and hawk them.
Wait, what?
Like just reach out to me on Instagram. You can get it worked out. Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
He painted Nipsey Hussle and then told me the story about him.
R.I.P. Nip. Matt didn't know who Nipsey Hussle was.
No, I didn't know who he was. And
I
then
like
Jeff
Scrooge
walked in.
McDuck with the Ace of
Jeff
Spades.
walked in and asked me about it.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle.
The wallpaper.
Yeah, like you know.
Wallpaper behind that is actually I had a company make prop money. With me on the $100 bill.
No way.
Yeah. So it's my face on the $100 bill.
You should have bought one of the ones.
I
Yeah,
was gonna bring a stack of them there, and then
You should make business cards that are like Amex cards with your face on
that
it.
would be dope. Yeah, that's a good idea.
How much are those painted? What are you gonna sell those for?
Nipsey is like 500. He's 33 by 48 acrylic on canvas, and he's all sealed up. He sealed them up with grand 500 plus shipping. It's all good in the hood. And then the smaller ones is like 150. Like $20 shipping in the United States.
Is Donald Duck snorting coke?
Yeah, so that's actually I took silver and gold. Like silver and gold, capitalism meets pop art meets. But I can hammer
It
those
looks
out
like
all day
cocaine's flying off the painting.
Yeah, I know. I thought that too. Well, maybe he's sniffing cocaine up the.
That works. Jared's happy.
Yeah, but so that's what I'm doing now. I just want to paint and do YouTube. I haven't. I'm sort of cracking, and I had to come back home. I haven't really found a tattoo shop to really get into yet. I didn't even really consider. I want a tattoo. But it's like I just want to paint on YouTube.
When's the last time you did a tattoo?
It's been a few weeks. I've been here like 2 weeks. So
Did you do tattoos live on the podcast?
hell yeah, we can.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Okay, we should definitely do that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we can bring it in, set the cameras up, and
Ready to get concrete tattooed
that'd
on
be
me?
dope.
I don't know about that.
We should reach out to somebody
I
to
don't
come
charge
in
for that.
and we'll have them come in and I'll tattoo like concrete podcast logo on it.
Yeah.
One of like a super fan or something like that. We'll do it live.
Do it live?
Yeah.
A super that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. You could throw.
You could do a live one where people like the doctor.
You could do like a lottery.
Yeah. You could you know how you can like make donations on YouTube Live? Yeah. You do that and then just like bring that and you can tattoo that. People pay to tattoo it. I've never had a. If someone paid,
Would you get one?
If the doctor paid you $5 grand,
Doctor.
$5 grand for something.
I trust the doctor. Like if Danny said, "I'll pay you $5 grand," I'd be like,
No, I'm saying, what if somebody legitimately was gonna pay you $5?
"What do I have to get?" And what?
They have to say something. They say whatever. Like,
Oh, I get whatever. I want to know where and what.
what's a good example? What could it be? What if somebody said,
Tattoo Jesse's name on it.
That's not good.
what if somebody
Where?
said tattoo Jesse's name on your ass on the podcast?
Why does it have to be embarrassing?
On your ass.
On a silly place.
Speaking of
Why
ass
can't it be?
tattoos,
Nobody's gonna see it.
do you remember Marty Ray? Yeah. Did you have Marty Ray on?
Yeah.
He does the Marty Ray project.
Yeah.
He had me on his podcast, and I said on his podcast that if somebody wanted to pay $5,000, I made him $10,000, and I would get Marty Ray and his partner's portraits tattooed on my ass cheeks, full color.
Yeah.
And they thought I was joking. They thought it was a joke, but I was fucking dead ass serious. So he didn't really promote it or anything like that. But we can still make that happen.
Hell yeah.
You can make it happen.
Yeah, Marty Ray. So
Now, what if somebody said they wanted the Twin Towers tattooed on your ass?
No.
the twins.
No. I don't
What
want
does
How
Ching
much
Chong
that
mean?
have to be?
It means
Matt's gonna
it
get.
has to be a lot.
How much is
please.
a lot?
I mean,
Matt's
at
gonna get a
this point in my
tramp
life, a
stamp.
lot is a lot
Jeez,
less
Rush.
than it used to be. What?
Watch it like
2,500 what? Dollars? No.
5 grand?
Ching,
No.
ching, chong.
I was thinking 50
Can't
or 100
understand
grand.
you.
Oh,
Go back to your
Oh,
country.
okay.
I
and
mean,
pow.
for 5 grand.
There you go. If anybody's listening, $5,000. Bosiak a tattoo.
I'll get 9 Twin Towers on my ass.
I'm not a tattoo guy.
Yeah. Matt's gonna get a tramp stamp. It's gonna say "Shark in the Housing Pool."
Oh, fuck, that's good. That's good.
Oh, all right. So
fuck.
what is this? What are we? Are we done yet?
Fucking good. Oh my god.
Get the Coleman logo.
Oh, man. Property of FBOP.
Would you do that? Would you get a portrait of the emperor?
Oh,
Yes.
that's pretty good. Yeah, that is good.
Where? Listen, where is important?
Lower back?
Lower back? The tramp stamp? No.
It has to be the Emperor's choice.
What about like your cat on your cat?
How did I get to be the butt of this fucking podcast?
Because everyone wants to see Matt Cox get a tattoo.
Do you have any tattoos?
Yeah.
What?
I got a Goodyear blimp.
Where?
Oh my god.
Do you really?
Yeah. That's so random. Yeah.
Why?
Listen, this
Because
dude.
our friend Luke, his wife she was tattoo practicing. She was doing an apprentice tattoo. Yeah, so we could do like a certain amount of free tattoo before you could start charging.
And
So we offered, me and him both offered to be like a free tattoo.
you picked the good years.
Yeah, it's an inside joke that we have.
We used to call Danny Slick, right? Because he said so good.
Yeah.
So it stuck around for a long time.
So like, hey, get a blimp, a Goodyear blimp tattoo on your leg. Like, okay.
What'd you get? I got a Humpty Dumpty on myself.
Giant, big ass
Yeah,
fucking
Humpty
egg.
Dumpty. Yeah, this guy came in a few months ago. I was just working at a tattoo shop in Indianapolis. I was in Indiana. I don't know if you know that. I was in fucking Indiana.
For what?
I got swindled into coming out there, man. I was living in Phoenix, and yeah, I got swindled for sure. And this dude reached out to me on Instagram and asked me if I wanted to come to Sturgis, South Dakota, and tattoo during bike week for like 5 days. And I'd never been to Sturgis. I'd never done Sturgis. So fuck man, I get to tattoo. So I went up to Sturgis, tattooed for like 5 days or 6 days or whatever it was, and then he asked me if I wanted to do a guest spot at his shop in a small town just outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. So like, yeah, fuck it, you know what I mean? Like, it's summertime, and I was like, figure I'd go out there and make a couple more $1,000. And so I go out there, and I just got super comfortable. He had like a cool shop. I thought it was cool, you know what I mean? And like he gave me like my own big booth and everything. So he kind of like talked me into like working full time at the shop. And it's like, and at that time, I was living in Phoenix, and I really wasn't doing that much tattooing. I was, but it wasn't like I wasn't busy. You know what I mean? And then like, but Indiana, wherever like for whatever reason, he just had a really busy shop. So I literally show up and tattoo for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah, it was that busy, you know, and that's all I've ever wanted. I just wanted a tattoo at that point, you know what I'm saying?
What was your fucked up tattoo?
Oh,
I bet you there's some fucking characters.
oh yeah, there was, but it was like I just did a lot of Harley badges, like like what do they call it, the badge and shield and badge, or
Yeah.
bar and shield or whatever it
The
is.
Harley logo.
It's the bar and shield. I did so many of those. Fucking, I do husbands and wives with each other's names in them, and fucking so many of those. Just a lot of weird biker tattoos.
I wonder if there's popular tattoos. What tattoo do you have?
Depends on who you are. I don't know.
Harley would probably be up there.
Butterflies and fucking hearts. I've done probably more of those in my entire career than I have anything else. Hearts and butterflies, infinity symbols, you know, all the little Pinterest fucking bullshit. Those teenage girls, or not the teenage girls, but you know, the young girls. Yeah, I've done a lot of those. I think the most, well, I wouldn't say fucked up tattoo I did. The most wild tattoo I've ever done was probably when, so I was working at this tattoo shop in Miami. It's a 24-hour shop. And if you guys know anything about like 24-hour tattoo shops, they're always pretty sketchy. You know what I mean? Like they're always in a sketchy part of the fucking town, and they're open 24 hours, and you got all kinds of drunks and transients coming in at like 3 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of wild shit. And so I'm working there. It's literally like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's me working there with a dude named Gus, and Gus is fucking tattooing. He's working on somebody, and I'm sitting at the front counter, and in strolls what I could only describe as a fucking vampire. Okay, this chick was a fucking vampire. 2:33 o'clock in the morning. She strolls in, gothic, completely head to toe, gothed out. I mean, like, she just went to Hot Topic and bought every fucking, I'm sure, but it wasn't like cheap Hot Topic shit. Like, she was like a seasoned. You can tell it wasn't like the dollar. She wasn't a dollar store goth person. You know what I mean? Like, her shit was legitimate.
It was a real deal. Yeah.
She was the real deal. And she comes in and, just like I'm talking to you now, we're having a conversation. I says, yeah, whatever, what do you want to do? She comes in, she says, I want to get a spider web tattooed on the inside of my asshole. Without even flinching, I said, come on back. Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and she came, and then I was like, well, I started showing her pictures of, what style do you want? Fucking, how are we gonna do this thing? Just like a regular client. And then when it came time to do the tattoo, I'm like, okay, well, you're gonna have to like spread your cheeks for me and hold them, because I was like, I don't have anybody else here to help me. You know what I mean? Hold your cheeks open while I do this.
So you did this?
Yeah, she got down on her hands on the table and put her face in the pillow, and she spread her ass cheeks, and I tattooed a pretty fucking sick spider web.
How deep into her asshole did you go?
I went right up to the fucking brown eye.
Really?
Yeah, I ran.
Imagine you spread her cheeks and just fucking hemorrhoids coming out, and you got a fucking tattoo of fucking hemorrhoided asshole.
Well, no, yeah, it was apparent, that she gets her clown punched on the regular. You can always tell.
What made that apparent? It was just like escaping hole.
Oh, dude, you can tell when somebody's fucking. They do a lot of anal. I don't know how many assholes you've seen in your lifetime, but I've seen my fair share.
Yeah.
Okay, you can always tell. You can always tell because they kind of like come out a little bit like fucking. What do they call that? There's a name for that. It's called fucking whatever, prolapse or whatever. Like
I don't.
like you never
Like an Audi asshole?
Yes,
That's called a hemorrhoid.
No, that's called a prolapsed fucking colon.
All right, Austin.
You want to give it a dig there, Austin?
Austin, do your job.
I'm not sure we need images of that.
I want to see
Google image that prolapsed
This is
colon.
really
Yeah,
unprecedented
you always tell.
athleticism.
But yeah, I just ran
Might
my
be the name
line
of my
straight from
first
the fucking.
comedy special,
Did
Unprecedented
you have to like wash
Athleticism.
your asshole?
Rabbi Rothschild.
No.
Why?
There was like poop.
Why not?
No, there was no poop particles.
Why not? What else can you name it? Poetry of motion.
There was nothing obstructing, my
Sock connoisseur, but nobody gets that.
about 45
Don't
minutes.
even let Danny phase in at all.
No, it was about 45 minutes.
Oh, that's great. Great sock.
Yeah. And I told her, I said, this might get infected. I was like, so you can't come back here.
Feel?
And, you know what I mean? Like, complain
Yeah,
that you get
dude. Her
infected.
asshole
Smell.
fucking MRSA or something.
All of the above.
Yeah, so, poop particles in an open wound definitely it's not the way to go. But dude, this chick had like body modifications. She had like these implants in her forehead that fucking were like fucking horns. Dude, the chick was on the left.
Yeah.
She was on the
This
left.
wasn't out of the norm for her.
Yeah, and she had these platform boots on, so she was like fucking, you know what I mean? Came in the door and she was just as tall as the fucking
Damn,
door. And the
bitch.
fucking, oh shit, she was sick.
Somebody's daughter.
Pink blooded princess.
Listen,
That's nice.
imagine
Somebody
a
did-
chick like that
They
just.
did a number on it.
Imagine
At one point in her life, she was a five-year-old toddler running on a playground with daddy.
Dude, imagine a chick
not
prowling around fucking Miami
One of
in the middle of the night,
actually,
you bump into her at like a gas station.
Fall down.
You know what I mean? Going down to get some Swishers and fucking running into her at the fucking.
How bad does that have to hurt?
It had to, yeah. I mean, that's got to be
That
pretty
has
intense,
to
dude.
fucking
Yeah,
hurt.
the inside of the fucking arsehole's got to be pretty intense, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What was she doing when you were doing it? Was she like flinching really hard? Was she just
Reading
like
a book.
Took it like a champ.
Was she fucked up? Was she taking like?
You was watching what
kind of drugs
podcast.
She kind of seemed like she was on downers,
James,
maybe.
You had to be.
Or that maybe was just her personality.
You think she was on the Blue Boys?
Yeah, pretty and boring, right?
Listen, I tattooed a dude.
She's on rocks. She's on rocks.
I tattooed a dude in Indianapolis, and this motherfucker came in all back. I don't know what he's on, heroin or fucking or oxycodone or something. I tattooed his face and he slept completely through it. I tattooed on both sides. I mean, the dude was covered and he had tattoos all over his fucking face.
You know the story of Gucci Man when he got his ice cream.
he got that the day he got out of fucking the mental institution.
Picture two looks like a kind of or something.
He got that for sure. He was coming straight out of the psych ward, and he was fucking heavily medicated. Yeah, that's the day he got released from the psych ward. He got the fucking license. Yeah, no, this I texted the money bag in this dude's fucking face, and he fucking
Sent me a picture of what he was doing.
I posted it on my Instagram.
Of the guy, like I filmed. He said, "This guy, I'm texting this guy in his sleep right now."
And then I said, I checked it, and then he, with his mouth open, and I had the stencil on his face. Yeah, the dude was all banged up on something. It was fucking hilarious. I've never tattooed anybody's face, and they fucking snored. That was the first for me.
Say hell.
I've been tattooing a long time. Yeah, it was wild.
My life didn't really look that bad. I got top on the shot. It wasn't really bad at college.
Yeah.
Fucking hurt.
The belly dude for me was probably the worst. Yeah, it was the fucking worst, man. It was the worst pain experience in my life. Out of everything I had,
You ever tattooed someone's dick?
I've never done a penis. I refuse. You know, that's where I draw the line. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
It's probably more sanitary than a girl.
I mean, unless it was like a buddy or something like that. I don't know.
Look at me, bro. Let's get your fucking. Let's get your schlong tattooed.
I think. Listen, we're gonna have to start having like a Richard topic we cannot discuss.
Yeah. You know, but I think for the right
Does that
price.
make you uncomfortable? Matt's afraid that he might turn gay.
Or what was the other one that they other than that? The penis extension, the leg thing. You're hitting on all the buttons.
What's that famous quote? What's that quote about? Who had that quote? He said something about homophobia. People who hate gays. The only people who hate gays are idiots, and the people who are afraid are they're not gay. Dumb people, and then people who are afraid. Probably true.
Or that are secretly gay themselves.
Right, that's what I'm, yeah.
And are just mad at the world.
Right. Those are
Yeah, I have a cousin that I grew up with my whole life. And he would always, every few years, he would just like wildly change like his whole, like who he was. Like, so, okay, first he started out back in the day, like when we were kids, he was a punk rocker. He wore the fucking wristbands, he had the mohawk, he was in a punk rock band, played guitar. And then he became, like, we got a little bit older in the middle school, he became, like, a skater. And that became, and so every time he changed, like, what he did with his life, that became his whole persona. So then he went from being a punk rocker to, like, a skater. He's like a hardcore fucking skateboarder, you know, a skater, which is, like, is a usual transition, because, you know, punk rock kids, they skateboard, and, you know, they grow out of the fucking punk rock shit, and they get into skating, which is, that's the normal transition. Then he went into hip hop, and he was going to be like a rapper. He was when he goes in, he fucking goes all the way in. Like, he would go to the studio every day. He was doing shows. Like, he didn't have like a record contract selling out, but he was doing like little like venues like around town and shit. You know what I mean? Like open they booked fucking. He had some little dude that was going and booking shows. I think he opened up for 3-6 Mafia one time. That's a crazy story. I hit DJ Paul with a fucking beer that night.
No.
Yeah, because this stupid bitch I was with fucking runs up on stage. This stupid bitch I'm with runs up on stage, because at the end of every show, like DJ Paul and like Juicy J and shit, they come out and they're like, they start, you know, they do crowd work. And Juicy J came out and he was like, I'll give the first bitch who gets up on stage and gets cornholed $1,000. And who do you think the first cunt fucking run up on stage was? The bitch I'm with, my girlfriend at the time. I'm like, this fucking stupid dirty whore. And you know, of course, she's got the fake titties, so she gets up there and immediately just takes off her shirt. We're in a packed fucking venue with like 5,000 people, 1,000 people. It's fucking insane. So she goes up on stage. First thing she does, takes off her shirt. Her fucking titties are out. And I'm so fucking pissed, I just whiz my beer up there. You know, I'm standing in the crowd. I fucking whiz my beer up there and trying to hit her with it. I hit DJ Paul on accident with my beer. So then the guy standing next to me, I grab his beer out of his hand and I fucking whiz that one up there. And that one fucking hit security. Then all of a sudden, all the lights come on. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just do an about face and I immediately just walk fucking right out of the club. Yeah, dumb cunt. And then she had her purse in my car. I took it out, dumped it out in the fucking parking lot like this. The whole fucking kicked it like a soccer ball, that bitch. Anyway, what was I talking about?
How did it start with your cousin? You always changed everything.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to that. I got off on I had to tell a side story. Right, so every couple of years, my cousin like changes who he is, and he makes that his whole persona. So after the hip hop shit kind of like fizzled out, he became like this hardcore, right wing Republican, fucking anti-government. You know, they're gonna fucking confiscate your guns. He was wearing all fatigues. He was posting on Facebook every day, getting kicked off. You know, like he thought he was in like some kind of militia, and then he turned into a transgender.
Look at that.
Now he's no longer James, he's Jamie. I swear to fucking God, he's a trans fucking gender now.
He's covered all the bases. This is a good segue to the transgender that got the two female prisoners pregnant.
Oh yeah. I'll send you a link. I'll send you a screenshot of that. Also.
Yeah, but now he's and he shows up at all the family functions as Jamie. But then as the night goes on, he like literally like starts changing his clothes and changing his voice and shit. And then by the end of the night, he's fucking Jamie or whatever, the girl. And I'm like, listen, this motherfucker isn't a transgender. He's mentally ill, is what it is.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't fucking do all of these things throughout your whole entire life, and now all of a sudden you're a transgender? Like, that's fucking insanity. Not that I
Look
don't
at this
think
athleticism.
I don't fuck what you do. Get how you live.
What is that?
Oh man, I think this shit is not working. Is it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's something. It's some kind of dysfunction he has. And, yeah. You know, but you know, whatever.
Fuck yeah,
Live his
dude.
life as a woman
Like
now.
a bitch.
Do what you do, but you know, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
And listen, my other cousin called me and told me
Good
that.
morning
I'm
or
like,
good
no
evening.
fucking way. He's like, dude, I swear to God. He's like, and then he shot me a
Look at
link.
this athleticism.
And I guess he's on Pornhub riding
Really
fucking 12 inch
unprecedented.
Oh man.
Unprecedented
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
athleticism.
fucking. I didn't watch it. I didn't click on the link.
Look at
But
this
fucking-
athleticism.
He was on Pornhub riding 12 inch.
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Oh, man.
Look at this move.
How many? How confusing is that?
Shit.
Yeah, dude. He's like, so now he's like a transgender
I have
porn
to brush my
star.
teeth.
Oh,
Everything
shit.
sucks.
Out of control.
Allegedly.
I'm telling you.
Maybe I just have to use a fucking rubber toothbrush with Listerine or some shit. This shit is the worst stream ever. If you're ever watching this now or in the future, of course you're not watching now. But if you ever watch this in the future, you're wasting your fucking time. This is the worst. My nose itches, though, I can tell you that. This is the worst shit ever. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. The name of my first album.
Just
Yeah,
said,
take
hey,
a shit.
I'm a woman. They said, oh, well, then you need to go to the woman's prison. He said, yes, I do.
I am the piss. Oh, man. Look at this
New
athleticism.
Jersey.
He's got two women
This is
pregnant.
the
Some
Read the whole thing.
fucking liberal judge or whatever up there in New Jersey.
Look at
They
this
pass all
move.
these laws now,
Yeah.
so-
I
gotta take a
listened
shit.
They don't
Look at
have
this
fucking
move.
DeSanto.
Look at this move.
I listened
DeSanto
to
for
the whole
president.
thing.
Throwing a
DeSanto.
gang
You like
sign.
DeSanto for president? Oh yeah.
West
yeah.
Side.
It'd be awesome.
That's
And
a
they
win,
were making jokes. They said, well, they don't want to take them away. We need them down there. We don't even want to take them away from Florida. And they're like, fucking Trump could be the goddamn governor of Florida.
Yeah.
You would win.
Oh, yeah.
It's the greatest. It's the greatest state in the country.
I don't want to be a fucking governor. I don't think Trump's gonna be a president.
You don't think so? You don't think he's going to run in 2024?
Look at this guy. He swindled the whole system for sure. He's looking at the camera. He's like, I can't believe they let me fucking do this. Can you fucking believe they let me in here?
I love the state of New Jersey.
He's like, I'm fucking all these bitches in here.
Yeah, so it's an all-women's prison, and then out of nowhere, two
Demetrius?
just show up pregnant.
I think they actually read it actually on one of these.
He impregnated two of the female inmates.
No, don't. It
call him a man.
says inmates.
Yeah,
So
the two female inmates.
That is fucking
The
wild.
guys
That is fucking wild that they would let him in there.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Like, at the end of the day, dude, in New Jersey,
Yeah. Is that the only state that allows that?
there's quite a few. I'm sure there's
Really?
quite a few that are doing
I'm
it.
sure there's more than one. I mean, it's no different than all those transgenders going into women's sports and just fucking like shattering records.
Why the fuck would
Are they really shattering records? I mean,
Women's records. Yeah,
Because-
they're
women.
Because
Yeah.
I think what the
But it's
argument
fucked up, right?
I think what
Yeah.
the argument is, when it really boils down to, when the Supreme Court sets the fucking precedences for
Really
like,
unprecedented
equal
athleticism.
fucking rights for
Look at this
everybody.
move.
That they had, the Supreme Court saying that now you have to recognize
Oh, dog.
whatever gender
Look
I
at this
identify
move.
with. Now that has to be
Look at this
recognized
move.
Not only fucking
Look at this move.
person to person, but it has to be recognized now. Like
Look at
Supreme
this
Court section.
athleticism.
So now the argument is,
It's really unprecedented
if the
athleticism.
Supreme Court says I'm a woman, why am I in a men's prison? You know what I mean? So there's like a catch-22, and everybody's like, oh my god, I don't know what to do, and nobody wants to fucking fight it because they're up for re-election. You know what I mean? They don't want to.
Wondering what branch of Judaism is. So, hey, that's the old one. Slutty is for the history of humankind.
Right.
What is this bullshit? Internet goes out.
Immediately.
Internet goes out.
Yeah.
My whole fucking life is
And then they
just
both go to jail, and then they both get written up for
intermittent
whatever having sex.
connectivity.
There was a time when they used to write an incident
This shit
report,
sucks.
and then they would mail it home to your family.
God.
But they stopped doing that. Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. They would mail it, so your wife would know, two men, that your husband is having sex with another man.
Oh.
And then they stopped doing that.
Imagine this guy's family gets the letter. They're like, God damn Demetrius, look what he's up to now.
His father's probably proud. Smart man.
Game the system.
Yeah.
Everybody has a time difference.
Yeah.
Everybody does it time different.
I think one man should.
Look at this move.
I like it. We need to show him, we need to show him that
Rob Poe.
we're the dominant gentleman.
That guy.
That's funny, man. It's just, I don't
Thanks
know.
for the
The
free.
whole thing's just bananas to me, to be honest.
Shit.
Thomas, that was her name, yeah. Has anyone ever interviewed her about it?
I haven't gone looking for any reviews.
Or
I'm
any
sure
of the girls that she competed against?
I haven't come across any reviews or anything.
I'm sure the other girls are probably pissed off.
What do they say?
They're upset. There's all kinds of controversy about it. And they're like, what the fuck's going on here?
They've been training their whole life to dominate the sport, and then this guy just comes in and smokes them. Fucking, like,
It's
with
not even
ease.
close.
He's like fucking reading the book, fucking swimming faster than them.
Pull up-
Wes David
Pull up
Lucas.
David Lucas. Find a clip.
That was fucking a David Lucas. Yeah.
David Lucas talking about LeBron James.
Yeah, that's my buddy, man.
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
Dude, David.
Yeah, I was the first
What is
episode
it?
of the podcast.
Pussy eating.
Yeah, I was out in LA. And like,
Wow.
the very
Didn't
first
you do it
episode.
too, Matt?
Tongue
That was Brothers in Cursive.
That was still David Lucas.
Yeah, he was on.
He was doing that, but then he did. Now he's doing he did the Fat Peasant, which was his own, just solo.
Type in David Lucas on YouTube.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah. Now he's doing like reaction shit.
Yeah.
Just like funny reaction. I don't think he's not really doing too much for podcast. I mean, I'm sure he would, but
Yeah, no, he just, I see it on the TV. He's just doing the reaction.
yeah. Like, but that's good, man. Because it's like I couldn't understand why he wasn't really putting out a lot of content. So I'm sure somebody got in his ear and was like, "Listen, man, you just need to fucking do something." And that, you know what I mean? That's why he's just starting now, because like this is more like recent that he's been doing like all these like reactionary videos and shit. Like apparently in the past few months.
And Joe Rogan likes all of this shit on Instagram too.
Yeah, so yeah, he's getting a boost.
You probably see it. Now.
Somebody's like, "Listen,
oh my god,
you need to put something out.
Yeah,
You need to
Joe
do something."
Rogan's liking all your photos on Instagram and all your videos. You gotta start doing.
Well,
more.
he's like, you've been on tour with Rogan.
Yeah, I know.
Permanent.
Because he's really. I think David Lucas came up like doing Tony Lucas show.
Yeah, Kill Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was out in LA, that was in that whole comedy scene. Like I used to go to the Comedy Store all the time. It was in the Laugh Factory, like the Ha Ha.
Really?
Yeah, fucking. I had Jack Jr. and fucking David Lucas on my podcast when I was in Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah, I went out and seen him at the comedy club, and I fucking because I seen Lucas was coming.
No
out.
way this fucker gets this shot.
Surprise him.
No way. That was
And,
phenomenal.
It's not about LeBron.
Yeah, I had them both on the podcast. Tattooed.
Oh no!
You tattooed?
Yeah, tattooed.
What kind of tattoo did you
Fuck.
get?
I don't remember what I did on it.
Oh, that was dog. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Lucas had a fish fry.
Where's the
Bert
mom?
Kreischer
Go
showed up.
fuck yourself.
No.
Yeah, Bert Kreischer came out there. We did the fish fry.
That's funny.
I love Bert Kreischer.
Two
The machine.
Yeah, that's such a good
Psych.
story. I heard they're
Bitch.
making a movie out of that.
They should. That's how we got famous. Rolling Stone bought his life rights and put him in an article. It's like America's fucking
Look how
wildest
good
fucking
the shot
party.
this year,
He's
baby.
from Florida. He's from Tampa.
Look at
Florida.
this
That's
move.
where he grew up, and then he was at Florida
This
State. Then he was at that was at Miami. He was in one of those major colleges. He was like the party guy on campus. And Rolling Stone did a fucking thing, and then somebody bought his life rights. And
No
started
way.
stand up.
No.
Doing all right for himself.
Oh,
Doing
yeah.
all right for himself.
Yeah, I heard they were making that whole machine like into a movie, like a real movie. Yeah. Oh, man.
Right. So when he was in college, he took like a Russian class, and they just like needed one more person for the class so that the teacher could fucking have their class. Everybody could pay to get their credits.
Go,
So they went
bitch.
to Russia, like on a school trip, and like he ended up like getting involved with the Russian mob,
Don't
like,
suck.
and they robbed everybody on the
That
train,
shit
and then they got to
sucks.
Russia, and they told the police to fuck off,
That's perfect.
told the teacher to fuck
You
off.
have to watch the story.
Yeah,
bro.
really? He partied with the Russian mob the whole time he was in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fucking it's fucking.
Yeah, and then they call him the machine or whatever. Yeah,
Because he could drink, because he's just a fucking partier, like a
Yeah.
fucking
He just
wild
drinks
boy
all
partier.
night.
Yeah.
Isn't he like super mad at the guy Archie Spears and ecstasy or something?
So Ari came over to film a podcast at Bert's house, for Bertcast or whatever. And he turned his back to him. He's like, "Hey, you want a shot?" And fucking put Molly in the alcohol and gave it to Bert, and they fucking didn't tell him and dosed him with Molly. And dude, he had to get on a plane in a few hours to go to like do a gig, and his fucking family's there and his kids and everything.
So sick.
Dude, Ari's not allowed at fucking Bert's
Look
house
how
anymore.
good this
Fucking,
shot is,
yeah,
though.
his wife
Oh,
was
fuck.
doing fucking.
Isn't that a thing those guys do to each other all the time?
I don't know about that, but Ari's he's fucking off the chain anyway.
Molly and I would
Yeah, right. You'd be checking the ER fucking immediately.
Yeah, right, bro.
Bert's on all kinds of like blood pressure medications for his heart.
Oh, is he? I mean, he doesn't look like he goes really.
Oh, he's a boozer. He's a daily drinker. He's like, I will always make sure that I can keep myself as healthy, just as healthy enough, so I can continuously drink, so I don't have to quit drinking. It's his thing.
It's crazy how all those guys are superstars.
Yeah. Tom Segura, fucking, Bert Kreischer, Ice Cube, all the guys. It was just amazing. Man. Like, I remember watching the
This
lives.
bitch,
Like, I was
this
watching the
motherfucker
podcast
isn't gonna
and
make this
shit,
shot.
barely any
Nope.
subscribers,
Oh, he did.
millions of dollars.
That was phenomenal.
Listen, when you see channels
Would I
that
even
do
made
nothing,
my
nothing,
shot?
nothing, and then when they take off and do growth, the growth is exponential. I mean, I'm sure
Not
you.
really.
I mean, like, not for all channels, but for a lot of channels they are. I mean, as soon as it starts taking off, then it's just like 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. It's just like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I've been watching a lot of videos, like on H3, like the Rise and Demise of the H3 podcast. You know who they are?
I forget the guy's name.
Ethan.
His eyebrows.
Yeah, he's got the fucking Twitch on his
His
face.
eyebrows are like that.
Yeah, his name's Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan
And
Klein.
Ethan Klein, yeah, and I watched. I seen a graph of their progress, and once they hit like 100,000, 150, 200,000 subscribers, it grows. I seen the chart; it was almost exponential.
Really?
Yeah, it just went crazy.
Yeah, he did great. I mean, they had a different channel before they did a podcast. They did like basically videos just talking about everything. Yeah, it was completely different style of the podcast. They were doing like really interesting commentary on things, and they had a lot of YouTube subscribers way before the podcast.
Yeah,
They're just like plugged into that whole like.
and they started early too.
Really.
Yeah, they started really early, and they just started putting out content.
Yeah. You stay very, very tuned into the whole YouTube world.
Yeah. I keep my thumb on the pulse.
Yeah. So what kind of shit do you pay attention to the most?
As far as like the YouTube world, I mean, I pay attention to who's on top. I pay attention to what the latest trends are. I pay attention because there's always some kind of drama going down with like, because YouTubers
What's your favorite YouTube?
That's a good question.
Inside Truth.
No, I mean I watch Concrete Love. Whenever you guys put out episodes, I watch them a lot. But I think I watch Canadian Prepper a lot. Yeah, he's just this guy up in Canada who does like a lot of the doomsday videos. he's always like on top of what's going on, like politically, like what's going on in Ukraine, you know, what policies were enacted in the United States, like all the like the shit that's happening, and then he kind of throws in like, you know, they're moving fucking, you know, so like get prepared, fucking, you know, when the grid goes down situation, he's always talking about that kind of shit.
Listen, if you watch what he watches, you'd shoot yourself in the mouth. It'd take about 2 weeks. You'd be so depressed. Everything is the world's ending. You need to start putting canned goods away. The collapse is imminent. They're taking away the guns. They're doing this. They're moving troops. They're this. And I'm like, listen, I'm still going to be able to go to Walmart. Like, I'm fine. It's going to be fine. I'm telling you, man. You hear that? I'm like,
you know the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is, right?
Yeah, but he watches it anyway. It's depressing. To me, it's depressing.
It's good fun.
The difference between conspiracy theory and truth is 6 months.
Honestly, I mean, you know,
got it.
Alex Jones.
And
And,
get Chris on the program.
Oh yeah, your buddy.
oh my fellas. Yeah,
That was your show.
Yeah, that was my fellas.
Really?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Dude,
Get
that
it
dude's
going.
awesome. Canadian prepper. Austin, you didn't even fucking pull up this prepper guy.
Yeah, Canadian
What are you
prepper.
doing,
Austin's fucking sleeping back there. I don't know what he's doing.
Austin just comes in motherfucking casual and some flip flops. What are we doing?
I want to see this guy.
Yeah, Canadian prepper, folks. Hi, folks. Canadian prepper. That's what. But no, I watch him a lot, dude. I watch a lot of. What else do I watch? I watch
This guy.
I watch a lot of tech stuff, so I'm in real big into the tech channels. You know what I mean? Like MKBHD, fucking what's his name?
Check out his videos. It's over.
I mean, you know, he's been on the channel for a long time, dude. He puts out videos every day, every other day, and they all do numbers.
We're running out of time. Safe.
But I mean, yeah, I mean,
There he is. What's up,
I
Tim?
like this kind of shit.
I love it.
I love
World War Z.
Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Are you less than 15% body fat? Are you less than 15% body fat?
Yeah.
Are you less than 14% body fat?
Yeah. That's 8.2.
That's really good. Good job, dude. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you proud of your girlfriend who is now the number who's the number 5 chick on the big board of hoes? Is this men and women or just women?
Man, I'm
Wow, that's a
just
oh, just women. She's
just women. She's number 4.
who's number 1? Who's the number 1 dude?
Alex Evans.
Who is that?
Okay, right. Yeah. He's just one step away. Alex Evans.
Who are the other chicks above Bonnie Blue?
Ava, Elfie, Angela White, Lana Rhodes. Lana Rhodes. Bonnie Blue would go to Lana Rhodes. No one plays about her anymore.
I have no idea who any of those people are.
Angela White, Johnny Simpson, Nick Khalifa 9, Lily Phillips is 10.
Good for her. Mia Khalifa, she's still.
You know, I feel bad for her. This last week she broke Bonnie Blue's record, but no one gives a fuck.
She did over 1,000 dudes.
It's 1,200. No one gives a fuck.
No one gives a fuck at all. She's the Buzz Aldrin to Neil Armstrong. That's hilarious.
She still makes money, but like she just wasted a whole day of her life. She could have just fucked one guy the whole day.
Right. Not even the whole day. She could have
She
just.
would make more money if she just did like a single sex tape on anything. Yeah.
Perhaps. Dog, I'm gonna beat you so fucking badly.
You probably lost money doing that again.
That could be. This is 501 double out, dog. Are you aware that this is 501 double out? Zoot, you have an invitation. I'll take that. That's a really good score. That's really good. That's good. Do you know who Johnny Carson is? Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question and you were just dead silent?
Yeah.
Do you know who Johnny Carson is?
Is it Gunther?
No. He was the host of the Tonight Show.
Same thing.
Okay. Do you have a Tonight Show in Australia?
At what time?
Well, you have a Today Show.
Yeah, we did have. No, it wasn't called that, but we did have talk show.
Like a nightly talk show every night?
Is the Tonight Show on every night?
It's on every weeknight.
We didn't have that. We just had Road Live. Now we have Sam Payne.
Nice triple 20, dog.
Yeah, like Australian television's dying.
Do you have a Saturday Night Live?
The only thing we did, it was called Hey Hey It's Saturdays. It got cancelled.
Oh, that's cool. Zoot, you're playing out of your fucking mind.
Pretty much all Australian television has been like the only thing left is dating shows, Survivor, dating shows, and news, and then sports.
I'm in agreement with you on that. And then you just get everything else from England or the United States.
America. Yep. So we got a lot of our shows got cancelled. So the television industry is probably dying because of Netflix, but
That's a
the
good.
film industry in Australia, the Australian film industry is about to be fucking private.
Oh, dude, I busted.
I'll tell you something. The
What?
film industry in Australia might get as big as Hollywood
Well,
the next decade.
Hollywood is not as big as it once was because it got too expensive to film here. So everything has gone to smaller states like Georgia, or they'll go to Canada, or they'll go to even London. Just anywhere but Hollywood. It's too expensive.
Do you know who Rabbi is on YouTube?
That name sounds familiar. Who's that?
There are two Australian twin brothers that live in Adelaide, Australia, where I live, and they've made two movies. Their most recent movie was called Bring It Back, and the other movie was called Talk to Me, and they're both filmed in Adelaide, Australia.
That's tight. Dude, I just sucked so much dick. I mean, I sucked so much dick right there. 19.
So by my psychological elevation said that I'm incapable of having back and forth conversations.
You're incapable of having what kind of conversations?
Back and forth conversations.
I mean, we do it like almost every night.
Oh my god.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on me just checking out?
So much of my life has been documented that I can literally be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Zoo, did you know that you just lost?
Yep.
Alright, this is going to be 101, 101 single out. And I'm going to destroy you.
Alright.
Oh, Zoo, get that 16, son. Dude, that was such bullshit that I got 18 tripled. Get that 9, son. You're done. This game is over. Oh, are you serious? Dog. 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 Oh, Zoot, you busted. Zoot, you're not as good at this game as you once were, or maybe I'm getting better.
My best friend lives in Australia right now. Brandon, really, he's my best friend. I've got my Brandon. Yeah, my friend that lives here lives in Australia right now.
They're, what are they doing?
They're at the play right now. But
They're interstate right now, meaning like they're traveling?
yeah, they're looking into stay because I have no one to see in person right now.
Well, don't worry. I'm here to whoop your ass whenever you want. And you've got Bonnie Blue at number 5. So you've got enough interaction for most people. Word, Mockingbird. Dude, I am sucking so much dick. Get that 18, son. Get that other 18. Get it. Nice checkout. Nice checkout. Zoot 1. What'd you say, big dog?
I regret not getting a photo of Bonnie Blue.
Alright, well, you still don't remember if she said that she wanted to drink your piss out of a condom.
She was a weird human being.
Make this 19. How about you just make this 19, son? That was great. That was great, Zoot. Zoot, I've got a good game for you. Actually, the game sucks. Let's see here. What's Dice Party? Have you ever played Dice Party? Oh, Zoot. Hold on. Dude, did we ever play table soccer, but active? No, we haven't. This is a different way to play table soccer. You hit the ball at the same time. It's like not full speed soccer, but it's pretty interesting. Dude, I could have taken Australia. Yo, dog, are you gonna take Australia? You're gonna keep jerking yourself off raw.
Hey, Rabbi, there's an opportunity here. There's a chocolate that I've got here that for some reason in the US it's $100 to buy, but I can get it in the supermarket for $3. Should we just stack it up and sell it over there for fucking free?
I mean, do whatever makes you happy. You're gonna have tariffs and import issues though. All right, Zoot. So we can hit the ball at the same time. So like we both go at the same time. So go. Choose your shot. Zoot. Choose your shot. Go, Zoot. Go. I know you think that I'm supposed to go, but we go at the same time. So just hit the ball. Zoot, you don't get it.
I did.
Oh, good job.
I did.
How were you able to hit? How were you able to hit? How were you able to hit with?
I've done my shot.
I didn't know you could use two guys. Oh, that's baller.
But that's why you took so long. Because you were only using one guy.
Okay.
Oh, my defense is really good. My attack is going to be super strong, yeah. And you're just breaking your defense so much.
Yo, pimp.
Is there opportunity to import things overseas and sell them from Australia and import them to America and sell them at premium legally?
It depends what it is.
I mean, illegally, I think we could make so much money selling kangaroo meat, but that's illegal.
Just in California, I think you could sell it in other states. Oh, wow. I was listening to somebody talk about kangaroo meat the other day. I forget who it was. But it was like, oh, Zoot would love this conversation. Oh, Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing, son? I'm going to block your guy. Zoot, you ready for this? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
So allegedly, a kangaroo jerked you to California to that gal I was talking to you about. Allegedly.
Okay. Did she like it?
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot.
She loved it.
Okay.
Her friend didn't.
Zoot, do you see the scoreboard? Zoot, do you know what Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the scoreboard is? Do you like playing where it's tactical or active? Do you like playing it like this or the other way? Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question?
I like playing it the other way. Oh, fuck.
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Pretty bad at this.
Yeah, you are. You're better at the other way. Dude, quit that fucking guy in a red suit. Nobody wants that.
I forgot that that's pretty offensive to spin around.
That's okay. Shit happens. Oh, Zoot, that made your defense really good.
I mean, Santa Claus isn't bullshit in general. But, like, you told not to last what should have been, but he didn't. I guess the line like, oh. You know what I mean?
I agree. I think it's arguably a form of child abuse. Dude, remember that time we played and you didn't score?
Yeah.
Alright, Zoot. Dude, Zoot, I played some people in bowling and they taught me some things. Just like I think I got a hole in one on one hole on which I don't think I've ever gotten it. And then there's this one hole. Let me see if I can like describe it. You know that one hole where there's like a really small gap? Like it's the one where we always water bump each other and there's just like a really small gap and you can't like make it on the first try. Well, I learned how to make it on the first try. It's like got water in the corner and pink on the left side and just like sometimes a small strip of pink on the left side. Do you know what hole I'm referencing? That's okay. I know it's not easy for me to describe. But Zoot,
How old were you when you did that?
I mean, that's not something that we do, so perhaps my whole life. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact age, but it was just like, you lie to your kids? Isn't that like bad to do?
Did you go to school with Christian and Catholic stuff?
Oh man. There were some secular kids. I don't necessarily know all their backgrounds, but there were some secular kids or kids who like had parents maybe they had one Jewish parent, one secular parent. I don't know all the backgrounds of the kids, but I don't recall like kids really talking about that.
Did you go to school with atheists?
Yeah, just people who were like more like agnostic. I think when it really came down to it, maybe they had like religious parents, but if you really press them on the issue, everybody's agnostic. So look at this shot. Are you gonna make this? Yeah, I went to private school. Yeah, I mean, they were just like gifted for academics too.
What this is the academic.
They were people of all backgrounds, but predominantly Jewish or secular. And like when I was like my earliest schools, there were like a lot of like professors' kids there from like all over the world, like an international. Do you know what an international school is? Yeah, so um, they were all private schools though. As a child, I never attended a public school, but I did have some public school encounters. And like I'm trying to think, like what, like maybe like I played golf, and there'd be kids who went to public school, and like my friends and I went to private school, and that was always really contentious. Like they would just be like, they thought that they felt like we were better than they were, and I think we probably acted that way because we weren't like we wanted to play by the rules. We wanted to like do everything correctly because that's what you should do in golf. And they were more just like to have a good time, which is fine. But and then I I attended some camps with public school kids. Um, well, like what? Like a golf camp, or at least there were people who attended the camp, and so I did have a little bit of public school influence. I know there was one kid who like growing up, there were some families I knew that went to public schools, but generally the public schools around me are really good too. So
Oh, shit. Rabbi, let's find one. Let's find a real quick. Rabbi, I could bet you here.
are you sure about that? What did you think of that shot, Zoot?
8.9.
Thanks, baby. Oh, Zoot, what a great shot.
Those is better. That's why yours is better.
I'm in agreement with you. You need one of the best shots in your career.
That was the one that I could have had. Like, even if I did next, like, even on the next shot, I would have had difficulty.
There you go. I taught public school though, so I had a little bit of influence there. Zoot, you ready to get 101 darts easy?
Yeah. What do you think of public school?
I was very impressed by it. I taught in a very good school, or very good school district, so the kids were well behaved. I'm sure if I taught like inner city LA,
How
it
long
would.
do you have to go to college to be a teacher?
In the state of California, it could have changed, but it's something like if you are usually you need your 4-year degree, but if you were if you are like on a teacher track, you can I think start after like 3 years or something of having your degree. Oh, dude, we tied. How do you like that shot, Suit? Suit, you're done. You should just give up now. No way you're beating that.
That wasn't bad.
That was really good, but I just had like a perfect shot.
So, just try it's the same as 4 years.
But generally, I was very impressed with the public school system, and um, I think it would have given me some opportunities, like especially in sports, or like they had just like clubs that we didn't have, and I don't know. I just think it really would have been interesting, and I would have liked to go to school with girls. I mean, of course, being a young man, um, boys and girls were separate where when I went to school, but um, I think that would have been very distracting as well. So I get it both ways. But I taught everything from preschool to high school, and I was very impressed with the students. They, especially being like someone who perhaps um, was different than a lot of those kids. They were always really respectful and kind, and
This before you were Rabbi.
oh yeah, this is like 15 years ago.
So they called you Mr. Rothschild.
Usually I would just have them, because that's a long name, have them call me by my first initial. So it was easier, especially with little kids. It'll take them all day to get your name down, and it just was easier to just go by a single letter. It was a good experience, though. All right, Zoot, here you go. That's for you, baby. That's for you.
They would have.
That's for you, Zoot. That's for you.
There might be.
That's
It might be and for childcare in Australia.
what'd you say?
It might be and for childcare in Australia.
Why is that?
That was a really, really bad sexual abuse on them.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think men should be working but
As teachers, I disagree. I don't think men should be. I don't think men should be gynecologists, but I think men should be teachers, just like women should be teachers. You can learn a lot from both. And I know that.
not teachers, childcare workers, so like under the age of 4.
I know. I taught that though. They had like a preschool. Even like before then, I forget exactly what it was called, but it was like for mothers and parents who had newborns or like very early. And I didn't do it a lot, but I don't know why that would be an issue.
Okay, would you rather send your kid to a childcare on Monday or a childcare on Halloween?
Women.
All men.
Women. Dude, I don't know why I was thinking it was darts, and I only had 3 balls to throw, and now I have to like have the best comeback ever. Dude, do you know who Johnny Carson is? Do you know who Do you know who Jay Leno is?
Yeah, of course, the Sinatra family.
Right. So the guy who started the Tonight Show, or I shouldn't say it, he didn't start it, but he made it really popular was Johnny Carson, and Jay Leno took it over after Johnny Carson.
Got Jimmy Fallon?
That one sucks.
Jimmy Fallon, no?
Yeah, there was another one. So the way it went down was there was a guy. It was like
Yeah, the Pat E. guy that
no, that guy sucks too. Though he did carpool karaoke, which was amazing. But do you know who Conan O'Brien is?
Yeah, Conan O'Brien, that's what it was.
No, you weren't. You were thinking of no Conan O'Brien. He was good, but he's tall and thin. Um, you're thinking of what is that guy's name? He sucks. James Corden.
James Corden or something.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would pick him out of anyone in the world to get it for a TV host. I'll be a better TV host.
I agree. I don't know what it's this thing that they do that I don't like, but I guess it's for like.
Do you think being a TV host is difficult?
Depends what the show is. If it was a show like let me think of the most difficult show. It would probably be like something like the like someone who had to go into like a war zone. That's probably really difficult. But just hosting like a dating show or something, that's really easy. Or what Joe Rogan did on Fear Factor.
Jeopardy or like Jeopardy would be hard for me.
No. That's really easy. In the United States, they do like 2 of those a day for a month, and then they don't need to tape them anymore. So you work 1 month out of the year, and you get paid millions of dollars. It's super easy. It's like
you gotta do like a lot, memorize a lot.
no, you don't. It's all there on cue cards and teleprompters. You don't have to memorize anything. And if you make a mistake, they just don't show it. You just reshoot it. It's really easy. Like what would probably be more difficult is being like like I knew a lady who was a news anchor, and she did the news. She was the first female news anchor in on Fox in San Diego. So she did it like in the 70s, and she is a member of my synagogue. And I remember asking her like, "What is it like when you're there?" And she's like, "You just sit there in front of the camera, and the red light goes on, and when that red light goes on, you just start reading, and it's as simple as that. And when the red light is off, you're done. You don't have to do it. But if that red light is on, you have to go." And I was like, wow. She's a really pretty lady. She was like 80 years old and looked like she was 35.
San Diego looks fun.
Dude, San Diego is a beautiful place. Are you going to go? San Diego arguably has the nicest weather of any city in the world. I mean, it's not too much nicer than Orange County, but arguably it has slightly better weather. And I don't even think that. I think probably Orange County has the nicest weather, arguably in the world as well. But I think it's a little bit, arguably, it gets a little hotter inland. But it's beautiful, dude. Are you gonna accept? Or are you just gonna sit here and jerk yourself off raw?
Later.
Are you done?
I'm gonna have to.
Okay. After this game, oh, I was saying though, about television hosts. I think being a news anchor, especially today, is actually a lot of work. It doesn't seem like it, but I've seen these people from behind the scenes. They have to get up at, like, let's say you're doing the morning news, which like in LA is like 6 a.m. You have to be there at like 4:30 in the morning, and they used to have like hair and makeup people, and they still do um, in some markets or on some channels. But a lot of times these people just do their own hair and makeup, and they're like they have to do social media at the same time, and it's just a lot of work. And then, well, okay, so all of that is fine. But if you screw up, if you make any mistake, it's on the internet forever. And all these people are trying not to have one of those moments where, they sneeze on camera, or they, do something like out of the ordinary that becomes very memorable for people, and then it goes viral. Like, they do everything they can to avoid that. So I would rather not do live television of anything. I think I could do it, but I think if it's tape delayed, it's easier, and something that's completely syndicated is the easiest. Oh, Zoot. All right, nice job. All right, enjoy your dinner. We'll talk again. Hopefully, Body Blue moves up to number 4. Do what you can to get her there, okay? Peace out, Girl Scout.
And this is like I was saying, I remember when Obama beat Bush, or Trump. That was the first time I felt like, oh, this was like totally fun. Because towards the end of Bush, everybody hated Bush.
I watch this guy a lot, man. I watch him like every day.
It's over. Like, look, this is all depressing. It's the whole. Read every title there. It's like this.
Yeah, I love this guy.
Oh, that's probably talking about Russians invading.
Yeah. So he's on top of it, man. Like anything that's going on, anytime anything happens,
About the zombies.
they start moving troops anywhere. He makes a video about it. Like, okay, now they're fucking over here, and this could likely happen because now they got fucking this many guys on the front line, and you know, this is if they do this strategy, then it could be, then it could go nuclear. But then this happens, then the nuclear option is taken off. He's like in Finland and fucking what's the name, join NATO, and fucking that could cause this problem. And dude, he does a really good job of explaining everything and breaking it all down. And he's not like one of those fucking crazy people that are just like everything that he's saying is just like facts. Like he's just basically breaking everything down and giving you, you know what I mean, exactly what's happening play by play. And he doesn't do too much interjection. You know what I mean? Like a lot of it's not opinionated. Like, and I told you guys this was all gonna end. He doesn't do those kinds of things. And he delivers all this information in a very straightforward, very well-spoken, put-together way.
It's promising to see that he hasn't been banned from YouTube. I like that.
I'm sure all of these are going to be monetized.
YouTube's been releasing a little bit of the pressure off that kind of shit lately. I feel like I haven't had an episode.
They just sent
knock
out,
on wood. I haven't had an episode demonetized in like months. And I've been doing some pretty edgy.
Do you ever fight them? I mean,
I always
do.
Let's see the last one I got.
You got Elon Musk buying Twitter.
I got one demonetized a month ago, and I don't even know why. I should fucking dispute them. I don't ever dispute them. Just like, oh,
You think Elon could afford YouTube?
no, he can barely afford Twitter. They're trying to squeeze him out already. They're fucking terrified of him taking over Twitter.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because they have an agenda, obviously, and he's gonna disrupt that, which is either amount to them losing dollar money signs, or them losing power, or control over whatever narrative that they're trying to control. Because that's the only thing you do when you suppress people's speech. And this is what blew me away, because I'm not a big Twitter guy. I'm not a big Twitter user. I mean, I think, telling people every thought that comes into your brain constantly all day is not a good way to communicate. And so I didn't know what Twitter was. I mean, I knew what it was, so I get on Twitter and I start messing around. And I'm like, no way, there's fucking Power Ranger on Twitter. And I was like, and in my mind, I'm chewing it over. I'm like, so they allow this,
Right.
but they won't allow the President of the United States
To just speak his mind.
That's bullshit. I'm like, there has to be some kind of agenda. That told me right then and there that there's some kind of internal fucking agenda at Twitter to whatever narrative that they feel society, and Elon Musk is like, listen, Twitter is the de facto platform for public communication. It's basically the new public square. So controlling that is a serious impediment to democracy, to free speech. So something needs to be done about it. And that's why he got in there and like, listen, something, like something needs to change.
Do you think Elon really gives a fuck, or do you think he just wants clout?
I'm a true believer in Elon Musk. I don't think the guy has an evil bone in his body. I don't think he does anything out of self-serving.
It's not evil to want clout.
I mean, maybe he likes to be in the camera. He likes to fucking, the pretty girlfriend and the fucking, the cool billionaire. Like, I get it, but it's like, he's gonna do it for the clout. If he is doing it for the clout, he's also gonna make good changes and positive changes to the platform so that it betters humanity. Like, I'm a true believer in Elon Musk. Like, I'm a true believer. I genuinely think that he's a good dude that has the means and the willingness to want to change the world for the better. I mean, we're human at the end of the day, so of course he's gonna have flaws. But I don't think he's like a Bill Gates fucking kind of character. Like, you know what I mean? Like, sitting there thinking, how can we fucking, stick people and give them some kind of shot to change them. I watched some shit on Bill Gates. He was giving a speech to the CIA. Somebody that recorded it. It was on fucking TikTok. And
Austin,
if not, I think I had to save. I think I had to screen record it because it didn't have the save option on the fucking TikTok. And when they do that, there's some malarkey going on.
I love fucking TikTok.
Oh yeah, you should see my TikTok feed. It's all fucking everyone is all fucking.
You post on there?
I do just for the podcast every week. So I'm gonna get into doing clips and I'm starting to do little TikTok shit. But anyway, I was like, Bozak And so it's Bill Gates, and he's giving a speech to a bunch of Secret Service guys, or I don't know who they were. They may have been Secret Service, and it was some kind of government body. And he was telling them that there was a vaccine that he could give out that suppresses a gene that makes people that are more likely to commit suicide bombings and commit like acts of like religious like terrorists. And he's like, they've isolated a gene in the Middle Eastern people over there because they have the genome. Bill Gates is all kinds of shit. But he was saying like, we understand now the gene that is more expressive in people who are more willing to do suicide bombings and like kill like mass people for like religious reasons. And he's like, we've developed a vaccine that suppresses that gene so that they would be, and it went on and on and on. So he explained more detail about it. I was like, holy fucking shit, are you kidding me? They're over there giving vaccines to people to suppress some kind of gene so that they don't fucking suicide bomb? Like, it's insane. Like, he's giving speeches to the government on this shit. It's fucking bananas.
And he's somehow making a bunch of money off
You have to find this video. I have to watch that.
Listen, I think I have to say it.
My favorite thing I've seen on TikTok recently is a clip of Johnny Depp listening to Deposition.
Oh, I just seen that.
And it's like, she said that she was bored to death because his friends would come over and it was just a bunch of old men playing guitar.
And they're boring and old. And he's just like, he's sitting there, like,
he's fucking loving it. He's just like, it's great. I think it's classic. It's great. Did you know it's just him and Marilyn Manson doing coke upstairs?
playing guitar.
Those old guys jamming. That's funny. I heard she cut off one of his fingers. You guys hear that?
I heard she cut herself, and then maybe that was him.
How the fucking the stories changed. I heard they're arguing. She chopped off the tip of one of his fingers. Or some shit.
See, this
Damn,
is how
bro,
it goes
you
with
are
conspiracy
beautiful.
theories. It sounds great when you say it on a podcast,
I know.
but then when you go to
Where's the proof?
when you go to fucking do the work and find the evidence, it ain't there.
No, I save all this shit, man. I gotta listen. I'll say, if I have to, I'll fucking save them. Because what I do is when I get too many on my phone, I upload them to my fucking my iPad.
You know, I mean, Bill Gates is buying up more farmland, I think, right now than anyone else in the world.
Yeah, he's gonna be the #1 landowner in America behind BlackRock. I'm not sure if you know about BlackRock.
Yeah, I know a lot about that.
Yeah,
Not a lot, but I know a little bit.
they're buying up everything. They just bought like 1 million single family fucking rental properties across America, and they're looking to buy
Well, they're buying homes.
everything. They're buying up the whole entire market.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get, so in the future, I don't know if you don't understand like the Economic Forum and the New World Order and Davos, how they meet in Davos every year, and the dude Schwab fucking run the Economic Forum.
Yeah, I
They've
know
got the
that.
whole plan.
Explain
New World Order.
Can you explain for dummies the New World Order?
So, all right. So the New World Order is it's kind of a plan. Pretty much.
That's an hour-long video, Austin. Sorry.
Yeah, so the New World Order, there's a group. We should probably start off by saying there's a group of people. This is like, how there used to be the Bilderberg group. Now it's kind of similar to the Bilderberg group, but it's called the World Economic Forum. It's pretty much just a conglomerate of CEOs, CFOs, fucking world leaders, all of these corporations and very powerful people that get together and they set, they have basically just come together once a year and they write out an agenda for how they, want to see whatever industry they're in push forward or move forward or whatever. So, obviously you're going to have people from the end that represent energy there. You're going to have people that represent, manufacturing. Every second society there has spokespeople there at this Economic World Forum. Now, it's all run by a dude named Klaus Schwab, who I guess he's like an industrialist.
Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, he's a real bad guy. I don't know, he's a globalist. So in my opinion, I really don't have an opinion.
He's kind of like a George Soros type.
Yes, George Soros type of character. So yeah, like I said, the World Economic Forum, they get together and they basically put forth something called the New World Order, and it's titled the New World Order. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's what they call it themselves. It's from their own. If you go and you can Google it yourself and go on their website, and it says New World Order, and their vision for the future is a one world government, all completely digitized currency, and basically you will own nothing and you will be happy. So basically, physical ownership of like homes and vehicles and like everything will be gone because it'll all be owned by the corporations, and there's going to be like a universal basic income, like a UBI. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, you gotta understand that automation is going to take over. Algorithms and automation is going to basically phase out all aspects of manual labor when it comes to logistics. A lot of other jobs. I walk into CVS and it's all fucking self-checkout. And there's just one chick walking around doing stock. That didn't happen 5 years ago. You go in, there's 3 or 4 cash registers, and you go and there wouldn't be any self-checkout. And now I'm seeing videos of gas stations that are completely with no attendants there. You walk in, everything's in vending machines on the inside, and you pay with your card at the pump. So, this automation is going to take over. It's going to phase out, large sects of society who are going to need income. The large corporations are going to come in, the Amazons, the fucking Jeff Bezos, and the fucking the Klaus Schwabs, and the George Soroses are going to come in, and there's a whole new fucking global cabal of people that have set up this whole new blueprint of how we're going to live our lives in the future. And these guys control everything, so that's the New World Order.
How does Bill Gates tie into this?
Bill Gates is a globalist, and he has the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, which they control large swaths of real estate. They control. They have biolabs set up all over the world. In fact, some of the biolabs that are in the Ukraine right now are funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So listen, the rabbit hole goes fucking as deep as you want to fucking park. You know what I mean? Like all these fucking dirty, slithering cocksuckers are all in bed with each other, and it's all so fucking convoluted and twisted together that it makes your fucking head spin. You know what I mean?
CIA one. I heard that Bill Gates is finding up all the rings in the U.S. because he wanted to start basically creating cheap stuff like food. Like he wants to basically just take up food.
Well, he who controls the food and the money controls the people. Right. And, you know, factory farming. And
He's all about just a nice guy.
He's all about it. That's one theory. That's one theory.
Isn't Bill Gates, isn't it true that he's like all about pushing like no meat, only vegan? Oh no, I'm not. I hate him.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought
He's not nice anymore.
No.
I actually thought he was like buying cattle and like, was all about like controlling the factory farming.
I could be wrong. But I heard that he was trying to play like the CIA thing. That's a hoax. What is it? Did Bill Gates do the CIA in 2005 got $1 million for investment? It was a 2020 hoax that said in 2005 he had reached it, but it was actually a hoax.
Slow down. This is disinformation.
Fake news.
Bill Gates is right there, and it's his voice, and they're told, what is that? They were just playing around. They were just, you know.
You know what they did? Photoshop the word hoax on top of it. Let's see. What the fuck is this website? Nope.
That's the screenshot, though. That's the video. I swear to God, I have that video. So I have it either on my iPad or.
Also, you gotta do something they can chop up someday. Bill Gates has enough interviews. You could chop up what he said.
But I mean, Bill Gates.
He talks about vaccines all the time.
I don't know how old the guy is, but you know that he's fucking. I heard somewhere, I don't know for a fact, but I think it's that he invested like somewhere in the realm of like $20 million into buy a link at 2 months before September. It's September of 2019 or 2018. Before the lab leak actually happened. So before there's some scientists in the lab in Wuhan, they got sick, but they were the first to get sick and get coronavirus. So like 2 months before that, he invested like somewhere around like $20 million in buying like
Okay, but keep in mind, this is a guy who's investing in stuff all the time.
He gave a TED talk that said the next pandemic isn't a when. This was like 3 or 4 years before, so he's been all in on the vaccine, the pandemic, like
the last 10 or 15 years he's been talking.
Here's the actual video. Look at some of the work he's been doing over in Africa.
Here's a Bill Gates video.
Look at those pictures.
Is this it?
Yeah.
It highlights part of the brain?
Yeah.
Click on that. Oh wow. That's quick.
I'm gonna tell you guys, this is a hoax.
It doesn't mean he said he's
Hold on.
got a vaccine.
Hold on a
he's gonna
second.
fix it. I don't think that's still no way.
What the fuck is he saying?
I don't think that was
That's 100%.
no way.
Yeah,
100%. 100%.
1000%.
Listen to his voice. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
So he talks with his hands a lot, the same gesture, the same voice. He's got the glasses.
He's not saying he's also.
I can't hear it.
Something wrong. It's not. It's like. Wait 1 minute.
Alright, you need to stop it. Read the fucking description for you. Click on the, no, go up, and then go down. Click on the title. Click on the title. I don't know. Put it on video YouTube and so wait, is there no gas?
You said 100%.
No, you were 100%.
100.
I said done. You said done deal.
What is the Bill Gates' name anyway?
The video is I don't know, man.
No, look at you. See what's happening.
Hunter,
We're both
anyway,
100%. Now, it's actually a hoax, but that's fine. You guys were positive. Listen, I'd have had all your money. Let's tell you right now, bro. I'm a different person now.
Listen, what the fuck was he even talking about? First of all, he was not even clear what
He never.
He's talking about a vaccine. He's talking about the VMAT gene in the fucking, that fucking vaccine to suppress disease. No, they can suppress that gene to fucking make him not blow his shit up. Right. That's what the whole fucking first thing is about.
You could give somebody a gene and say, hey, Sarah, I'm going to give
It's not a gene, it's a vaccine that suppresses a certain gene in the fucking body.
Right.
They can do those things now, Matt. You know they have that kind of technology now.
Then why aren't they hitting the transgenders with it?
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
So I mean, if you can do that, why aren't they saying, hey, you're criminal thinking? Boom, they give you a
you know why?
Guess what? Now you're not
because
a criminal.
The Supreme Court hasn't fucking said we could yet. And we haven't gotten.
They're not going to do this either. And it's a hoax anyway. Go.
Well, it's a fun hoax if it is.
Oh my god!
Find the YouTube comment. The top YouTube comment.
Or could we read the article that says that?
What's the top comment say? That's
oh my god! We're going to use.
It's not real, but I think the concept was supposedly that it would suppress that gene. Whether you interpret that as killing the person so they could spread their seed is not the matter. But that wasn't the idea. As far as I can, I mean, it wasn't that fucking clear what he was fucking talking about.
I think it was Bill Gates.
It sounded large, Bill Gates. It sounded large. I still think it's fucking true. I'm just sticking to my fucking religion.
Most scientists.
I believe it. I believe it. There's something awkward.
Yeah, they're awkward. They're nerdy. They got that kind of have that Asperger thing going on a little
When they're
bit.
that intelligent, you're not hanging out,
You're not
farts and picking boogers with the rest of the fucking teenage kids.
You're not charismatic.
You're in a book.
I understand.
Yeah, you're in a book. Okay, he also invested. Okay, yeah, he invested $50 million into impossible food and actively finances beyond meat. I mean, he covered food. What did I say? Ginkgo, Bioworks, BioMeal, as described above. Take food out of it. Yeah, I mean, claims it is a real solution to climate change and solve environmental degradation while also ironing out animal welfare concerns. You know, it's all about climate change. That's why. So he's buying more fucking farmland than anyone else in the country. Yeah, so much farmland. I got into a huge discussion with Matt. Matt thinks climate change is a hoax. Matt doesn't believe. Matt doesn't believe in man-made climate change. He doesn't believe in global warming.
I know. It's not that I don't believe it. There is one. The Earth has, throughout history, has gotten cold and gotten cold. It's got hot. And I don't think that we have that much to do with it. I don't think we have. I think it doesn't really that much. I think it's definitely is. I mean, there's some.
Since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, we've been literally digging fucking carbon up from the ground and putting it into the atmosphere in giant fucking quantities. And if you don't think that has anything to do with your fucking,
I think you just told me that Bill Gates is going to vaccinate everybody to make them non-terrorists too. So some of what you're saying stuff. Okay, I'm just saying
science. That's science. Okay, that's science too.
Listen.
And I don't give a fuck what they're talking about.
Listen, bro.
That's the fucking. He is the problem.
The problem is, there's way too much information out there for any single person to comprehensively understand it. So it's just easier to pick one side and argue with point of view.
Plus, we live in echo chambers. And everything that we look at online is tailored to only give us the information that we're looking for. Which kind of creates like I said, these echo chambers.
Yeah.
So if I only believe one thing,
because every time I turn around, you're listening to something that's talking about the end of the world or the economy crushing and this, and you're are you listening to this? Are you listening to this? I'm like, well, turn that off.
I know I get all fucking tuned up because Julie said they're taking over, bro.
I'm paying. Please, can we just?
I got a lean cuisine.
Yeah, I have to get up a lean cuisine, and we went to. I tried to go to Starbucks the other day, and when we got in there, I ordered food, and then he just sat there and looked at all the food and went.
food.
because
Fuck that garbage that's in fucking Starbucks. It's finger food that's been sitting in a refrigerator for 4 months that came from a fucking factory. Listen,
I got
I had to
apples.
walk
I got
over-
apples and some peanut butter. I mean,
I had to walk over
and
to
some boiled
fucking
eggs. Not bad.
it was okay. What's the sub place I walked over to?
The someplace where you think what they went out and they killed the cows right there just before you got there. You don't think it was processed food that they cut up and stuck in there. It had been there for months.
I'm a meat and cheese kind of dude. You know what I mean?
I promise you, your stuff had been sitting in a refrigerator for 6 months someplace. Just because it was warmed up and you saw them cut it up in front of you.
You gotta go, Shane?
Try to text message.
Oh, fucking I watch. Excuse me. Sorry for asking.
Good shot.
I'm down in the club.
That's 3 watches on it. And none of them tell time.
The fucking $10 Casio.
I have
you too,
That's a $500
Me and
gift
Matt are
card,
free.
man.
I have a watch that came to me for free. And it's the only thing it does is tell time.
Oh yeah, what kind of watch is that again?
It's a Stanage.
Yeah,
The guy
Stanage,
from super cool. Yeah, he's super cool. I talk to him all the time.
Have you ever had one of those Beyond Impossible things though? Those Impossible meat
I have,
burgers?
yeah.
What do you think about it? You know they have them at Dunkin' Donuts.
But not that bad. I would get the one from Carl Jr. a lot. Yeah, I was out in California. Carl Jr. Yeah, it was right by where I and they're honestly, it's like tastes like the prison food. It tastes like the fucking patties they give you in prison. It's soy.
Yeah,
That's what the fuck it is. It's
soy's really bad for you.
Dude, it's not. I don't know.
That's what's in prison, I heard. Because we had a friend of ours, Jake, that was in prison for a long time. He said he got man tits from all the soy he ate.
Oh, the estrogen that's in the fucking
Yeah.
soy. Yeah, there's estrogen in that shit. And I went vegan for a little while out in California. And I lost like 14 pounds in 19 days. And I'm already skinny, so it was fucking nuts.
They give you man tits?
I know I didn't. You know, the thing is, I can't eat tofu. Like I can't eat the fucking. No, I can't eat the tofu, and I can't eat the fucking the soy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I lost a lot of weight. But I tell you what, I never felt better in my entire life. Like the amount of
When
energy
you were vegan?
when I was vegan.
Really?
Yeah, I always had like my energy. Like now, it's like a roller coaster. Because of my eating, like I'll eat and like
Low energy.
yeah. But
Like
now,
he doesn't drink coffee. Like everything I
I was also doing Coke every day.
It's all coffee.
no, I never
and
did cocaine.
sugar and everything, and all he eats is like carbs and just.
You ever met a vegan who does a shitload of Coke?
I don't think I know any vegan.
Oh man. Yeah. So needless to say, I got off the vegan shit because it was just like I was losing so much weight, man.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't look the way I looked, but I felt great. I felt fucking.
Were you working out?
Yeah, I mean, I was running every day. I was doing a lot of cardio and a little bit of weights here and there, but
I have more energy when I don't. Sometimes I
Yeah.
do like a 5 day. I do these 5 day fasts like once a year, and I get on like day 4.
you don't eat for 5 days.
Yeah. When I get to day 4 or 5, I have like.
You'll fall over.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Really unprecedented.
You weigh 5-10 pounds lighter.
This guy.
How much weight do you lose in those 5 days? It's got to be a lot. What's your body type? You just like an endomorph. So there's 3 different body types: ectomorph, exomorph, and endomorph. Endomorph is at the high end, so it's like you gain weight really easy, but it's hard. Ectomorph is where I'm at. Like I can't. It's hard for me to gain weight, but it's so easy for me to lose it. And then in the middle, you kind of get like the endomorph people who just fucking gain and they swing their weight wildly just based on their diet with little effort.
I've weighed 165 pounds for the last 10 years.
And you can pretty much.
I vary maybe a pound and a half to 2 pounds.
And what's your diet? Do you like restrict yourself to like I'm not going to eat carbs or just eat whatever you want?
Keto.
I
He is.
Are you do
That's
keto?
not a joke.
Oh my god!
I've tried it. I don't know. I don't do it.
Keto.
I eat whatever I want now. I tried doing keto for like a month.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
I've never done it.
Look
but
at
I
this
don't
move.
put weights around it, and I'm telling you what, I fucking
No.
every night.
After I learned about keto, I stopped eating pasta. So I used to eat fucking pasta at least one night. But after that, after I learned about it, I just cut out like
Look at this
I
athleticism.
rarely eat a plate of spaghetti or pasta or whatever, but I eat pretty much anything else. But usually on the weekdays, I won't eat till like 11 or 12. I just eat breakfast.
Eating
But then
pussy.
after that, I fucking eat like from like 5
Until
o'clock p.m. until
my tongue
my kids leftovers,
It's raw
cereal
and
Yeah.
my mouth has
Yeah, I'm a
lockjaw.
garbage disposal too, man. Like I fucking like 60% of my diet's carbs. I eat
Oh my
fucking
God.
pastas. I eat fucking bread.
Really?
Oh yeah, I'll have a big bowl of soup in a bread bowl with a baguette on the side and fucking. You know, I fucking smash. Like I said, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
But everybody's
I don't-
different. Some shit works
Yeah.
better for some people. Some shit.
Yeah, I don't limit myself to portion size or anything like that. I usually eat until I fucking till my belly hurts. Until I'm fucking feeling a bit sick. And it doesn't really affect me, man. It doesn't, you know, like I stay 140, 145. That's it. I can't, you know, I'll hit 150, 155 if I start working out and I'm doing the fucking weight gain and fucking and all that shit. But even that only puts one time.
Is creatine make you gain weight?
It puts water, yeah, it's water weight. I mean, it makes you more rounded. It puts water in your muscles and shit, so it helps with recovery time and fucking. You can get more rounder and fuller. You know, so it helps. When I'm doing all that shit, then that's what.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. If you ever try fasting, you have a lot of power and energy after you burn. You get.
If I skip one meal, dude, I'm fucking.
I don't know if
I feel like I'm gonna fall out.
That's because you're addicted to food. We're addicted to food. That's the one thing that we are addicted to more than anything is food. Like, you really don't need food to survive. There's a guy who fasted for like a year.
He didn't eat any food.
Didn't eat any food for a year. You can find him out.
Was that the dude? He's got all his energy from the sun. He said he fucking laid out in the sun. He got all that fucking vitamin D. I think I read about this guy too. I'm like, yeah, he's full of shit.
No, he's not full of shit.
Dude, 3 days without food, 3 weeks without food, you're done. You're the
Okay, yeah.
free
Look, this guy did 1 year and 17 days. So you can get all the nutrients you need.
And he was fucking probably 300 pounds, and he just lived off of all that
That's
fucking
before and after.
Yeah, he lived off of all that for however many days it was.
Right.
I couldn't do that. I'd be dead in a week.
So yeah, so that's the difference. So when you start fasting, your body goes into this ketosis. That's the whole keto.
It just starts eating.
So now the energy,
metabolizing its own fucking.
you're burning
fat.
You're burning fat instead of carbohydrates. So it just the fat melts off. That's why people who are fat and they do keto, they get and you get better energy, like more of a clean burning energy.
And so keto's what? No carbs. Zero carbs.
No, it's carbs. It's like there's like a percentage of your diet. So only like 9% of your diet can be carbs. I think 30% protein. Like just 50% fat or 60% fat. But my point was like one of the guys I have in here is a doctor who studies he just studies metabolic health and brain health. He's fucking jacked, massive fucking dude. He's a doctor at USF. He's a research scientist. He studies how he does like research on mice. He started doing it by doing tests on Navy SEALs. Navy SEAls who were getting oxygen toxicity seizures from the rebreathers, from like trying to go underwater without the bubbles. And they were getting these seizures, and he was doing tests on them with diet, like seeing how they could avoid these seizures with different types of diets. And he found out that by restricting carbs and putting them in ketosis, they were getting rid of that. And then that's kind of like transitioned into therapy for people who had epilepsy. So people who he started testing it on epileptic people, and then taking them off all their meds, making them 100% keto, and they were literally being cured of epilepsy. They were going from like having multiple seizures a day to no seizures for months. It's fucking crazy shit. And then, anyways, so he was telling me after like 7 days of fasting, he could deadlift something like 500 pounds.
Yeah, ketosis shit's crazy. I don't know if I can do it. I enjoy the fucking. I enjoy it so much.
Matt's so burnt right now.
Oh yeah, he doesn't do carbs at all.
Matt just drinks pure sugar from Starbucks.
He survives on diet Sprite and fucking spoonfuls of peanut butter.
Hey, I love it. I eat at least one spoonful of peanut butter a day,
I'm not kidding.
He's not having it. He's debunking conspiracies.
I
He's
mean,
debunking diets. He's doing it all.
Listen, I'm still convinced.
I always forget about the fucking Illuminati tattoo on his head. Show me that. thing's fucking sick.
Y'all see.
Hey, what is that conspiracy theory? Speaking of Illuminati, what's the conspiracy? I just learned about it yesterday, but I forget what it's called. It's like a god of reflections. There's like a name for it.
What's the?
I don't even know, but it's like it's supposed to be.
Well, I know
No
exactly
idea.
what that is.
No, the god of reflection. Type in conspiracy. Narcissist.
Yeah.
But there's like a whole like crazy icon. It somehow ties into Freemasonry.
I don't know. No, I didn't get the newsletter on that one.
What is the moon?
We definitely didn't go to the moon.
Oh my god.
We definitely didn't go to the moon.
Matt, did we go to the moon?
Definitely not.
Nah,
Multiple
we didn't go to
times.
the fucking moon.
You know that
We sent 3 assholes up there in a tin can. How the fuck did they get through the fucking the radiation belts? They cut the Van Eysen radiation belts.
God.
There was nothing to protect them from the radiation. And then, how did they tell it? They in real time broadcast fucking their signal and their video to every person in America on live TV in the 60s
It was. Yeah, it just,
from the moon.
oh my God! Are you telling me that there's thousands of scientists that know how they're done, but there's always one quack on YouTube that says some bullshit, and suddenly all these people are like, "I knew it!
Plenty of
The flag! There's no wind. The flag is moving, and how did they do?
Where's the stars?
Stop! Stop!
I've watched the
Stop! Come on!
I've watched all of it.
Focus your time on something else.
I've watched them.
on what, Matt? What should we spend our time on?
No, I know. I'm not convinced.
It was
After I
political.
watched
It was political.
documentaries, I'm like,
It makes some good points.
What was it about?
They were trying to beat the Russians. It was the Cold War.
But we didn't.
We were trying to beat the Russians to the moon, and we wanted because America has to be first in everything, and that's what it was
But
at
we
that
weren't.
time. We
We
were
weren't.
just coming out of fucking World War II. It was fucking late 60s, and there was this whole everything's American, everything's made here in America, America #1. I mean, which we're living on the fucking zombie remnants of that now, which is we're all whores and prostituted out to the fucking corporations. That's a different fucking story. But at that time, that was the climate.
What did you give him?
So we had to be fucking. I told you I ate all the guys in middle school got down here. We fucking. It was a space race, man. We had to be first. It was political.
But we weren't first. We didn't have the first satellite. We didn't put the first man in the space.
The Russians
They had the
Think
first.
about this though.
We happened to land on the moon first.
Sputnik 1.
We're sending fucking regular citizens. We're sending Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson are flying into space.
20 years from now, he'll be telling you that never happened.
So we haven't gone to the moon since.
They said we lost the technology.
No, we didn't.
They said that
Why
we.
haven't we
Who
been
said
back?
that?
NASA.
Who said that?
NASA. NASA. Said that NASA themselves said that we no longer have the technology to get to the moon. It was lost. All of those programs, the Apollo programs. I'm telling you right now,
Pull it up.
give it a goo.
Pull it up.
Gosh dang,
Tell me where you have someone, an employee, current employee of NASA that said we couldn't go to the moon right now.
we don't have the technology.
I think private industry should get
Because
to the moon.
listen, the rockets that we used to take, if they put it together and made a plan, but we don't currently have one. Like there's no game
You
plan.
have to have a plan.
There's no game plan. Like the technology that took it to the moon, the lunar module, and the
Oh, no, they can't go jump in a ship and fly there right now. No,
the
they're going to
Apollo
have to put
rockets.
something together.
Austin, click the list. Why did we lose the ability to go to the moon?
That's like me saying that I can't currently
True.
fly. No, you're right. I don't
Wait.
have a jet in the parking lot. I'm
What's up,
going to
son?
have to go get
Hold on.
somebody.
Read this. Matt, will you read this in your nice voice?
No.
Come on, go ahead, read it.
No, I'm not going to read
Matt's
it.
gonna have to get it to read it to us.
Yeah.
Why did we lose the ability to go to the moon? The answer is true. There were 2 accidents: a fire on the launch pad of Apollo 1 that took the lives of 3 astronauts, and an exploding oxygen tank on Apollo 13 that crippled the mission. But those astronauts were able to return safely to Earth thanks to even more. That's not why we lost.
Yeah,
really an
yeah,
answer to the
that's not an
That's
answer.
nothing to do with it.
Right.
But why haven't we gone? Why don't you think we've gone to the moon since then? What year did we go to the moon? 50 years ago?
69.
Why the fuck? They landed in 69. It had been
So you gotta think about NASA as like you have to think about NASA as like just another branch of the government, because that's essentially what they are. So when it comes down to it, they have all these programs put into place that have upkeep. You know what I mean? Like the rockets and all of the programs and all the systems that are used for launch and all of the supporting systems and all that shit. These are all programs that they have in NASA. And once one of those programs are retired and they don't have a replacement program for that fucking that goal, then they just no longer have the technology. Because the rockets that we used to get to the moon in '69 were like Apollo rockets. They don't fucking use those rockets anymore. That technology, they don't even have it anymore. What was it? Even the rocket boosters themselves, they don't have the equipment. Even like to upkeep the fucking
the technology. You still know the technology. Yeah, it's working in Russia.
It's a completely different system. Like he's got his own engineers and shit working on like the rocket boosters and the way the fuel deliveries and everything like that. They can't just go dig an Apollo rocket up and wheel it to the fucking launching pad and put it into the air. Like the systems used to even launch those rockets don't even exist anymore because NASA's always putting new things in the plane. You've got the advent of everything was analog back then. In '69, nothing was digital. Everything was done analog. So fucking switches and relays. We don't use switches and relays anymore. Everything's fucking digital through Wi-Fi. You gotta think about it. So now, if they haven't sat down and be like, okay, we need a plan to go to the moon, then they just don't have a fucking plan to get there. It's not like hopping into your Ferrari or your car and driving.
Do you think that if they sat down over the weekend, they could come up with a plan? I mean, yes,
absolutely.
Okay, and then it'd take them 6 months to a year to maybe 2 years to build the rockets, to put it together. But could we go to the moon in 2 years from right now if the United States government wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Or, so I feel we have been. That was a 180. Or a lot of people say 160. 160 is not true. That's a 180. It's a complete turnaround. 360. 360. Sorry, 360. A lot of people say 360. That's not true. The 180. So now you're saying we can go. You're just saying that right now they don't have the equipment or a plan to go. Right. No, of course not. You don't keep that around because we don't need to go every 6 months. But they could go. They wanted to go themselves.
Also, there's really no point in putting human beings on it. Maybe just send these drones up there to fucking work.
Well, but they've checked it out. Listen, it's dead. It's a rock.
See, the plan was
Is it?
Or what if
it's hollow?
Hold on.
And that's where all the Nazis went.
It's a Dyson sphere.
And they're living. It's a Dyson sphere. Exactly. They're living inside of a Dyson sphere, which is.
We just went and seen a movie. I just went and seen a movie at the theater where that was the
matter.
premise.
They're living inside.
That the moon was actually a fucking alien spaceship, and it was fucking. It's been there since like the beginning of time. Like this is just a recent movie that was just out actually. Moonfall. It was called Moonfall because there was some like amateur astronomers that figured out the moon kept getting closer.
Oh wait. What is the official narrative on how the moon got there? Isn't it?
Yes.
Didn't we get hit by a giant?
There's two theories.
Okay.
So there's
what is like the accepted theory?
I know
the mainstream archaeological theory is that
what's the non-conspiracy theory that Matt Costa was saying?
Well, neither one of these are conspiracy. This is both mainstream science. One was when the Earth was in its early, forming stages. It was either a comet or an asteroid came and knocked off, either split it in half or knocked off a very large chunk of it. And because of the way the rotation of the Earth happened, they were spinning. They both created two bodies, one being a satellite of the Earth and one being Earth itself. That's one theory. The second theory is that the moon is just a collection of debris left over from when the Earth was formed, not formed by like a giant cataclysm, with something actually hitting the Earth. And there's actually evidence for both because a lot of the dust and shit that they find on the moon is created from, space dust and like other rocks that and other elements that aren't found here on Earth.
I heard of the theory that there was another Earth 2 that collided with this Earth and created.
Well, that's part of his theory. Is basically they're saying that the formation of each other, there were two bodies that slammed, and as they slung around, one became, as they're rotating, one became the Earth and one was the moon, and it just kept in its gravitational field, and it kept rotating. That was there.
And then the moon became a satellite. And they say that without the moon, life on Earth wouldn't be possible. Right? We wouldn't
gravitation.
Oh, so you create the moon is tidal locked. So the rotation of the moon, the rotation of the Earth is intrinsically synced with the rotation of the moon, and then it was tidal locked, so it controls the tide
Right.
on
Tidal
Earth.
lock.
It controls the
Good punch.
It's a good one. Yeah, so like I said, the moon, we wouldn't be here. I actually just watched a documentary that
We
said
wouldn't be if it wasn't for Jupiter.
yes,
Jupiter sucks in
shields
all the
us.
asteroids.
Shields us from a lot of.
It's got insane gravity.
Yeah. It was like 300 times the size of the Earth or whatever.
Right.
Giant gas giant. Yeah, and I just watched a documentary the other day. They were talking about it was actually well, it was a documentary. All these videos I watch on YouTube. I call it Rabbit Hole. It was saying how there's like a rare life theory where they're saying that life is either one of two things. It's either extremely abundant in the solar system and the galaxy, or it's extremely rare. And that what we have here on this Earth is just like an extremely fucking random anomaly. And not only that, the progression of like the human, us, being able to think introspectively about our existence, about existentialism in itself is saying that it's even more rare than that.
That's all I got.
And there's evidence for it.
I had Randall Carlson.
I do, yeah.
Talked to him about, and he told me about one of the theories that he thinks. He just explained me the popular theory. What? Oh, did he? I'm gonna say that, and he didn't say not to talk about it. He didn't say that he believed this, but he was talking about a theory that was explained to him that the moon was man-made.
Jackson's
I don't know the details of it. I'm sure you can find a YouTube video on it. But he's a Freemason.
This is crazy. 2 months
What's it
before
made out of?
inauguration, U.S.
Freemason.
fish were in a train crash. The only casualty was
I don't know.
I don't know.
So
What
his
could he be
entire
like?
time in office,
I mean,
Mozzarella.
I
I mean, the aliens could have put it here because they knew that they put that giant, whatever it was.
Hey, whatever
Base.
happened?
That's their base.
There was an article that came out a couple months ago that the Chinese version of NASA found like a black structure on the moon, and they were
On the dark side of the moon, in one of the craters.
Yeah, they found like a box-looking structure, and they were sending out a rover to go find it. They said it would take a month to get there. Did you find that?
Hey, what did I show you this? That Chris sent me about the zooming in on the
In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the
That-
Missouri line compromise, which made it
zoom in.
They decided to
No, this is Chris. Like Chris believes this. Like, see the little thing right there?
Watch the dick. So,
to this open. Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slavery.
these TikToks are so hard.
It looks so real. And basically, what I told Chris was, I said, "So it's somebody who's skydiving on the moon. What could the deal
The
for?"
first interstate.
And he was like, "Yeah, it's aliens skydiving on the moon. Is that what you're saying?" I said, "Yeah, it's fucking aliens. What's the problem? What's your issue with aliens?"
Chinese rover shot the
Got
weird lot.
upset.
Yeah,
And
this is
every
it.
state
When was
gets
it
their own
published?
thing, but you want to take a fucking train.
December 7th. Yeah, this one was
One or the
published.
other,
It was a
you
couple
got these
months
two
ago.
states have to make a compromise. So you needed a federal government to make these.
Picture of see that thing? That was like
Everyone's thinking that's video.
Man, that's fuzzy.
But they said
It's always just out of frame and fuzzy.
they were going to send something over there to go check it out, and then there was their joggers. I never saw anything after that.
It's awesome.
Like when environmental laws became.
Listen, we're bound to find something.
Could you imagine if different countries populated the moon?
Like didn't like 6 months ago they say that look there are UFOs. Like they came out and said, look, they're UFOs. These things are flying around our jets. We see them. They went in the ocean. We don't know what they are. They're
There's a theory
UFOs.
about that.
Nobody
Though.
said shit.
There's a theory that they're just saying that because that's their shit, and they don't want anybody to know that they have the government or whoever they have the technology. So they're like, yeah, it's UFOs. You guys
Okay,
are right.
even if they
You guys
did,
are absolutely right. We don't know what these things are.
okay, so even if they said that,
They outmaneuver our fucking bird.
right? Even if they did just say they're UFOs.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the government just said, hey, they're UFOs.
Yeah.
They're moving very fast. We don't know what they are. This is how fast they're going. They just admitted it. So it wasn't massive panic.
Hey,
People
government admitted something?
Yeah. Are you serious?
Whatever the government admits, the opposite is probably true.
Okay,
So if they said they don't know what they are,
then they
they
definitely
probably
know.
definitely know what the fuck
So
they are.
if they're saying we don't know what they are, There appear to be UFOs. We don't know. So what's the opposite? Tell me what happened.
I think that it's technology that the United States has their hands on and testing.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Either way. Once again, you guys are missing the point. Either way, I was not. You're not. Either way, they're saying there are UFOs. So what I'm saying is, they just said, "Hey, there are UFOs." People didn't have massive panic. People didn't stop paying their bills. Yeah. So I mean,
the society's pretty fucking jaded here in 2022.
Right. So why
from all the
about
shit
it?
that's going on?
Well, if imagine if on the front page of the New York Times they showed a fucking flying saucer from the White House, and they showed
I think people would still pay their mortgage. I think they still go to work.
You still have jerk offs going to work every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
like fuck that, I'm out
I
of here.
think there'd be more YouTube videos.
What do
on
you
it.
think would change?
Nothing. I think Rogan would do a couple of podcasts. I think that I'd do one. I'd yell at him to do one, and he'd say, "I'm not doing anything trending. I'm not doing it. All these jack-offs on YouTube doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna yell about how these people treated me when I flew.
I bucked the system.
Right. So he wouldn't do it. You'd get somebody on here, scientists, to talk about it. But in the end, I think everybody would wash their cars and take their kids.
It's like that movie. It's like that movie. Don't Look Up. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah.
Such a great fucking movie. Such a great movie.
Yeah, it was good.
I think people would. I think it'd be like 9/11 and they're treated like patriotic, like pro-America, and there wasn't all this like divided like Trump versus I think everyone would start to become a little bit more level-headed.
So a little bit. Or they go nuts. Biden would. They'd have to walk Biden out on those yards. Show them where it is. What
Is that Air Force 2 or what?
No, those are aliens.
He realized that there was like another threat, an existential threat outside of the Earth. He was trying to keep together a little more than
That's impossible. Like the idea that aliens would come down here and invade.
we're not ready yet.
No, but I mean, like, what would, like, if you could get to the Earth from across the galaxy or universe, then what, like, we're not much of a threat. Like, you've got all of our problems.
I think they're waiting to come down. I think they're waiting to reveal themselves to us. I think they check on us every once in a while, and then they'll come down and they'll see clothes yet, catch us and go back.
And they say it's not ready.
They're not ready yet.
They're not ready.
It's like when you're baking cookies in the oven and you're checking.
Nope.
10 more minutes.
Yeah, these monkeys just figured out how to split the atom. You know what I mean? They're gonna blow themselves up. I think that's why they're coming in here. I have a new proposition. Okay. I said we need to start a GoFundMe, and if that GoFundMe can hit $10,000, I will get Danny and Hat Rat's face tattooed on my ass cheeks.
Nice.
Listen, we're not doing a GoFundMe.
Okay, well,
We'll do a YouTube live.
is that how
We're
we're
not
gonna
gonna
do it?
fucking scam people out of GoFundMe because you know GoFundMe took all the suckers' money.
Well, no, because not if you're upfront exactly about what you're.
We're not supporting the goddamn GoFundMe.
What
assholes.
truckers?
The
Oh,
Canadian truckers.
oh, they get a piece of that, don't they?
There was a whole GoFundMe set up to support the truckers, and there was I forget how much money. I think it was close to $100,000 or even $1 million that was donated to support the Canadian truckers who were get vaccinated to fucking drive a truck.
She said, no, we're not doing that. As in, we're not doing tattoos, and we're not doing GoFundMe.
No, he didn't
And
like that. He
GoFundMe,
didn't like GoFundMe.
GoFundMe didn't like the cause or whatever. I don't know what happened. They thought that it wasn't moral, it was political, and they took the fucking money.
Okay, once again, I cannot imagine that they just took $1 million.
Okay, they had to get threatened by the government, okay, for fraud. And I guess it looks like
Well, they're refunding.
Did they refund everybody?
Yeah.
Right. I'd like to.
10 million in donations.
Listen, first of all, I'd like to say, and I'm the voice of reason here. I'd like to, not you because you don't say anything crazy, but between these two, I feel like I'm the voice of reason, and that bothers me when I'm the voice of reason. How bad is it?
What do you mean?
Like he's like, they took $1 million they didn't take it. Like I don't even know what this
Let's
is.
find out what actually
And
happened.
immediately, if we find out they refund me. You know, we can't get to the moon. We don't have the technology. We can never go. We lost this. No. Basically, it's just that we don't currently have rockets, right? Well, yeah, we do.
Well, let's see. Did they refund the money? Let's find out. What did Ron DeSantis say? It was fraud for GoFundMe to commandeer $9 million in donations sent to support the truckers and give it a cause of their choosing. I will work with AGF to investigate these deceptive practices. These donors should be given a refund. So they had to fight. Governors of fucking states had to fucking tweet and fight to get the money back.
The money back.
They refunded
They went.
10 million.
They were like,
He had to
hey,
fucking type this tweet on his phone.
So
to get
listen.
them-
Oh my God.
I mean, literally, like on a Monday, they get a tweet and they're like, "Look, we have 9 days to return the money. We're planning on returning it. And relax, calm down, and they return it."
So we're not using GoFundMe.
So we're not. So that's why we're not.
That's why you're not, because
of course.
because they have they probably have a certain.
I don't think we should use GoFundMe, Matt Cox.
I don't listen. I look. I didn't want your names on. Or
I
your
just
faces
thought that
on
was
that.
like
I just thought all
No, we're not doing names.
We're doing full
Face-
portraits, baby.
Full color portraits.
Hell yeah.
Full color portraits. Listen, we don't have to use GoFundMe. Fuck GoFundMe. That's the de facto go-to for
We can
crowdfunding.
set up a Patreon tier.
It's crowdfunding.
Set up a Patreon tier.
Okay.
Where it's whatever, $1,000, $2,000, whatever it's gonna be for a tattoo.
What if you don't reach it?
What are we gonna do?
What if it comes to 9,500? Which I think is more like
I'm tattooing my ass cheeks.
if it's 9,500, not 10.
Who would you tattoo on your ass cheeks?
Who would you like to get tattooed on my ass?
He just said he was doing me and you.
Yeah.
For 10 G's.
For 10 G's.
What do we
Fuck
do?
yeah, we gotta figure out the Patreon tiers. And we gotta label them and you gotta put the price on it. And then we can either do that or we can do donations live on YouTube.
So he said if anyone
We're in.
I mean, I'll promote it. If
The
nobody watches
tattoo
my
gun
channel, but I'll
mobile
promote it.
What's that? Would the tattoo gun be mobile enough to put in here and like wireless? Oh, it's
Yeah,
wireless.
you're okay with it? I got mine's battery.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making sure.
Fuck yeah. I want
Yeah,
a
it's
tattoo.
not like the fucking giant.
I'll get a tattoo live on the podcast. And donate enough money.
Okay. I'll tattoo you live on the podcast.
I gotta actually. I have a tattoo that I want to get. So we can start with that one.
Yeah.
Is it a blunt? Another blunt? What is it?
You guys checked out my Instagram, yeah? My tattoo.
Not recent. I have seen
Bozak Conundrum?
Oh, do you really? What's your new Instagram?
Pull up.
Just
Posiak.ink.
Zodiac.ink.
I just called it.
That's what it took to get everybody up to the minute that happened.
You did all these?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if on the moon, all these countries like Russia, China, and the U.S. we like establish our own bases? No, so fucking Chinese people. There's no borders now. Yeah. So what the fuck would that mean? Would there be straight up fucking battles and wars going on?
Oh yeah, there would be. It's like that movie with Brad Pitt. Astronaut.
Yeah,
And there was like the Wild West out there shooting at each other like fucking on road.
That was a great fucking scene, right?
Yeah.
They're fucking shooting at him, and the one guy gets his face blasted
That's the
off.
dude that fell asleep when I was tattooing his face.
That's him?
Yeah.
First thing out of his mouth is
What
no
went
intention
wrong?
Yeah.
Like,
freeing the southern slaves or changing their slave
how bad
laws.
was his childhood?
Yes, we
Yeah, he
will
was fucking
chase
he was
down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here with
Yeah,
their
man.
crazy
I got
Those are dope.
We're not gonna like
I like 'em.
possession, but we will do it. Like so the first thing out of his mouth.
Keep going. I'm thinking about trying to get into a shop out here in Tampa, Florida somewhere.
There's a lot around here.
Yeah, if you guys know anybody,
Where do you live right now?
I'm like out in like North Tampa, like northwestern Tampa.
It's better than fucking Lakeland when Matt Cox lives.
So they knew they couldn't create a
Only
nation.
Oh, let me look at this.
Create a nation where people can change.
My bad.
Peacefully, they can change not only
Yeah, a
leadership.
little something. I'm not like the baddest dude ever, but you know what I do, I try and do it super
Figure it
clean.
out for themselves.
So,
Change
Zodiac tattoo.
yeah, we need to get Zodiac tattoo, bro.
It could have been a very solid product.
Hell yeah.
They actually made it. They had to stick it on.
I was gonna ask you, Matt, what do you think about? What do you think about? You see, like, or you? What do you think about? You see shit like putting people on the moon, fucking Elon shooting these rockets into space, trying to buy shit like jet.
I mean, listen, those are power moves by fucking billionaires. Those are billionaire power moves.
And then okay, they're calling this, but even like fucking Mozart or Michelangelo, Salvador Dali, the Empire State Building.
Kanye West.
I'm dying to see how
All of the most insane human innovations in the history of the world. What if it's all just an elaborate mating ritual?
What?
Listen, I have an hour and a half.
A mating ritual?
Yeah.
What if
My
it's
age,
like
it's like a
I
peacock.
get tired.
Like a peacock has this fucking beautiful, broad, extravagant display effect for breeding. All it is to attract a mate. What if all this crazy shit is that's all it is? It's just an elaborate fucking mating call that us monkeys do to impress other monkeys.
You have a point.
No, to attract some fucking mates.
You have a point. At the very base level of everything, it's really.
So we just come up with a backstory of meaning. We create our own backstory that has some elaborate meaning that we attach to it.
We're all
So it
really just
doesn't
trying to
look
get
like-
laid.
We're all just trying to fuck.
Hell
It's
yeah.
further the species on some like you're talking about like at some primal level.
Yeah.
I get it.
What do you think about that theory?
That thinks it's funny.
It's bullshit.
I get it.
It's bullshit.
I in on some level, I'm sure that's a huge part of it, or a part of it. You know, what is that pyramid? We talked about the pyramid before, where the first part of the pyramid is just trying to kind of be safe, and then the next higher level is the kind of thing that you want security, and then there's another level that's like about having like future security. The next level is kind of about your legacy, and the next level,
Fuck that pyramid. What about the pyramid of consciousness?
I don't know anything about it. I don't really know even the name of the first pyramid I was talking about.
I think it's Maslow's hierarchy.
What is this guy
That
doing?
makes a lot of sense.
Can he pull that? What are you pulling up? What happened to the pyramid? We're talking pyramid.
Like, he doesn't pull anything up.
Nobody's paying attention. All these people want to go home. The guy you're paying to work the switches.
What about like all these fucking bots that live on Twitter? Like, what percentage of the tweets that you read are just bots?
I was just erasing.
I don't read
crypto. Do the crypto people get into your
Oh my
comment
god,
section?
bro! It's insane.
Hey, I trade with John Johnson. Oh, John's wonderful. He made me hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh, I know John.
We just cashed.
Yeah.
And I go in there and remove.
Yeah, it's insane. Whether it's crypto, whether it's politics, whatever it is, if you type out a certain thing and talk about a certain thing, whether it's politics or crypto, you're gonna get all these fucking comments, the same fucking thing. There's so many fucking bots.
They
on
say it
Twitter.
comes from Russia.
A lot of it comes from Russia. It's a Russian farm. Was that lady's name we talked to?
TED Talk.
Talks about there's like even in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest. What was it? The king of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they were the biggest group that fought back against Elon taking over Twitter. They did not want Elon taking over Twitter because he's like all of them.
In China, they have state-sponsored hacking, where they just fund, they buy buildings, and they just pack it full of people that are on computers 24 hours a day trying to hack into everything in America.
They indicted those guys. A ton of those guys.
That's the problem. That's the problem with free speech on Twitter. Where do you draw the line? Like, what was the purpose of the free speech on? What was the purpose of free speech? There is. They have a community. They have community guidelines. Rules they have to follow. For who? Who are we talking about? It's supposed to be free speech, but the reason that they ban people is for reasons, right? They're trying to avoid shocks. They're trying to avoid real calls for violence on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could see violence. To me, violence would really probably be the only thing that I could say, hey, look, you just can't advocate violence. Like at that point, I'd be good.
And that was their ultimate reason for banning Trump, right? They're saying that he incited the January 6th riot.
Yeah, it would have to be pretty specific violence. You'd have to be pretty for me to say, look, listen, we gotta you can't say that. Like I would have to be pretty specific.
Yeah, that whole
What he said
Trump
was very vague.
The whole Trump ban shit is fucking wild. You think about it, dude, that's the wildest fucking shit ever.
President.
Dude, because that right there lets you know that the people who run these companies are part of, a particular fucking agenda and a part of a particular fucking side of the political fucking. You know what I mean? Like it's obvious. It's fucking straight fucking obvious. When something like that happens, it's like okay, then there is an agenda and there is fucking some kind of ulterior fucking motive. You know, it's just like, that's insanity. Sheer fucking insanity. That's happening.
And the other, and lots of like Milo Yiannopoulos getting banned. The other person who got banned, I forget what it was, some person tweeted a man that's not a woman, something like that. They got banned.
Fired
suspended from Twitter permanently.
It's crazy.
This guy I know, this political commentator kid that posts a lot of shit on YouTube, Kyle Kalinske, he posted replying to some sort of political tweet from somebody like mocking the dude, and then posted that gif of the head exploding. You know the gif from that movie? It's a gif of like this guy with a clay head, and his head just explodes, and it's like clearly like clay, fake animatronic or like special effects, and they fucking blocked it and suspended his Twitter profile, saying that it was like depicting acts of violence or whatever. But you can find a million other tweets using that same fucking gif.
Yeah.
But it's because this guy's like a left-leaning commentator or whatever.
They enforce the rules when and how they want to, on who they choose to. Period. It's all part of it.
It's all part of suspicious. Like. But then there's board trying to block Elon from buying it. It's suspicious because what is he gonna find? Is there something that he can find that he would expose?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't even know if it's that cheap. I think that they don't want
him to change what they got going on.
They don't need that kind of ink on Sugar Mountain. You know what I'm talking about? They don't need it. They got what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? They got what they're trying to do, and he knows that they're gonna come in and he's gonna fuck their shit up. It's gonna cause chaos.
Why would it matter when they're gonna make all that money? I mean, the price that he
not
offered.
about the money.
Yeah, I don't think it's about the money.
What is it about?
It's about their agenda.
It's about control.
It's about their agenda.
Why is their agenda so much more important than making millions and millions of dollars?
Because people that own Twitter are already multi-millionaire. They're already, once you've
The
got...
agenda's all
So
part of
they think they have some agenda that is so moral and so just that it is more
Might
important
not
than
be moral and just.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's moral. Maybe in their opinion, maybe they think so. Yeah, but
in their mind it must be.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, you understand like the difference between if you have like you're worth 2 trillion and you're worth 3 trillion. You do understand that it's not like you get a bigger car. Like nothing really changes.
There was a study done, and they said after about like 70 or 80,000 or 170 or something like that $1,000 a year, your life doesn't really improve. Like your state of well-being, your means, it doesn't really improve up to that point. So and like a lot of these people are just not motivated by
The money.
They
got all the
not
money.
even about that. It's like they live through some altruistic. They think that their view of the world is altruistic, and that it's
And
the
they want
only
to
way.
push that on people.
And yeah, it's a mental illness.
But it
It's
seems
a literal fucking mental illness.
But it doesn't seem like it doesn't feel like it's like, nah, we don't want them to do it. Our answer is no. Like they panicked and went to an extreme to block it.
But why say somebody that's more left-leaning, more liberal, does the same exact thing, and has no zero consequences? Or for granted, they do something even way crazy. Like they'll say something way fucking more wild than that. You know what I mean? They'll make some fucking kind of like some feminist will say fucking all white men need to die or all women need to abort male babies, and that's just fucking allowed to float around on Twitter. Those people don't get taken off. But he says something that can be misconstrued, and all of a sudden now he's down and fucking barred from the platform. Come on, this is fucking obvious. It's obvious.
Yeah, it is obvious, but
It's wild, man.
there's so many different variables.
There's a lot of different moving
Saudi
parts.
Arabia.
And at the end of the
What do you do
day,
about Saudi Arabia? What do you do about countries that you can't tell Saudi Arabia they're not going to use bots and they're not going to pay people for saying shit.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a private corporation. It's not a public utility. It's a private corporation that they can pretty much do whatever they want with their property. Whether, and it's just because of the way things are, it's like it's the de facto public square for people to communicate. It's like, what do you do?
Didn't you say you wanted to take it private? You said if you bought it, you would take it private. What was the point of taking it private?
It's a publicly traded company
Publicly
now.
traded, but you said he wanted to make it private. You bought it outright. He said that's the only reason they said.
Because then you wouldn't have to be
I don't understand.
beholden to your
Your share members.
your shareholders.
Like,
You're not beholden to your shareholders. Like you don't have to have a board of directors that keeps coming in and saying, "Look, we're not making money. We have to do this. We have to do that. We have to do this." If it's just a private owner,
The board is only one of them. You're legally obligated to make money for your investors.
you have to.
Jack Dorsey just tweeted something. He tweeted something crazy like 2 days ago, yesterday, about the board of directors. And he was saying how this is like some fucking crazy fraud he's going through. It's like the board, what he's witnessed over the past 10 years in Twitter. He's like, there has to be some sort of Hollywood thriller made about this because there's all these coups that are happening in the company. What did he say? Find the exact quote what he said. Try to just click the New York
This
Post.
jerk off takes cold showers.
He does. Jack Dorsey's like, keep going. He said it's consistently been the dysfunction of the company, which he said. Later, when he asked about another user, he was allowed, if he was allowed to say this, he replied no. In another tweet, Dorsey responded to the user quoted the venture capitalist Fred Destin praising the Silicon Valley problem. Good boards don't create good companies, but a bad board will kill a company every time. Keep going down. Those facts, he said.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome when
Just
Lisa
think about it, like a Hollywood thriller.
it was unconditional
Humans
support.
happening.
So he was like, you guys are
I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of internal shit going on. I mean, people are fucking fighting it.
go home, start rebuilding. Like he could have fucking destroyed this.
I'm really happy Elon is joining the Twitter board. Well, he didn't join the board. Oh, that was the first tweet. That's when he said he would find like 10% or whatever. And then he purposely didn't join the board because when you're a board member, you can't own more than 50% of the company. He said there's been a lot of fucking crazy shit happening on the inside, so that company, whatever. And he was like stoked on it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think it's good news.
You know, that's not exactly
He's got a lot going on. Now he's trying to fucking take over Twitter and go to fucking Mars. Now he's going to dig tunnels underneath the earth. And fucking Jesus Christ.
How would he get $40 billion?
Only if you get 50 what? You only have to get a certain
He's
percentage
got
and
that.
get some other guys to go along
He's
with
got that and probably
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
stock. And fucking Tesla
How much
stock.
stock did he sell to get $45 billion?
How many searches do you need to get 40
The population of a small country.
Yeah.
Are we done? Are we done now? That's fucking crazy.
I gotta drive an hour.
Should we end
Is
it?
there any conspiracy theories you do kind of believe in a little bit?
I don't.
No.
Things that I believe in are conspiracy theories. They're just true.
Matt doesn't spend any of his time.
Is there any
It's not just
interesting
second
things out there?
You know, because honestly, it's like I have,
What's the most important thing in your life?
I mean,
What's the most important thing in your life?
to be happy.
What makes you happy?
And spending time with my girlfriend makes me happy. Painting makes me happy. Writing makes me happy.
Why painting?
I like doing my podcast. You know, I like hanging out with people that I like hanging out with.
Number one is your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Number two is painting and writing.
Yeah.
Why the painting and writing?
You realize like working out is not even on the top 10.
I'm not talking about working out.
Hate working out.
I'm talking about like the reading and writing. Why do you like the painting and writing?
It's creative. It's like, you know, it's like
It's an expression.
Yeah.
You just like to zone
You
out.
know, do you ever mow your own
I
yard?
love mowing my yard.
Right.
It's one of my favorite things to do.
No, is it really?
I love watching the TikToks. You send me some clips. I watch them on Instagram and on TikTok. The fucking guys who make these perfect fucking lawns.
I didn't know any of this, by the way. I didn't know any of this. But what I always tell people when they're like, whenever people say like, you know,
Lawn porn.
do you like whenever people say like, do you like painting? And they're like, why do you like painting? Like, because I love when you kind of when you're completely done and you step back and you look at it, you're like, wow, like look at that, like look at that. I feel this great feeling, a feeling of fulfillment. And so like that, when you finish something, you're like, wow, I can't believe I did that. And whenever people are like, well, I don't know what you mean. I always say, do you mow your own yard? And then they go, yeah, I do. How do you feel when you completely done. Stop the mower. Turn around and look. How do you feel? They're like,
it's like a fucking Michelangelo.
right. It's great. It's a great feeling. Like that's really for someone who doesn't paint or write, they don't understand that. But if you say, "Did you mow through your yard?" They're like, or even paint a room, they're like,
That
"Yeah,
feeling of
I know what you mean. I know what you mean." Because you don't get that doing someone's taxes. You don't get that doing someone's taxes. I don't think you get that when you work in the warehouse. You know, but
I don't even get that when I edit like a video.
I was gonna say maybe. I was gonna say maybe.
I was thinking maybe that would work, but no, it doesn't. It's fucking torture editing.
Yeah, it's long and arduous, and then when you're done, it's like you never really feel good. Like
no, you're staring at this fucking screen, sitting in a chair. But when you edit, when you're mowing a lawn, you're fucking out in the sun.
It's you're clearly done.
You're getting exercise. You have your headphones in, listen to a fucking audiobook. You learn, you get exercise, you get the vitamin D, and you're fucking creating beautiful lawns.
Yeah, it sounds stupid.
So fulfilling. So not only is Zen, but it's extremely productive.
What about washing your car? You kind of get that washing. See, I think some people. I bet you some people get that washing their car. Some people are like, I hate lawn. I don't get that mowing the yard. But most people, if you're lucky, you have something like that in your life.
Washing your car. I do it every week. I would do it twice a week.
Yeah.
But I was really obsessed with my car.
Yeah. But see, I don't really like my car. You know, if I was driving a Lamborghini, I'd probably feel, hey, wash that fucker. You know what I'm saying? But now, it's like, you know, today.
Driving a Lamborghini, you would give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I would watch. Get me a Lamborghini. Watch me.
Let's find out.
Because when we were painting, and I threw that painting up on the hood of my car, I was like, it's great not giving a shit about your car. Like I wanted the sun to bake the painting and make it dry right away. I took it out and just popped it on top of my car back in the garage. But yeah, I like painting. I like writing. I like painting. Especially writing.
And it's all about the feeling that you get, all about like that Zen sort of accomplishment feeling. That's all about, or is it money involved?
No, because I don't really make a bunch of money. I don't make a bunch of money doing, like, no one thing pays my bills. Like, I make some money on books sales. I don't even push my book sales. You know, I make some money on painting. I make some money on doing, like, commercials and you know, podcasts and things, you know, being interviewed. So I make a little here, and luckily by the end of the month, I'm able to pay my bills. You know, so, and of course that's helping me try and put together some documentaries and work on different projects, and I'm hoping those projects end up being something and making something. But right now, I'm super happy.
When you're writing, is it a similar process to the painting? Is it mindless, or do you have to like sit there and like?
No, it's way different because I'll sit there for 2 hours and write 3 sentences. And other times I'll sit down and I'll write 2 pages in an hour. So it's just always just
how structured is it? Like how much work is it? You sit there and be like, maybe this sentence should be here. Maybe I should use this word instead. You sit there and think like,
listen, I hit the thesaurus. I hit synonym. Back with the thesaurus. Okay, what about this? Then I go and you know.
And this is why if you're working on a project, is this just like writing?
No, I write almost every day. Like I did for months and months.
What is your daily writing?
You know, just different stories that I'm working on.
Okay, so stories you're working on. I don't just simply just write out thoughts.
No.
Plus, shit like journaling or like diary, or like write like journaling.
No, it's always stories. It's always someone's story. You know, Pete and I, my buddy Pete, we've been working on something for over since I left prison, like 2 years. We've been working on a story about this guy. And you know, the Chinese guys that were robbing all these chip manufacturers and sending the chips back to China back in the 90s. But you know, we've been working on that. I'm working on one about me being in prison about a book I wrote. You know, and then I'm working on Jesse's story right now. She's got like a great story. It's not working on. I get up early. I work for a couple hours. Sometimes I write 3 sentences. Sometimes it's a page. You know, I do a little bit every day, and then one day I'll turn around and I'll go, "This is story. I'll let a few people read it, and I'll go, I think this is done."
Do you feel more creative, more motivated to do your work after you go to the gym early?
No, I'm feeling more motivated after I pay 2 cups. 2 cups.
What's up with your? Don't you have some sort of like documentary coming out, John? Or are they working on stopping?
Yeah.
Just
Just trying to get it all figured out right now.
I was gonna say I was waiting for. Like to me, I'm always like, they're signing this, they're doing this. Like I know what's happening the whole way through. And when I say to him, and if you mention it to him, he's like, "Well, take forever." Well, what's take forever? I'm like, it takes time.
So I know
what
what
happened.
happened. I get it. It's
You
just one of those things where it's like, you get to a certain point and then there's negotiations, and then they get to another certain point and then there's negotiations, and then there's more negotiations. And sometimes it gets fucking just sit somewhere and doesn't do anything for 4 or 5 weeks, and then all of a sudden you get a fucking text message and like, okay, we're moving on this, we're moving on that. So it's just like, I don't know. No, it's definitely happening. The wheels are turning. Things are happening. So stuff's getting signed.
Should we watch the trailer or the sizzle they made?
Really? You've seen it. Like you've seen it. You know, I like no. The guy that's doing it, he does nothing. Do you understand that? You understand that
Fuck him.
No, yeah. Anything he posts, like they are all over him.
Through my social media, if I post something that's even kind of like considered sketchy, it's racist or fucking anything
they can take.
The director gives him a call.
They don't even call him anymore. They're done calling him because he argued. They call me. You gotta call him. Listen, I don't.
You gotta take that post.
You gotta take that. I'm like, well, I don't.
What post they actually take? Oh, quite a few. Yeah, there's been quite a few.
And they never mean anything. Like the head. What was the head?
One, I had like a giant clown head on the helmet, a head.
Can we see this? You save it on your phone?
Yeah, I have it on my phone.
But they were trying
like,
to say,
that's a racist.
They were saying it looks like you're in blackface, but it wasn't. It's a clown head from what's his name, Rob Zombie movie that happens to be is the guy black or brown? It's just a brown head. It's not even. I don't think it's even. Yeah. So no, take it down. It looks bad. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't look. It looks bad.
That was the photo you posted.
Yeah, I took it down.
That's not the only one. There's been multiple ones.
Yeah, I'll show you another one that I had to take down. No, it's our time. Yeah, I do think it's I'm just going back nuts.
So they think the people that are trying to sell this fucking documentary,
I had to take that one down too.
You know, they're always concerned.
Because that's supposed to be what's that supposed to mean?
But that power,
white power.
I didn't know that. I do like that's what I do.
Yeah, first of all, that's not. It's a sign that they're taking and twisting. You know,
does that really mean white power?
I don't know.
That's like me saying okay. You know,
that means white power.
Shut up.
Yeah, so. I don't know.
Everything.
What is the? Do they explain to you why they want?
I'm under a microscope. They don't want me to fuck up any potential and sell it to a Neptune.
Right.
They don't want to be like, okay, because if they're gonna tell somebody about me, the people are gonna look into me. And they're gonna go to my Instagram and be like, wait a minute, what about this post right here?
These executives, these networks are super fucking sensitive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't matter that
I'm like, well, they better not go and watch my fucking YouTube channel. Then.
Please post and make a note. You should have wore that Make America Great Again hat.
Oh, not just crucified for that. And then that's not even really like if I would do it just to ruffle feathers, but that's not really
right.
Like
but the whole thing is like he's not a racist person. These aren't racist things. They're like, yeah, but they could be construed as it's like, oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, it's not.
Imagine how much that fucking sucks. Having your whole livelihood based on these fucking political ideas.
Yeah, so that's how I'm living right now.
Oh, you should hear
nuts how I want to.
On our group chats.
I can't. I go fucking out.
Go nuts.
But you understand our group chats? Like I say stuff like I'm gonna say one of the mundane ones. Like they'll say, you know, hey, we're waiting for so and so to respond. We send them an email. We're waiting for the response, and I say, hey, listen, do you have this guy's address? Because I'll get a couple of Mexicans to go throw him in the trunk of their car, drive around for a couple of hours, duct tape him to a chair.
We're in a group chat with like 8 people that are working on this film.
Right, duct tape him to a chair, and then we'll have a conversation just to soften him up.
Do you remember the one?
And so wait, none of them respond. He's laughing.
Oh, that's funny.
We're going back and forth like it's like And then I say that, boom, dead silent for like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden I just get like, I'll get like the funny ones, I'll get like the emoji with just the big eyes, like that.
What about the one where he's like
terrified?
He's like, okay, so they sent us a picture of this dude, and like we're pitching to this dude, and we're trying to get this guy signed on board. So I just dump on, I do a quick Google search of the guy. Apparently, he has some kind of wild fucking sex charges against him. Or something.
No. It was that he had been sued by an assist. What is it called? An intern. A female intern had sued him for sexual harassment.
Yeah. And I'm like, so I pull up the news article.
This was just somebody they were pitching.
They were talking to. Yeah, they were talking to him, and they're like, we're trying to get him involved. So then I sent the news article in the thing. And then
just the guy,
right? Yeah, it's just the guy, and the fucking when he came out and said something about.
I came back and then they were like, well, maybe we should reconsider talking to him. I guess it's not. I guess we're not going to approach him. That doesn't sound like something we want to deal with. And I go, well, wait a second. What did she look like? I said, let's not jump to conclusions here, bro. I said, this may have been a perfectly reasonable sexual harassment. I said, sometimes it's just good behavior. So I'm going back and forth. Listen, we're talking about that's like a phone call, like say like that, and they come back to me 5 years later, and I'm like, it's a joke. But then again, we have nothing to lose.
They work on huge projects with like these massive, fucking conglomerate
billion-dollar companies like they
big time budgets and shit. So I need to comment. Yeah, people are getting fucked up over tweets from 5 years ago. So I can only somebody publishes the whole chain of fucking chats that's going off.
They're not stupid enough to comment. We're terrified.
I'm a loose cannon. They're fucking terrified of me just thinking this whole goddamn thing.
Can you please just call him?
Just call him.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. They think I'm gonna torpedo the whole thing before it even gets legs. So they're just trying to fucking. That's why I don't really post or like. I go crazy on my podcast sometimes when I probably shouldn't about a lot of shit, but my social media I kind of don't really. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. I was like, maybe we should get Harvey Weinstein involved. He's fucking. I was like, he fucking gets bangers going.
He would have had this thing filmed and released by now.
Yeah. I threw Harvey in there. Oh yeah, dude, they are like none of that at all. These are all like well-to-do. Their sense of humor is real dry. And it's not like not like when you butter like ours.
Where are they all from? Where they live?
Upper crust, northeast.
Like New York area?
I don't know. Actually, I don't really know. But I think I'm assuming. I'm making assumptions here. But I believe they're all.
That's why the rise is
Listen, I have an idea. Like I was going to actually talk to you about it at some point. Like I called up the director. I called him up and talked to him. I said, listen, here's what happened. Boom. Immediately, he's like, the problem with that is that we would be pitching that documentary to people that have long-term relationships with that company. And as a result, he immediately started. I'm like, yeah, but it's an amazing story. And it is. I'm like, the people that are involved in this, I can get everybody lined up. And he's like, I understand that. The problem is getting the money to do this, and then you ask them to place it on a platform that they buy from that production company, and they will have issues with that.
Political.
Like it becomes super political, and I'm like, yeah, but it's all true, but it's irrelevant. I'm like, yeah, but this is what happened. And he's like, that doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter that it's an amazing story, and it's all 100% true. It could damage their relationship with this company and this company. It's like,
it's just this giant
Everybody's in bed.
Right.
bureaucracy.
Right.
It is. It's like the fucking government.
So I immediately started thinking, well, who do I know? Like I basically need to get somebody that would go against the grain. But Danny's as disgusted as I am. So he was disgusted years earlier.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Danny will film it for you.
We're in a group chat with a group of friends, and I was really. He said something really funny there. They were talking about Kyrie Irving. you know how like Kyrie was like that, he didn't get vaccinated, so like obviously there's fucking two opposing views of Kyrie. Everyone's like, oh, freedom, crazy fucking people. And I love Tucker loves Kyrie Irving, and all the super woke people who love vaccines. I think Kyrie's a fucking idiot. And we're in a group chat with somebody, and she's like, they're big LeBron fans, and Kyrie and LeBron, they're obviously like going at it. They're not like super close anymore because Kyrie talks shit about LeBron.
They're both on opposite ends of the spectrum
Right.
when it comes to that.
Yeah, Kyrie and LeBron is just like left and right. And one of the people in the group chat was like, the only reason I would like Kyrie is if he went back and played with LeBron and he shut up and didn't say a word. Never opened his mouth. And Shane responded, he goes, so he should shut up and dribble.
There was a big,
and it was a silence after that. Dude, it was fucking great. I didn't do it justice, but
he had to be there.
One of those things like
he had to do that.
Just to make sure you check it out, just say, or for like rogue. If you were like a vagabond or a piece of shit, and like an M for murder, like all that shit.
Yeah, and vaccination.
Rapists. Shit, what do they give you for
Yeah.
rapists?
Anyways, we'll make a documentary, man.
It's like bar little A rapist.
What about our other idea that we had?
Well, I
Just because of the colonies that were like nobles.
I'm honestly, I'm struggling with just getting skills at this point. I need
Just all you had to do back then was tell yourself a different name. You can do it. In a moment. You gotta go to Tom. And then you go to another
yeah,
town.
can't we just boost somebody's content? I mean, can't we just take some of the content and redo it? Plus, you know how much research it takes? I mean, it's outrageous the amount. Or get me that guy, listen, I don't even know how much that guy really did. I think he may just be ad-libbing some of the stuff. Like, you're talking about we have to get footage of the people. That's what you gotta go get the footage of them, and then you have to kind of go through it piece by piece and break it apart. Right? Yeah, like I mean, I don't really know.
I've watched it. What's the guy's name again?
Stick with you.
It's the guy that
he breaks down like these criminal. So like they show like the fucking, for example, he's like a psychologist. For example, the guy who shot the
I don't think that initially he sounds super confident, right? Like you really think he tells you a little bit about. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
First he tells you a little bit about the case, like 15 students were shot, blah blah blah. Then they caught him. Or then they caught the kid, and then they get him into the room. And at this point, you can tell he's acting normal. He knows he's concerned. You can see the concern when he does this, when he does. He kind of just talks about what he's doing. And he says, however, once the detective walks in the room, notice how he immediately, appears to be, riddled with anxiety and stress. How he suddenly starts talking to, he's basically saying how he's faking. He's faking being crazy or whatever. And then when he leaves, so he kind of and he's stopping video and explaining, letting the video go.
You gotta figure out the name of this guy, Austin.
So it ends up being like an hour to 2 hour long thing where he really breaks down the whole thing. But I watched one the other day that really hit me, and the more I thought about it, I thought, he's not using any technical time. He's just really saying what he thinks is happening. So I was like, how much real research do I have to do? Right. I mean, what I really just need is the videotape. Like, where's the videotape, and why is this person being interviewed?
So one of his most popular videos, a guy who had just got done murdering like this whole thing, and he's sitting in the interrogation room of the guy who's being up to the guy's interrogating. And he's like going like this, making these weird hand movements, and acting like he's insane. And the moment the fucking cop walks out of the room, this is JCS, criminal psychology. What does JCS stand for again?
Well, maybe I had a guy, that was like my first joke. Guy was making horse pussy.
What's your name? The one that stabbed her.
So, yeah, go to videos. Go to videos, find like his top video.
That one, Jody Eric.
61 million views. All of his videos are like this.
In the last 7 or 8 months. Look at him.
So, these 4 dudes get captured by these Indians. They take them and they make them run the gauntlet. So that was one thing they would do when they would capture prisoners. A lot of these tribes would make you run a gauntlet like right away. So the whole town would come to the bank of this river with these 2 dudes they captured on canoes. And one of them, by the way, Stark, in the Revolutionary War, would come up with the term "live free or die." Pretty sick. And he was like, I mean, this is how small the world this was back then. Oh yeah, true. Oh man, you missed it. God damn it, dude, you're fired. How would you do it off? He's not paying attention. He's paying attention. He didn't know I was doing a physical. He doesn't know my comedy's verbal and physical, dude. Physical comedy, dude. Welcome. So they do the whole town. What's the gauntlet? Gauntlet is where the townspeople, mostly young men, line up 2 rows and make you run the gauntlet. Oh, they hit you with sticks and fuck with you the whole way. So I thought they were. When so you get caught by the Indians, they make you.
Give me his observation.
A lot of assumptions.
Right.
The settlers have a lucky gauntlet. No, I think they probably just killed you, executed them. Sure. So you had to run through. Yeah, they handed you a stick that you had to hold. So you couldn't like block. You had like hold a stick and run through a gauntlet. And they would all just hit you. Now they tried not to hurt you. They tried not to kill you. They just want to hurt you. They want to fuck you up. But the Indian who captured them, who was the chief of this tribe, told them some things to say in their language that would like make it easier on them, which actually translated to like, I can fuck up everybody in here. Hilarious. So the first guy I read through, I was like, like it just talk shit. He had no idea. They're just fucking cradling the crossbow. Just like, the second guy came through and his chant was, I can fuck all the women here. Like, well, and then he started getting hit hard enough that he started fighting. He dropped the stick and just started swinging. And they let him go. They were like, all right, hilarious. We're not going to hit him anymore. He's also probably crying. Like, I can fuck up. Like, what's the fuck? Anybody here? Please let me fuck up. So it was wrong on that part. The Indians were funny, obviously.
Anyways, that's good. So it breaks down the psychology of all these crazy people that like commit heinous crimes and murders. And they're fucking insane dudes, and they just got like, I don't know what happened. His channel's still up, but he got like a vast majority of the content got taken down by YouTube for
it's an instinctive thing to make people run through.
They took it down saying it was too violent. There's no fucking violence. They're just showing people in the interviews.
Yeah, then
And people are losing their shit about it because obviously a lot of people love this kind of thing.
You go cabin to cabin.
I think the problem is where you find torture. How do you know, right? And I'm not a psychiatrist, but I get the con man. If it's like white collar crime, right? Perfect for someone like you. But where do you get those videos? Like that's yeah, it's not going to be easy. I understand that. I mean, at this point in financial, wealth, you can't afford it. That's always crying about being broke. Yeah, I am. Meanwhile, I was making $700 a month on Patreon. Congratulations, by the way. That's great. Cha-ching. That's fucking amazing, man. Listen, bro, I'm proud of you. I've got my my different tiers. When I had Brett Johnson in here, I'm giving away things. When I had Brett Johnson in here, he was telling me, so it's not top stuff. He needs to I've had dozens of people telling me that I gotta get Matt Cox in the room and we can be able to play together. He was telling me. I told him already. When I seen him on Lex Friedman, I was like, oh my god, this guy's coming out of the woodwork doing interviews again. Fucking, I was like, dude, man, we gotta get him on the podcast. Yeah. And then I sent him you have his contact info.
Cool. You gotta set it up.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Fucking get him on the phone.
Have you met him before?
No.
What about the counterfeit?
Oh, dude, his video's blowing up. Isn't that
Oh, right? Yeah, yeah.
His video's balling out.
Yeah, well, I think it's because of the comments. I think the only reason that video is because one of the main reasons is how fucking dumb I was. I came in like after a full day of drinking. It was on a Sunday.
What? You totally didn't even.
I didn't. First of all, I was fucking hammered drunk. So I was drinking the whole entire day. Matt Cox called me at like, what time did you call me?
Oh, it was probably 2 or 3 o'clock, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, you want to have this
You
kind of
don't meet a lot of counterfeiters. Like you just even in federal prison, I
Right.
probably met 3 or 4
Right.
the whole time. Like, and he knew, and it's funny because you know when he starts talking, you know he knows. You immediately know he knows. I don't know what else he's talking about, but when he starts talking about counterfeiting, you're like, oh, this motherfucker's counterfeiting. Like, you know he knows.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't half the stuff may be insane what he's talking, what Bojack's talking about, but the moment he starts talking about credit cards and making credit cards, you're like, okay. I don't know about all that other.
Go on.
I don't know about the moon landing thing, but you can make a card.
So yeah, I was no preparation. It was like 2 hours notice for a podcast, and I was drunk. And I just walked in, and I was fucking I asked the guy the same question twice.
Oh, and I'm sure people went nuts.
Oh, if you just read the top comments, it just fucking shits down my throat. This guy's carrying the podcast on his back. He explains things well and speaks objectively. Interviewer is a straight up fool. 300 like on that comment.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You get crucified in the comment section. Though. Listen, you sent a fucking comment to Matt the other day that somebody had fucking a long-winded one. And, oh my god, dude, it was the greatest thing ever. It said something like the one line that I just sticks out to me the most that I remember from it said that, why are you giving this guy a platform? Because he said, what did he say?
Oh, shitting on Matt.
God damn it, dude, I forgot what they said. Something about
I love sending Matt the comments that just fucking roast me because they're mostly roasting me.
If he reads 400 comments, he finds one that says something negative. He's like, that's the one I'm sending to him. What about the other 399?
Well, those are common.
that was a great one though. The last one we said was fucking
What did it say about that?
dude, they were pissed. They were upset that Danny was giving Matt a platform. Why this snitch piece of garbage, like scumbag? Why would you give someone like this a platform? He doesn't deserve to live. What about his victims or something? Blah blah. It's just like, he said this guy is willing to take advantage of anyone who seems less important than himself to pad his fucking criminal bank account. I'm like, what? You sent it to me?
Damn.
Damn.
and the whole time I was reading it, going, dude, they accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like his characterization,
They
but
were so mad.
the delivery sucked. But it was pretty accurate.
I think it was quite eloquent how they wrote it.
Yeah.
It really was well put together. I was like, damn.
It was beautifully articulated. It was beautifully articulated. Anyway, we just did 3 hours. So I think, to wrap her up, John, plug your shit.
Yeah, man. Just come to my Instagram account. If you want to buy anything from me, you can do so there. Also, tune into my Instagram account and go ahead and hit the subscribe button. That's Bojack Convention Podcast, YouTube. We're doing a lot of good things over there now, and Sister Soul is get crazy. So, yeah, subscribe. My channel's growing like a motherfucker right now. People going crazy. Yeah, subscribers, like I said, by the Swift 4 every day.
Yeah, let us know in the comments if you guys are down to see Matt or John do some tattoos live.
Yeah, and, I'm still down for the extra tattoos. See if we can hit that 10K, we can hit that 10,000 mark. I think that would be great.
I'm gonna read Matt's comment.
Hey, just the title of it is great.
This is great.
Please stop giving the mega douche Matthew Cox a platform. 5 stars. I love Concrete Podcast. I love Danny. He chooses fascinating subjects and speakers. He leads fascinating conversations. But for the love of God and all that is holy, please stop giving mega douche Cox a platform. I don't care how extroverted, animated, and able to carry a story the guy is. He's a jailhouse snitch and a self-serving human being that literally took advantage of people he deemed less important than himself in order to steal their identities, pad his illegal bank accounts, and evade the FBI. Then he has the sack to talk about it openly to anybody listening. The guy's a sociopath and doesn't deserve a do-over or a public platform to peddle his tales of illegally gotten clout shamelessly. He deserves nothing less than to be a deplatformed and shunned into obscurity for the rest of his miserable jailhouse snitch existence. That is all.
Clip that!
God,
Hard.
damn.
I am clipping that and putting that all over social media.
Awesome.
That was awesome. Well done. If you are watching this right now, well done.
I mean,
What's that guy? Tell us what the guy's username is on YouTube.
If that's you, please comment. We'll send you some free
Yeah,
merch.
we'll send you. This guy, please leave a comment on this podcast with your email address, and we'll get in touch, and we're gonna send you a shitload of free stuff.
what is his name? It's Last Review, right?
Oh, this was in a YouTube comment.
24 days ago by.
This was a comment on Apple Podcasts.
Oh, on Apple Podcasts.
It was a review on Apple Podcasts. It wasn't on YouTube.
The snitch really hit the thing.
Wow, it hurt.
That was like the core of the message. You were a snitch and you found a really articulated way to shit on you.
Mega douche Matthew Cox. He said then he's got the sack to talk about it to anybody that's willing to listen.
Here, this is another one Danny sends. These are what Danny sends me.
Grimy, I love it. Been listening for nearly 6 months. I've never seen a photo of Matt, but I always pictured him as a bald guy. Now I get it. He's just little. God damn.
I mean,
They're fucking brutal.
Oh,
They're absolutely brutal.
We should save all those and make like a little book out of it or
Oh,
something.
sure, make like a table,
After like 10 years of comments, they're just fucking classics.
all the best ones.
yeah.
That would be beautiful. You could sell it.
Listen, you could go through all of Soft Bottom Rebellion, Glad TV. You could go through Value 10. I mean, because they all have them. Yeah. And you know, oh God, what's his name? Was the guy? Big Hurt. Big Hurt.
Yeah.
Big Hurt. Like you go through all those channels. There are some people that are not happy with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like to say that they just don't really know.
Probably.
I just got to get to know him. He's a great guy. Just like the show.
I wonder why they got confused. He was bald. Yeah. He said, I never saw a picture of Matt, but I always thought he was bald.
The last part when I read it, I just fucking died. And the worst thing, I was laughing and I thought,
Jailhouse snitch existence.
They were pissed.
Yeah, the snitch really hit me funny.
They're really upset. They're really upset.
That's true. Yeah.
But Belford just did Vlad, and he talks about it. Ask him about it.
About you?
No, about cooperating. Belford. And he goes all into it.
He said basically the same thing you said.
Well, what's funny is he explains that he says, look, he said, did I cooperate with you? I cooperated. He's like, I wore a wire, and he said, I wore a wire on a couple of people. He said, nobody said anything that really incriminated themselves. He said, and I knew everybody was going to cooperate, and I was going to have to testify anyway, so I wasn't concerned. He said, to be honest with you, he said, you're looking at 20, 30 years. He said, everybody on Wall Street cooperated. He said, then he said, they had me go to my best friend, which was, I guess, like, I mean, I think it came to him, and he goes to see him, and he said, you know, and I was like, I knew that one, I knew that. He said, so, slipped him a note that said, I'm wired, don't say anything to somebody. And he goes, and he took this note and said, okay. He said, we had a conversation, and he didn't say anything. He said, 3 months later, they just decided to him for other reasons, nothing I had done. He said, and the agent comes and bangs on my front door, and he said, and holds up the note.
Damn, the guy kept the note.
Yeah, and he said, and what Danny did as soon as they indicted him was he cooperated against me. He said, right when I lost my He goes, my faith in humanity. He said, and I enthusiastically cooperated against everyone since then. And he, you know, he's like, yeah.
How did he even know?
Because when he gave it to Danny kept it. And so 3 months later, when they came and they arrested him anyway, he's like, listen, Telford this, Telford that, bro, you guys kept the note. He said, and then when he went on and said, to be honest with you, I got lucky. The agent liked me and didn't push for them to give me a fucking time. He ended up getting, I think, 18 months or 4 years, and he ended up doing 18 months. I forget exactly what it was. But he explains the whole thing, breaks it down. And so, anyway, that's on Colby sent me that and said, bro, you've got to do a video on this, on Telford. Yeah. Totally fun.
Cool. Matthew, where can we subscribe to your Patreon and buy your paintings and your books?
I mean, Patreon.
Patreon.com/InsideYourCenter.
Maybe it's just Matt Cox. I don't know. I'll send you the link. But yeah, it's Tears, and I have a YouTube channel, and it's called Matt Cox Inside Through Con.
Yeah.
And I sell paintings. And Boziak's got a bunch of paintings.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nipsey.
DM Boziak about the in the Sassy Duck. Good night, everybody.
Outside, just like eating bugs and doing shit, and you just will like pour water on you and be like, you know, fresh water. Yeah, you'd be like, you're like digging, you're definitely munching bugs as you go. But there's been a lot of bug munching that's fun up the way. Yeah, if you're like a 17th century farmer and you're sitting there and you're digging,
I'm gonna report to this. You're basically the Secret Service's most wanted cyber criminal in history. It's my understanding that I was the first, if you want to call it hacker, the first cyber criminal that made it. So how did you get into this world, especially coming from Alabama?
Well, I'm from Kentucky.
Okay,
I'm residing in Alabama. Okay. So how did I get into it? Man, that's an interesting discussion. What was your childhood? Was your childhood?
Yeah, it's your childhood. And I talked about it extensively on my show many times. But my life of crime begins when I was 10 years old. Okay, my mom was the fraudster in the family. My dad was a captain in the military. Mom was just this crazy fuck. I mean, she was off the chain on stuff. This is a woman that she would bring men home with her.
They did have some good things.
She cheated.
They reported on it. I was like, they were called savages for a reason.
He would sit there and cry. She would hilarious.
This was making me laugh.
She was leaving. How she was going to involve with this guy. And she was going to take her children with me. He begged her not to do that.
It was because in the colonies, they didn't really have that much currency.
This problem is,
So, I mean, dudes would counterfeit
he let my mom so bad.
Yeah, when there's like money, people are like, all right, well, forget about money. What else do we have? We're going different fucking beavers. All right, well, that's money now. All right, everything continue.
Not really a criminal mindset.
It was about how you counterfeited.
He had two instances that
Which hasn't changed much.
where
Your destination. Anyway, excuse me. Hard to protection. Police by the secret society. Still,
he was a helicopter pilot in the military or Army.
What's that?
They
Counterfeit.
downsized. So they offered him, they said, hey, you need to come back here as a staff sergeant. We'll cut you loose. Shit, cut me loose. So he goes back and he decides he's going to be a coal miner in Eastern Kentucky. Now he didn't understand that coal mining in Eastern Kentucky, although the payment held money back then,
The Secret Service is
but
They used to literally on bills say, to counterfeit is death. Usually printed on bills.
so we were going to go
If you
quickly.
were caught counterfeiting, you were fucked.
His first real criminal line, yeah, mom was doing all
Because
the
they get branded. They used to get branded under their eyes, like right here.
Dad had a good
Just to make
first
sure,
time.
yeah, check your phone. Just say, or for like
Transport drugs back and forth across the Texas Mexican border. Now we got this guy named Tommy Allen
They
Collins.
sucks to get an order from Rogue.
As you know, he was a place called Jeff, which is one of
Rapists. Shit, what do they give you for rapist when you're in middle A? It's like a periodic table. It's like middle A rapist or rogue is sick. Being rogue is
all load up me and my sister.
Trying to follow the rules. Just because in the comedies they were like, no.
Hey, Tommy a visit. Tommy's
From Europe that were criminals there.
all these people
Just
just
all you
so
had to do
quick.
with them was call yourself a different name. You can do it.
So all law enforcement were there to this fucking
Then you
guys.
go to another
But
town. Yeah,
trust
just
the guy.
counterfeit money there.
So that was
Plus, also, they didn't have to brand you. There wasn't the internet back then. Yeah. There's no databases. That's what I'm saying. They just have to do something. They like cut your ear off. Yeah, your personal horizon ended at your tail. The guy would come in and be like, yo, this is your money. You're like, you put me money on? You're like, your money, bro. You want it or not? And you're like, give me that mortgage. Here's a bunch of new money.
Well, it's like, okay, we'll do that. They said the United States police officer
What's different is like, don't do the thing back then.
kills you.
And the technology, what the fuck did they do? Drawing. There were plates that they could say stand counterfeit.
They killed Tommy.
So they would get a money
My
stand.
dad at that point decides
And then
maybe buy drugs.
T-shirts back then.
What
You
a
have no
fucking
idea.
good
They would do
idea.
T-shirts. And I could
So that
print
was the
like
first
a
instance. The other instance was we were at Hazard.
They could just print
And this
T's
is
here.
kind of
You know,
my
you just want to wear a shirt.
My dad was watching 6 minutes.
That would have been tight. There's
They had a
clothes back then.
segment on the blood plate.
So these four dudes were trespassing and collecting beaver pelts, which beavers used to get. Beavers are huge.
After the segment,
Yeah,
they
I know that. They get up to 90 pounds. They're fucking big dogs, dude. Beavers are 90
My mom's like, yes, I think you do. And the plan was he'd go down and become a Miami-Dade
Kill enough
officer.
now that they're a little, sure, a little skimpy.
You'd
Little skimpy,
have to
but that's
punish
why
young
he's like
people.
dinosaur days. Beavers were 90 pounds. These dudes,
And my
they
thing
would
was,
triple
I
that.
was only like
Kill them out. So they put like a trap in the water.
It's like, oh,
And put
no,
like
it
female
never happened.
pheromones on.
So we
Yeah,
get to
one of the beaver
Miami.
like stood up at the top of the stick. There was a clamp or something that drug it under the water. I think the female beaver pheromones, I want to know, kill a VA, cut it out, squeeze, rub it on a stick.
Wrecked.
So you have to like, you surgically, like sell, like you have to cut the pussies up. They did like, here's some, well, maybe that's how beaver came out. True, it's like about it. I think they took it first, man.
All this shit's popping off, you know, and
That was the first problem I dealt with. Having sex with molesting ponies. So that is a tale as old as time. Did you hear that story?
what had happened was Miami-Dade, the real cops burst in, arrested 6 of the people
So people are
in the
coming back
class
and seeing them. And she's like,
and
yeah,
warrants.
so we got a wall.
And they
They're like,
had the same idea that he had, right?
what's wrong with Pony? And then this
So,
guy was going in the barns and strapped to the pony. He was like strapped to the legs.
Point,
Yeah,
maybe back in
he
May.
would have his way with him. Yeah, you don't want to get kicked. So he
They
was,
sold everything
I
they
think, I don't know what he was, I don't know if he was, they said molesting him, so I don't know if he was penetrating these ponies. I think he was just like,
to the hospital.
or maybe I don't know. Yeah, that was like my first job. What guy in Pennsylvania was eating horse pussy? We got caught. How was he? And I was like, all you have to do is stand up and you're innocent. Like if you get caught eating pussy, like somebody has to get you should stand up real quick. What psycho is gonna be like, eating pussy? You see that horse's pussy? Well, comedy, here's where comedy's at.
So where they were going,
Every
they
single
remembered
time, like that was a very good
spring
idea.
break.
Well, it's topical too. Yeah, everybody that comes out eating horse pussy. These four dudes get captured by these Indians. They take them
She got it.
and they make them run the
She would
gauntlet.
only work
So that was one thing they would do when they would capture prisoners. A lot of these tribes would make them run a gauntlet like right away. So the whole town would come to the bank of this river with these two dudes they captured on
Reach
the
my
news.
dad.
And one of them, by the way, Stark, in the Revolutionary War would come up with the term live free or die. Pretty sick. And he was like, I mean, this is how small a world this was back then. Oh yeah, true. Oh man, you missed it. Damn it, dude, you're fired.
She cuts all of her clothes. Any of our clothes. Bugs out, right? I don't see that.
He's not paying attention. He's paying attention. He didn't know I was doing physical. He doesn't know my comedy's verbal and physical, dude. Physical comedy, dude. So they do the whole town. What's the gauntlet? Gauntlet is where the townspeople, mostly young men, line up two rows and make you run the gauntlet. Oh, they hit you with sticks. You fucking do the whole way. I thought they were. So you get caught by the Indians, they take you to the Indians would make you run the gauntlet. Do we have a gauntlet? As a president. I mean, I'm waiting with Billy. They're the good guys. The good guys. Settlers have a fucking gauntlet. No, I think they
She could be physically abusive.
executed it.
park.
So you had to run through. He was stick that you had to hold.
So
you couldn't like block. You had like hold a stick and run through a gauntlet. And they would all just hit you. Now they tried not to hurt you. They tried not to kill you. They just want to hurt you. They want to fuck you up.
So
But
my wife
the
cried
Indian who captured them, who was the chief of this tribe, told them some things to say in their
My
language
mom
that
had
would
my mindset. That's where that
make it
shit comes
easier
from,
on
no
them,
doubt.
which actually
But my
translated
dad,
to like, I can fuck up
mixed
everybody in
with
here.
that
Including stuff. For example, the first guy I ran through was like,
So I don't have a healthy relationship.
the second guy came through and his chain was I can fuck all the women here. So he had to hit hard enough that he started fighting. He dropped the stick and just started swinging. And they let him go. They were like, all right, hilarious. We're not going to hit him. Well, he's also probably crying. They're like, let me fuck out of here. Please, let me fuck anybody here.
My mom, when my wife arrived again, my mom was in town for a few days.
The Indians were funny.
We went to home, no food in the house. The kid that used to post up at the window and look outside, see if he's coming home. This was the kid that
hilarious. That's I mean, that holds up today. That joke. That's a good bit. It's pretty good. That's a good bit by that Algonquin. Oh, that's great fun.
so we
How fun would it be to have a moment too? Because the thing, like we did it in high school. Now that rules. Yeah, this is what people do. Yeah, it's an instinctive thing to make people run through a gauntlet and just fuck them up. Slap them all the way. Yeah, then
shit, that's the best idea ever. Let's do that.
After that, so some of these tribes
That's where we
have,
want the
like,
sandwich.
you go cabin to
And
cabin.
the shopping plaza.
When you're good at getting indoctrinated, basically, that's tortured, like, into being a prisoner. You get hazed into it, which is like, you go to this cabin, somebody will pluck a fingernail out. You go to the next cabin, someone will bite your finger off.
Pretty off the shelf.
Just gnaw your finger off. One of the cabins was just, one of the women just beat the shit out of you. You couldn't hit back. She just beat you as hard as she could the whole time. Really? Dude, I was... Did they cut your finger off yet? Eventually, yeah, this is usually... And then there's some cabins where it's just little kids and they stab you.
Still all kinds of shit. I go back into Kmart and everything like this. Maslow, a perverted form of Maslow's hierarchy. Like books and games and water and music and all shit. Mom comes home. Mom comes home, sees the Atari, sees the television, sees all this stuff in the store. Asks for a cake. I'm like, everything. She's like, no, you can find that shit. My sister.
You got crushed. You got fucking crushed. But the Indians, a lot of these tribes, so that's another thing that is annoying. Obviously, I've said it 1,000 times. When people talk about Indians in America, they always like the Indians, like it's one group. These are just some northeastern woodland tribes.
They become this intergenerational shoplifting ring, right? You take these road trips, they go to JCPenney's and still clothes and jewelry.
They all like love being able to take names. That was like their
They got
big fucking thing. Like if your mom cried while giving birth to you, everybody in the tribe was like, "You're fucking." It was that stayed with you. So even moms had to be like tough as fuck the whole time.
They went in.
Like wild shit. Is it possible? It's possible for a woman to give birth that even just like kind of like complain.
Books.
The tribes had some good
We're
ideas.
supposed to meet back at that.
They basically quit you policy the women. They knock off the mansion where your kids get. So it's possible. Maybe it doesn't fucking hard one. If you're sorry, like totally unrelated. Also, one that made me
I
laugh
might
was
stay in
these
property
Indians
underneath the blazer
recorded
because I
how
couldn't get into
British people acted when they got hurt, which was wah, wah. It's literally like when we scalp them, they just go wah,
I stopped and I'm like, Brett Johnson, yeah, that you? I'm like, yeah, like, some of us. So they leave me to the security room and basically, there's my grand, holding me, crying, talking about how they didn't need to do it. It was a mistake. First time they've ever done it, didn't know what was going on, I'm sorry, we're sorry. My sister was
it's been fun stuff. So at the end, after a guy bit your finger off, I mean, it's dominatrix you, and then
that's where my
fucking needle you. What would happen? It would just be like, oh, like a roller coaster. Like here's a version of you being a pussy. Pretty much. But there was also examples of dudes getting tortured and like laughing and making fun of the Indians. At which point, a lot of the Indians would kind of like let them live.
Well, it's interesting. Now,
Another thing they were down, they adopted a lot of Because a lot of these tribes are like sustenance farming and shit like that, where they didn't have a lot of manpower, especially at this point with the colonists there. So they would just take dudes in. So you're one of us now. Like your finger off first. You get your finger off and be like, alright, you can stay. There was one guy that got adopted, and it was like literally from that. Oh, dude, he got adopted by a dude slowly just because he obviously couldn't speak the fucking language. So he sat down and a whole dude in the cabin started plucking his hair out. Like he likened it to like a bird. But yeah, he like just ripping the feathers out. This dude started ripping all his hair out and left his tats in the front. And he didn't realize at the time that he was giving him their haircut. That's how they cut hair.
My grandfather was
Barbershop was rough. There's a game, the number 4. And then the chief came in. It was like, you're one of us now. And he was like, literally from that day, no one in that tribe treated me remotely different. Like, all it took was the chief being like, he's one of us. And everyone was like, what's up, bro? That was it.
There's also, too, it's like, I was trying to be like, well, can I be friends with people who pick my finger off and have their wife beat me up and yell at me? It's like, imagine the outlet. Like, all right, we're going to let you loose now. My other option is to live in the woods. Yeah. First, just doing that alone without people who are putting my finger off and impressing me. Yeah. Just if there's anybody that can be so mean to me and they know, but you're still part of the thing, I think they just thanks for all you. Starved to death. Thanks for one guy got adopted. He was like a slave. And he was doing like farm work, and eventually he like threw his hoe into the river. Was like, "This is for women." And all the Indians were like, "Sick, this guy's awesome." So the Indians did have cool fucking codes. He risked his life to be like, "This is chick work." And we're like, "You're right, that's chick work. Go home." You're past the test. Yeah, and also they were singing the Last Samurai in the final test. They're like, "This is fucking."
I know that's one minute that I didn't know. I didn't know it for years.
But they, too many minds. It's like, everything's fucking gay.
But I have this memory.
Yes, he's learning. Yes, he's learning our ways. That's fucking sick. And he's good girls. Yeah, he threw his hoe into the river. They were like,
Had that
this is good. Respect.
she was reading everything.
There had to be white guys out there that bit other white guys' fingers eventually. You came home with sort of white fingers. Saying like, fucking, it's how you become tribe. Like the fingers off that's like the 3rd or 4th reference they've made to it. So, especially fingers left the hell, man. Safe to say that some of the natives were launching fingers hard. For sure.
It's interesting that
Pulling your finger off. Just gotcha.
I was talking to
Just let me see your finger. Close your eyes. Bite your finger off. Like,
when I start telling these stories,
oh,
it's
man.
like it minimizes.
No, I'm saying I wonder if any settlers joined. A lot of those dudes stayed with the tribe. People ran away. So they stayed with the tribe. I wonder if there had to be someone who bit someone like John Smith's third cousin person probably bit someone's finger off.
Juxtaposition of somebody
I'm sure. If you hang around that culture long enough, you get that whole thing. What's also funny too, like if they've adopted like European dudes, so you're just like running, you're the goal, and all of a sudden you come to the next town like you did, and you're like, dude, this shit's fucked up. He's yeah. It's like, I know it's fucked up. But yeah, then they also, Robert Rogers, who the book's about, wrote down that he was like, there's also literally zero wealth disparity. Like everybody is the exact, like you're not allowed to do anything if your neighbor's poor. You can't be gonna help them. Yeah. Which, good quality. I think it's easy to be mad when you guys are all living in fucking tents, though. Sure. Yeah, it's pretty easy to be spreading the wealth when there's zero wealth. Yeah, well, it was also really physical back then, too. Like,
my mom,
like Bitcoins and fiat currency. There's like, you have 6 girls, the guy has 2, and you're like,
she always
weird, dude. That's fucking good, right? Whatever.
But she would baby.
Yeah, so they didn't have good shit. Well, they used to also do a thing where they would, whoever had the most stuff would burn all their shit. Well, they had I forget what it was, but they'd have a thing where like dude at the top ceremonially would just like get rid of all the shit. It's like Bill Gates giving the check. That's pretty much what we did. Yeah, they would. Back then, the Native Americans would give away like a large proceeding or something secretly held the little shot based on their genetics. Dude, nobody wants that shot, by the way. Really? A lot of people like talk
like, I'm not fucking. One person is like, I'll take my chances on that. A lot of people are like, they're gonna rush the.
Not very bright, but he was a hard ass worker. He
They're
loved
saying
to
it's
get
not
out
an
of
inherent form of the virus.
But
It's not like the old. They only say
she
we
talks
get
about
virus.
the
Like,
business for himself.
it's like
He
a.
does,
It's
but
it's kind of like half
to
alive.
really
You're like,
use
okay, that makes sense.
legally,
It's not that. They're like, no, it's just like, it's just like a genetic thing. It's like a genetic thing.
I don't think I've ever once, until obviously recently, I don't think I've ever once like even asked what a vaccine was.
Yeah,
I think I've always just like if I don't even think I've ever gotten a flu shot.
it's good stuff.
permits
It's
are
good
a
stuff. You
problem.
all get sick.
You're sick. Like, hey, we have to give you 3 shots today. Fuck, all right. Never asked what it is.
Permits grant you that.
Yeah, man. Well, that's the Bill Gates was saying, like, hey, man, look, we're not. This is just genetic stuff. Don't worry about the week around a week.
Good genetics.
It's not a virus you put through the gauntlet. This is fucking just
Gauntlet's tight. Man, break
Oh, we need to break the gauntlet back big time, dude. Dude, how about we might have the gauntlet? There's Minnesota's going defunding their police entirely. That fucking governor.
The mayor of Minneapolis could do
Minneapolis are a fucking dork for defunding the whole place.
no, just him in general.
It's I saw the guy. Yeah.
So much
I don't know, maybe he's a good person.
Oh yeah,
I've
that's
seen
what
too
it's
much
for.
about him.
It's
I
used
did see
to
him
the streets.
in front of
But
in
you
front of a
figure in
protest.
Eastern Kentucky,
They were like,
what are you going to
yes or
do?
no, are you going to defund the police?
You've
He was
got
like,
coal, you've got some metal, you've got some
it's better than being the one out.
He did it now.
And then now he's like, I thought about it. You guys were right, so I'm actually doing it.
It's also funny too because it's like, you know, he's there, so he's there representing everyone. They're like, what are you guys doing? We're going to defund the police. And he's like,
they hired this movie actor.
dude, apparently, so I thought that's the thing too. A lot of these issues get filtered through, like, you know, which news channel they watch. At first, I read it and I was like, we can't get rid of the police. We need the police every time. I'm like, get these guys the fuck out of here. So I'm all the way filtering it through, like, I'm doing my thing of like, God, the people I hate at my school are winning somehow. And I was like, wait a second. So I read the whole thing and I'm like, it might not be a bad idea to have, like, what they're saying is try to do it where, like, you could have a local and everything's dealing with locally. So of course there's ways that can go on track so fucking hard. It's like you need an example, look at the rest of the world. But it's like also if, you know, there's like these they're saying like the police have to go in and take care of these like weird, they're aggressively pursuing like minor violations where they're like, hey, there's a law that says you can't stand right there, and like, oh, I want to stand right here, fuck you, dude. And then you're fighting over this weird violation where it's like, if that was people who live there, it's like the older dudes who live there, or it would be like, excuse me,
What
live
happened?
there, you'd just be like, hey, like, everybody, you know, there's and everything.
probably not the right word. That's not very inclusive.
Oh, there's no, it's them. It's
Fucking them.
he's going to be there, but it's, if instead of a guy just being like, you can't stand this spot, move, and it's like, fuck you, now you're arrested. Just a guy, you know, being like, yo, man, get the fuck out of here, you're following LA. So, I don't know, maybe it would work.
But wait, who's the other guy?
He would hire people within the community, intra-community police.
Alright.
So again, like, if people were like, this is a good idea, it's like, just do me a favor, check out the rest of the world first, because this can't be easily corruptible, dude.
Yeah, but you said that's getting picked up.
Satan.
So the guy already just not.
And the deal was, she sold her soul to Satan.
Defunding the police might
Go
get
off
corrupt a little.
to college.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
College. Satan.
I'm saying,
This is the vigilante squads that people
That sounds ridiculous to me. Adults,
maybe those vigilantes could get out of hand at some point.
this is the, for
so
sure, and this is
the
the
deal
argument
was
with
we
the,
had a crew
anything's going to get corrupted for sure. I know this is like fucking retarded. You see Amber's picking up?
Mom would, and we'd keep eye contact. And William would just keep eye contact. She would let Satan come out through her eyes.
Okay, perfect. I was actually, I know you noticed I'm strategically spiking my head. Well, this is the, so here's the, I was initially against it, but then they're like, it's not just like, because I thought it was just like, no more cops, but it would be slowly be like, they're starting replacing people who are going into like places that are like so bombed out in the war with the guys being like, what are you smoking fucking weed? Bang! Like fucking pile driving you with like people going through being like, everybody here, and then, you know, saving that task force for like serious shit rather than just walking. That's the other thing too, it's like, no one thinks about it, like cops don't just roll around all day and like, hit people and leave. It's like when like some 60-year-old dude who's been living by himself for 30 years like dies from like diabetes. They're also the guys that have to go like lift dead bodies out like fucking so it's like, you know, who wants to do that? You sign up for that as well.
Have you thought about it a lot? Like, have you? Yeah, I have been. I've been thinking about it.
What's that that you like to, what do we call it? It would be, so everything that police's work would be, this is where it does make sense. You look at the job of policing a community, and it's like, we still have the idea that, like, you have to rule, like, you must have, like, everything's dealt with in the force of the police, where you try it with, like, 3 or 4 ways first. Then those don't work. And then it's like, you have a cop roll to a guy like a 302, there's like a crazy dude. There would be people like social workers on terrible. But you have people who go out and like, hey, like you're trained to like calm people down rather than being like, shut up, you crazy motherfucker, shut the fuck up. A lot of cops just lack the sophistication. Wasn't there one of those?
Made a lot of sense.
Wasn't there like a severely autistic?
So that was the first thing.
With the social worker there. That's also
I could be wrong. My mom was.
There was a guy, Timothy Timbo.
I remember seeing it when they were like in the street getting shot.
Social worker was like, no,
she's retarded too. Kill that bitch. All of these retards are a threat. Put them down.
well, that's the problem. It's like, dude, I automatically reacted to it like, what is man, fucking cops and all, but it's irritated. It's like, no, that's not the issue. But, and again, we'll see, dude. We'll see what happens.
I mean, I don't know. I was just laughing thinking about like, it'll be just, you know, neighborhood watch. Then, like, you know, 5 years from now, they'll be like, we should get a place to work from. So, all right, we've got a neighborhood watch station. Maybe we should get them uniforms. All right. Yeah. We've got a neighborhood watch. We get them colors.
Well, we'll buy a bit of a tank. I think that's, fuck, we have the cops. I think that's the best we can do, though, is just reset every, like, so many years. But yeah, here's the new rules, and then we just reset everything. This is cool, and slowly we just get fucking corrupted. That's kind of the, you know, it's kind of the role of deal and all this full and sinister coordination.
Yeah, that eventually everything does get corrupted, so you just gotta keep hitting reset.
Yeah, well, eventually any position where people have a say or a power, they just attract fucking sociopaths like fucking like flies, and eventually they're really good at getting into power, so they eventually get into power. Like, he's like, bro, that's why you gotta be fucking not Mufasa. Who's the other one? Simba, dude. There's always scarred, dude. Floating in.
0 for 1. 0 for 1 on your chime in, Sylvain. Is your mic on? No. If it's not on, why are you talking? No, I'm joking, man. I'm joking.
Okay, please clip up just that name before I saw it. But yeah, that'll be interesting because again, I was like thinking about, you know, like that might be pretty fucking because then it boils down to like, so you know, I think weed should be legal. The reason weed's not illegal is because there's these dudes who drive around in golf shirts, Pacific bike bicycles, and they'll be like, "You're smoking fucking weed. It's happened to me countless fucking times."
Yeah, I know exactly.
Fucking, they get all jammed up on you, and you're like, "What the fuck, man?" 70% of the country agrees it should be legal. Get your fucking Huffy and your fucking mailman shorts out of here.
What? Did you see the heard of white cops said? I saw one clip. It was pretty great.
It's crazy.
A line of white cops versus the riders, the protesters, and white cops were like, "Oh," they're like Spartans with their fucking Huffy. Like they punched it against all the dorks. It was great. Like, get out of here! They started spraying and hitting me with bikes.
Well, that's the thing. White cops work constantly because they're like anything. When anything pops off, they mobilize white cops. So not every cop gets to be Pacific Blue. That's like it's also, by the way, one of our friends fucking got like bike thieved. But it was bike thieved by like a guy on a bike, like an old horse thief, dude. Biked up next to him, cut him off, and was like, "Give me your." He's like, "Let me see that bike." He's like, "Let me ride your bike." Our friend was like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Give me your." Basically, he's like, "Give me your fucking bike." And I guess like an old horse thief rode. But no, he actually is funny. He had a rental like city bike.
You rode on the side of it.
You're fucking in the midst of all the chaos. He went, I guess, jacked our buddy on his bike.
Yeah.
But he rented a bike, one of the blue city bikes.
This was a road.
He ditched, he ditched the fucking city bike, hopped on his nicer bike, but it's like, you gotta rent the city bike through a credit card. So I'm telling our buddy, I'm like, why didn't you just grab the city bike and try to figure out what credit card that was on? Then it's like, you're gonna solve the case of the dude who stole your bike in broad daylight. Like, clearly he doesn't give a fuck about credit cards.
Yeah, probably wasn't working credit card
he used. He was like stealing the bike. He's like, fuck my credit. It's my fucking drop shit. I didn't know that.
It's a good maneuver, though.
Stealing bikes.
Bike thieves, dude.
Broad daylight. Yeah, dude. There was a case of that when I was in Key West. The bike thieves would come through. Everybody down there has cool bikes. Sure, like something the culture in Key West does. Yeah. They get like tricycles, like those.
What are
those called?
What made you decide that?
Yeah, high.
It was.
I call baby boys. They're something. Anyway, but yeah, high handles on it. Bike thieves come through. They come down from Miami. Steal all the poor folks with bikes. Do they chop them off the block, or do they like actively pirate their bike? Pirate the bike straight on. It's fucking nice, but no, they don't. Well, it's the only thing that I mean in terms of my critique on this guy's maneuver. The best thing would be to be ride a bike parallel to somebody and jump off of their bike on there. Yeah. If you can break that thing, if you can break that in, it's yours, dude. Right on. That is pretty tight. That should be a new bike law. We have new police that like if you see a bike better than yours, if you can jump off yours onto theirs, you can board it like a turtle shell, like a hermit crab. Just fucking hop off yours, then you can get on there. If you can fight them while on their bicycle, if you move them, that should be your bike at that point. Yeah. It seems back to the police thing about them, like enforcing shit like you're not allowed to stand there at this time, like shit like that. It seems like that should be a law change versus enforcing it.
So,
slightly.
15.
Yeah, but this is the problem, though. These people complain as the residents themselves being like, I don't want a bunch of kids standing outside my house making a bunch of noise and shit.
I think about it.
So that's the thing.
But
So it's like, if
being
that,
able
in
to
that's
talk
the case,
about it,
if some dude from your community is like, yo, you guys are bothering, this is what's going on, get the fuck out of here. Rather than something to your like, what's up, guys? Intimidation gets fucking, it's like, blah, blah, blah. It just,
I said spot on video with a podcast on stage and in front of people, and I'll start talking about it.
He's got fucking 6 kids who know exactly who he is and where he lives.
So what happens is, it's 15 to that.
That's true. There's some problems with enforcing laws locally like that. No, you're wrong. Possible positives. Again, I'm not there's positives. I'm just like, and then the whole reason obviously I'm selfish, all I'm thinking about is like, you're telling me that helping guys like being weird about people smoking weed anymore. That's my thought already. I was kind of like, wait, can I smoke weed outside now? Yeah, I watched now, but still, I watched a high-speed chase for like a half hour yesterday. It was fucking great. I guess they just do that in LA a lot, like California. Oh yeah, you can just watch high-speed chases. Keep an eye out for them on Twitter. I watched one yesterday. It was in California. This dude, his tires, both his front tires blew off. He was riding on the wheels.
She's like, I looked up, and it was you. She looks up, and she's like,
and finally they like
you look at that.
And he had
Nope.
a academic cowboy hat on. What? Took a Dodge Durango.
No, academic team.
For
Turned
speed,
out
I
she
think it was
was
probably,
both.
if I had to assume, illegal. You think so? For trying to run like that. I'll tell you what, speed. If you're illegal in the country, that's a good way to go out on high-speed chase. It's like, let me just, what the fuck? This guy's not gonna move me anyway. Let me just see what I got. Let's see if I can get out of here. He was headed back towards Mexico, I think. Was he? Yeah, he's headed that way. He's headed
One way
Mexico.
there, or
He was headed back.
no, I'm kind of an
I was like,
idiot.
you gotta be
I'm a homebody.
Go back
I don't
to base.
want to go out
Feel free.
I'm still an extrovert.
Leave.
Fighter
Just gonna leave.
by
So
being
big
an
deal. But no, his wheels are too
By
good.
being
So
over the
there's the
extrovert. So,
the nurse guy in the chopper was
like if I'm at a
literally
conference,
was talking like he had seen this every single day of his life. It was just like, oh, this is a pretty good one.
once that's over, I'm back at the hotel with a crash. I want to go any place and do anything and talk to anybody else.
Running for his life.
But,
It's very uncomfortable.
so I excelled under her name is Carol.
The news guy was like, this is pretty much like a Dodge Durango commercial, just where this thing's still going. This is
really,
incredible.
really became,
She had a police version, which I was hoping they had the canines, dude. Lord, we want to see that canine jump in there.
school would let out, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Get nuts, but no, I assume lad, based on the cowboy hat,
So,
true. Could have been wrong. But the lad got out perfectly. Played with everything. Hands on the head, walked backwards.
one
He's
day,
in trouble
Carol,
with like
she
first
stopped
hands
by to
up
get
or behind the head.
breakfast.
Yeah, that guy, he almost got probably
She's
shot
like,
for
"What?"
that.
And I was like, yeah,
True,
no problem.
especially a big cowboy
Two
hat.
days of that.
Cowboy hat, expect that quick draw.
Come on.
Other than that, if someone's wearing a cowboy hat, you know they have fast hands. Probably they might have the fastest hands in the area at the time. Probably. That's the best thing about when lads get fly. I've said it before, dude. It's cowboy gear, dude. It's the sickest gear possible. When lads get fly,
Came at,
there's nothing like cowboy gear. I told you about the guy who used to work with me and my brother who came here, like, we're into the fact that, like, American dudes are pussies. He thought he was, like, gonna get here. We're always like cowboys, like, fighting. Oh, man. came here, I thought you guys were like, dude, you guys are, I came here just a bunch of like, ballsy ass fucking dudes just be like walking around like, excuse me, man. I thought dudes were gonna be like, get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah, he thought it was what it was.
I thought it was gonna be machismo central, dude.
He was coming from Mexico.
What happened?
Yeah, imagine sitting in Mexico and be like, shit, everybody here's too fucking soft. Time for me to go somewhere tough like America. Yeah, dude, it's just a dude like, excuse me, you pronounced my fucking girlfriend's name wrong.
Trying to start show someone like a hot picture on your Metro PCS of a chick, and they're like, oh, objectify my please. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm like nonstop. You've been working at my shoulder, and you're like, speaking of a hot chick on your cell phone. Yeah, man, it's a hot chick.
That was unbelievable. That was I think the biggest culture shock being in Spain was them just getting memes and pictures on the
Scholarship, full boat.
just every night.
He's like, look, man. He's like, you're a big fish. I'm really happy
It was the
big
guy
fish.
showed me him and his friend.
I was like, let's do that.
Nazis
So
saluting
I
from the
agreed to
swastika.
do that. He's like, okay, I'll be back.
It's like,
So 2 weeks later, he flies back in.
no questions.
That's never happened.
I was like, that guy just showed me a picture of him in front of it. Flaming swastika. I was like, yeah, you want to see something cool? I was like, that's not that cool. That's wild.
I got it. He walks in the house. He's in there about 15 minutes. Comes back out after 15 minutes. Why does he shoot? Goes quiet. Damn thing is ridiculous.
That's like, maybe someday society will be, more accepting of fascists.
Mom did something. Took
But
her
for
2
now,
weeks
that's
to
like
go.
being a gay dude
Yeah.
back in the day where you're like,
She
true,
walks in
you want to
house.
hook up, attack, just have your fucking shot,
Mom's like,
beat up.
she could be really.
Also, was there like a lot more people with them, or he just like,
There was two.
Yeah.
They're two
She's
fascists.
shocked.
She's
Pulls
just
a knife on
Tinder?
him. Says, I killed you.
There's like, holy fucking shit.
He really was. Let's strike that for the record.
Same time that kind of breaks my spirit.
Strike that place. Strike that salute.
You did not even do that?
So,
I did the same deal. My elbow was crossed.
Tasmanians were
That's the non. Yeah.
Once you straighten your arm, fully
That's the strike.
true. I'll show up.
If you grow up in
Good,
that
it's cocked on.
you
It's
don't
ready to go.
know.
You're ready to unleash it full of summons.
There's a lot of people that
It does suck. I forget who was. This was
they
killed.
think the children
My friend O'Leary was hanging out with O'Leary at a bar in the camps we were putting on. It's nice. Yeah, nice to be back. He was talking about how he heard it on another podcast. So it's probably what
I know you guys
our
pretty
friends
big. You
used
guys
to
still like
hear it.
so
But he's like,
fear. She's like,
Trump's
it's
never
interesting to say
laughed.
that.
Like you've never
The
seen
weird
footage
thing,
of Trump like actually laugh.
other than that one
But
shop
just a quick smile.
Denise doesn't go
I
out
It's
think
always like, yeah, it's always because he, and then I was like, this is because Trump's on this.
She's a good citizen. She's still got
I don't think he's ever shown like real emotion or knows how to.
but
I think
she
you've
doesn't
definitely
get
seen a
along.
lot of laughing. You've definitely seen Trump being laughing. Yeah, you've seen all of them like having a human moment laughing. Trump
I was
can't.
talking to my wife. I talked to Denise about
I want to see him laugh. Genuinely don't remember seeing him laugh, which makes me
He's got
laugh
that,
a lot.
what I call that Eastern
It's
mentality.
crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to
That's always like, he's like Kanye with that like smile and that act straight.
Yeah.
Nails drop.
I've seen Kanye laugh a bunch of times though.
I
Yeah,
honestly
whatever.
think
Yeah,
that's part of
definitely only
it.
ever see you go like that. So you guys like, he'll like do like a quick smile.
That shit. My
It's
sister.
literally that face. You go, yeah, it's a quick side smile. That's it.
I was expected to help mom.
Possibly, dude. I don't talk to him. Where's probably so
Denise doesn't really
Which I know, which does seem something like would be part of his plan. Like you can't let him laugh.
cars,
Laughing is gay.
There's
also people
all these other
probably haven't laughed in a very long time.
So what happens
I don't think there's too many billionaires that have it. Although Trump is, don't get me wrong, if I was Trump, I probably wouldn't be having time in my life right now. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be laughing too much.
that ends.
I don't think you're laugh your way to $1 billion that much though.
You know, so you have it, you probably laugh.
I don't know, dude, because like
And she
you
kept
think once
thinking
you
I
had
was
$500
until she
million,
finally figured out, oh, he was certainly not.
Everybody who
So she
every
breaks
other
up
president
with
has been seen laughing.
On the rebound, I meet this other girl, and I'm married to her within 6 months, and had nothing in common with her at all. I see her every day.
I'm wondering now. There's just people I know. People are like, I don't like music. I was like, what? You just don't listen to it. They're like,
I thought the preacher's daughter. Usually the preacher's daughter is a sexual deviant. No, she was just a
It's definitely pretty rare to see. Like, I knew a guy who would, like, when something funny happened, he would be hilarious.
Her
And
dad
he
was
just would state that it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's
so the first time I met him, I sit down on the sofa because he was a coal miner and a minister too. He comes in for the day work, sits down and looks at me, he's like,
go watch his
"Bait
roast.
my dog."
Go watch all that shit.
Yeah.
Somebody makes
He's
fun
like,
of me. He's like,
so, are you a servant of God or are you a servant of Satan? I was like, what? He was like, you can't
there's a
be
gif of him being like,
whatever you want. And I was like, yes, sir, I think I'm a servant of God. How are you?
he can't even act at all. Like him trying to be like, all right, what do I do to be a bad guy right now?
Lord Jesus. Well, I have problems with that sort of thing.
Fucking
Really,
crazy.
so
It's crazy how I thought he was showing him WWF.
It was okay. And he told me, he's like,
No,
look,
he don't. This
this is my dog.
ass. Look, I'm not guy. Look, I don't want you guys
And I
thinking
looked
I'm
at him, I was
coming
like,
down on press.
yes, I'm going to church every Sunday and Wednesday.
Respect the office. Shout out Drew
For
Brees.
5 years, that's exactly what I did. Every Sunday, every Wednesday night, let's go. I learned the book, and he was,
Without a swing.
but
I
he
think your
was setting
theory's
his
valid.
ways.
You know,
It's not my theory. I think a different podcast has covered this, but it was recently brought to my attention that Trump has never been filmed laughing, which as soon as I can't even imagine him laughing.
That was not me. They said 5
I'll be
years.
curious. I think someone's going to hit you with some footage of this.
We
Someone's going
did.
to find the UFO
Well,
sighting
yeah,
Trump
you
laughing.
take a mom
And Trump laughs tough to come up. Even though I remember him on Stern, he wasn't really like, even when he was funny, he wouldn't laugh. Like he would do something funny and not laugh.
We were
Do you think he was always about to get his dick sucked? So you think he was doing his dick sucked when he was
my
getting his dick
mom
sucked right after?
becomes
So he just kind of always in a rush to get his dick
she
sucked. So
says
he's just funny joke and he's like, I can see the humor in that. Get my dick sucked in half an hour.
True. There are things better than laughing.
I'm gonna wake up with that Jeffrey right now for what's going on.
Yeah.
Chill in the back.
She comes up, she
That's also true, man. No one's holding his feet to the fire from Joe Epstein. Oh, that's just insane chill.
Well, that's because
the apartment
the
complex
right seems to be leading the charge on the Epstein stuff.
It's like if you knew, again, he had to have fucking known any billion. Anyone who's in like the billionaire class knows that guy was having an underage sex ring. You know, like even if you went, you're like, oh, dude, this is cool. And you think you'd be like,
she actually gets the
and
point
if they didn't, why not? You know,
I bet they didn't. I bet billionaires that fuck 17-year-olds is probably pretty prevalent to the point where it's like, well, I think they're busting Jeff. Shit.
So, and like I said, as an adult,
yeah, if you
What's the thing he has? It's like, oh yeah, he has that.
I can
What's the
see
thing
as
this
a
billionaire has?
neighbor,
Oh, he has an enclosure of giraffes that we go shoot in the fucking head when we're at his house.
has
True.
a
All
different
this weird shit. These, you know,
yeah, no, the reason I asked you about your personality, because what I've noticed is that people who have fucked up childhood,
17-year-olds, yeah.
when they grow up,
you know, but I think it does range from like, what was that, that age range?
well, it's
I've
not been told my
it was
story
like
great,
14.
but
I think he got a little low.
it's a whole lot better.
How low can you go?
And obviously, too, like if once you're in that, like once you start selling coke, someone's gonna ask for some heroin. So like if you're the man getting 13-year-olds, bro, you take the breaking materials for the guy getting 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, or you know the dude that does.
How do you break into that conversation? Like say you and me have a nice, healthy 17-year-old brain. Sure. Just a red-blooded American 17-year-old sex ring. We're supporting him sex workers. It's like you break into that by being like, yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with this. This isn't pedophilia. But like, God, there's no weird when dudes like more fucking like
There's no redeeming
9-year-olds.
Yeah,
not as
Weird, right?
that's kind of weird.
I mean, I thought about it. I don't know if it's that weird.
Everybody.
Do you want to get some? You want to
Myself.
My cousin does that. It's
Yeah, you gotta
he's wild. He's
My
wild.
wife, I married
You
Susan,
gotta fucking knock it off.
faked a car accident to get the noise to get married.
It's crazy.
She didn't know that I was faked a car accident. She didn't know I was a criminal. Kept all that shit hidden from her when I started getting involved in cyber.
I think they're maybe they're like
Good Lord, what do you do with that?
I mean, dude, it's also like all globally. Like, there's definitely selling kids in a sex
The day
slave.
she finds out, it took me 3 years.
You're like,
The day
yeah,
she finds
probably
out
significantly more than anywhere in the U.S. is probably the pretty good about it compared to.
Dude, imagine you're meeting the other leaders in parts of the world.
I like the shit out of eBay. I had to do this fraud sign at eBay. I've been doing security
Think how
fraud stuff.
crazy the billionaires must think that.
Yeah, then you go to like
You're in Thailand, just like, what did you say? I can't fucking
But
remember.
this was pre-cyber. This is eBay was your first. eBay is your first real
I mean, dude, it's like I was talking to a guy today who was into me to some news that was like using sex slaves, and once they're done, physically chopping them up for parts. And it's like, so I guess like the organs and shit. I didn't read the full thing, but it's like there's parts of the world where it's just like, oh, they're just like, oh, we're for sure gonna fuck this thing, and then chop it up. Like, once it's we're gonna fuck it.
Gotta be some way to make money on it. Didn't know how, but I got a lot of my initial inspiration from Bill O'Reilly.
For sure.
So he was hosting Inside Edition back when Inside Edition
That's they're like, we're gonna put this thing down. Next thing you know, the sex slave is just having like little glowy things and fucking 4th of July. They just put you out to sell
that's what
t-shirts, those costumes are made out of.
so it's $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there watching it like, shit.
It's just they're like stem cells.
And I was naive as shit.
Probably like that's probably happens right. I think I work at like Carnival. Once you're like a sex slave that breaks your leg, your corneas always have like one arm or something. Yeah, you're
Sticking while they suck their hand in
So
the
I skip classes. Go around all these stores. It takes me 4 or 5 hours to figure out.
It must be tight when your cornea
I
shows
didn't
your
stores
arms.
because
That's
the
the
gas is
zipper.
But
Scrambler.
I ended up with
Took one of these. I got a metal plate. Fucking crazy.
Well, probably that's why it's cornea. That's how you get pussy.
tag.
Put us on the scramble right now without a seatbelt.
So
I got connections. And you're riding, you're like, oh, shit.
That is fun though. That is cool. So we had at Williams Grove, the Speedway. There used to be a amusement park there. It's now listed as like a haunted amusement park. It's just an abandoned
Take the
amusement
guy
park.
home,
But we used to go
get a
there.
5-gallon bucket up,
Still did. Like, the
put the
fucking
guy in there, put the animal in there.
roller coaster
Find
was
out
like
pretty
the
quickly the
scariest
animal's
roller
made out of
coaster
polyester.
because that
Doesn't
thing was
hold
falling
die
apart
at
like a
all.
ball.
Get him out without
Ghost
gas.
house,
Look
no
like
haunted
he's got
house.
some
Like you were
money.
supposed to sit in a chair.
Yeah.
It would, take you around, but we would just get out. Run around, man.
But
The
what
ghost
happens
house
is
was
I ripped the lady off. I tried to picture the real one. Post it. She thinks I have the real thing. She wins the deal. As soon as she wins the deal, I talked about this on my show. I talked about this presentation. I
You were
became
sick.
a sick without social media.
So we said, I was usually a wedge breaker. That's the biggest. So like 4 or 5 of my friends go first.
Well, I became
so certain spot. It's the funnest thing in the whole world because you're going around these curves and then you go around one curve and you see like just slamming his ass. It's funny when you're waiting for something because the water comes first. Like when it's chilling and then all of a sudden there's like a slight wave and you're like, oh fuck, here it goes. I mean, we used to do it every summer. Countless times. We do it all day. It was the
Imagine coordinators like, Jesus Christ, they signal at each other when it's and they just probably just signal like, fuck them, send them.
So she wins the bid
Dude,
for
I
this
used to go down
animal.
a thing, I think I talked about it before, called the Alpine Slide.
That's it.
We would go to it, me and my parents would bring us to somewhere in the Poconos where they do this like once a year.
So I said,
Where it was just a slide but made out of concrete.
Yeah.
And they
they're
gave
done
you like a
business
little
with
like
the don't go back
things
to
called
trust you.
devil scooter, not devil sticks. It was like basically these things you could sit on there. It was just a seat. It was a seat with wheels. So they gave you a seat with wheels, and you went down. And they had like advanced, easy, and you just sat on a seat with wheels. You went down like a concrete hill.
Sends me 2 U.S. Postal Money orders for the
I can't believe this. It can't
cash
stop me.
them out.
There's no way.
So the animals did
I
that.
think we've had this conversation before because it brought me to
Phone
this
calls.
kid who got his head jumped off on that water slide. Pretty sick.
Since we finished the show,
Yeah, it was like one of those water
That
slides. It's just a straight drop.
is
Yeah,
really
like a fucking 200 foot.
200 foot.
Like a giant thing. I don't know how many. Yeah, but I think he got too much lift and his head got caught in the fencing. And his head ripped off. And then his parents were in the bottom. Yeah, so it was just
None
a
of
pool of blood.
law enforcement.
They weren't
That's
dead.
that's
And
really
they
the
had to
first
sue, like,
lesson.
it was like the case of the Johnsons versus the
And it's
death
interesting
slide.
that
You know what I mean?
good guys, nurses and retailers,
Are you a pussy for
wow,
that?
fintech companies,
versus the
it took them a while to learn that lesson too,
of Kansas City.
because
Also,
one of the
it's
major
like,
ways that you
Your Honor,
practice
the guy defending the water slide being like, clearly they signed up saying this was the ultimate extreme experience. And getting your head cut off is pretty extreme, Your Honor. I would say
It
that that's my
exasperates.
case.
They throw their hands up in the air and they walk away. You don't hear from them again.
It is the language. Language is accurate.
That's the
This was extreme.
first time I did it in my life.
You did say,
I didn't
are you
know
ready?
kept going this way.
True.
And as I said, I got a lot of inspiration
I didn't
from
tell you this.
the old
I always
Routledge inside edition. So the
It's a tough battle.
next time I committed,
I got woken
he
up.
was doing a show about autographed baseball.
Issue. I gotta buy new ones.
Sammy Sosa,
Those things pick up ghosts.
Johnson, watching
People
all
said I
that.
woke up one morning, 5 a.m., just full this thing in my room screaming. So
Baseball.
full setting off all the other
Class the next
Dude,
like
so I'm like,
yeah.
you kiddo.
Skip class the next day,
Exactly.
go down to the
It's like
sports
my
store,
dogs
walk
do-
in,
dude,
buy
fucks my
case
dogs,
of baseball.
My dogs came up
Stop by
freaking out,
Kroger,
checking
the
out,
same
like,
Kroger that had the
diarrhea.
rip guy. Stop by Kroger, pick up a black Sharpie, go home, start signing Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire, look at the ball, and I'm like, it's pretty hard to sign this.
Exactly, something pretty cover her ears.
So I'm like, well,
how loud this shit is.
I got a
I like run downstairs, and before I even know what I'm doing, I'm upstairs, I hit the ladder, I hit myself.
That's that problem solving.
I'm like running in the dark.
So print those
I
up
ladder,
and
I
sell
take
all
smoke
those.
detector down, and I was fucking naked. I was balls naked on this ladder, just disassembling the wire nuts, and then I got looked down. She has like pretty as her flashlight flash on. It's a full emergency T-ness.
Go up,
Just like
open
my
the door,
T-ness
see
in the
them
midst of an
sitting out.
emergency. And then like, I don't know if you ever put a flashlight to your pubes. They're just like pube shadows on my head. Giant shadow. So it accentuates your pubes, but somehow your T-ness remains on. It accentuated. I also had put on my sneakers to like ground me, so I didn't have like I had like I wasn't barefoot to metal. You were wearing like sneakers. I'm working out, so you look like a pork. Like you were wearing sneakers. Yeah, exactly. Bush. I was like, it's pretty wicked right now. I forgot to trim my bush. Yeah, my bush is fucking heavy right now. Salt and pepper, by the way.
Sammy Sosa must have gone, listen, he's like, you're selling them. I'm like, yes. He's like, where'd you get them?
Yeah, George Clooney, emergency T-ness. And I have my sneakers on, and I'm on a ladder, just being like, cover your ears. And I'm sitting there, I'm working out. Because when you give the panel, usually they don't label the smoke detectors in the house, so they don't want you to turn off the smoke detectors. So I'm like, I didn't see which one it was, so I had no other choice. I have a little tester I'm working on, and I'm just on like beeping the thing, and I just have emergency T-ness on the ladder like 5 in the morning before I realized like, it was like the end of
Mr.
emergency
Johnson,
state. I was
we
purely
think you put
unaware
off
of the
those
fact that I had my
certificates of
T-ness going.
authenticity. No, sir, Mr. Johnson, we think you
I
signed
like the
the
fucking
ball.
wire map.
No, sir, I did not. So Tingle looks at me and is like, Mr.
I'm
Johnson,
over here trying to look good too, and so I don't want to look good on this wire map.
yes, sir.
The entire time even the small ones, I was surprised how heavy the small
They
one was.
really got shipped away behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Look
look
over
over
it.
it. I don't care with my tire map, dude. You're giving me white bear. So we're gonna find out we have a year-long hit
What?
here, my parents.
He's like, son of a bitch. That's why you gotta have
This was
a
made in China by somebody who just figured out pirates.
So that's what you found out.
Yeah, this was actually Salmon Ruins are at the bottom of the side.
So the next 6 years will be
Looking at your bed. Little bed. Yeah, but this was sent directly from China, this of the coronavirus. I ordered it, I was like, can't wait for my wire map thing. I got a thing, I got a package, I had all like that.
China
sent over a bunch of smallpox blankets, so like through the form of worthless trinkets. That's how we're gonna be remembered this year. Like, we sold shit to the Indians, really. They transmitted like beads, emails, like we got like a couple drones, 5 screen TVs, and the future.
But I think also
Yeah, I'm glad to do it hard now. Like the internet's going to become the most like complex technology. It's probably going to span through like different planets and shit. And it's just like we're going to be the cave paintings on there of this guy being like, fag. Instead of like instead of a buffalo on the wall, it's just going to be like, fag. Why do they do that? It's like, oh, they just say fag all the time. It's funny. I wonder if they found cave paintings that were like that. Oh, they must be so. Never reported on them. It's just like, yeah, it's just them. It was just them. Like, they were gay for a while. No one knew what I was doing. They just kept carving fag into the rocks and running away. I mean, it had to be no better than a fucking like porta potty. So like, there was like content. Yeah,
up this thing. For the most part, back then, nobody could do what those guys were doing, really. Yeah. When it came to
Called
like,
it
making stuff and like
psychology.
carving shit to the rock, so it was like, I think, a select few who would do it. I think. Or we only found a few. Maybe there were, but there had to be that. Kind of thinking about it. There had to be, basically every cave was the inside of it, like a bathroom stall, like a truck stop. It's just like,
She was trying to get me to stop breaking the law and go into real estate. And I was like, it's a difference. But what happened, I was 34. I didn't start breaking.
Poorly painted bathroom stall, like a convo, like a back and forth. Yeah.
It's like, call this number for a good time. Why are you giving your mom's number away? Fuck you, retard.
Yeah, so I was a good I started when I was 34. Big fan of Big Lebowski. My drinking choice was the White Russian. Yeah. Started not a bad way to start. Not a bad way to start. Not a bad way. I started drinking when I was 34.
I'm still getting over that guy. I'm still getting over that dude who was just like,
horny.
that's me. It's like, there's me at the Glasgow Falls.
Oh, the guy
There's me there.
Figured it was time to do that. Figured I could get laid too.
on the ground.
So I walked into the strip club.
Smiling. He was like, he just shoved it to me like pawns. I was like,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I joke about it.
Friendly about
It's
that.
weird with me.
A
I
little bit about me. Love
a lot of
Eagles.
times I joke about shit.
I tell you, I'm a Nazi.
Yes,
there was like,
I walked in, girl walks by, I'm like, that's the one for me. So I moved her in with me. After I moved her in with me, I found out she was addicted to cocaine. That's what was going on. Well, how did you move her in with you? How did that go? So I go in that night. This is the credit estate. And it's also South Carolina. It's called Joe's Roundup. It's one hell of a night. So, yeah. Then there's you walked into saw
my friend and said he had a Confederate flag in his room. Similar thing. Yeah, he's like, we got all that Confederate flag. What he said, he's like, Confederate flag.
Sure. So they tell me how much that is. I was like, uh-huh. Then she's like, what do you want?
We made progress.
Really?
Society. I got filled
About
up.
a Corvette for the spouse.
Statues should.
I do that. I
Battlefield.
was hoping to get laid.
He's like, they're tearing down statues. Who decides that? I'm like, well, you know, if you're a black person that lives in like New Orleans, there's a Confederate general on every block. Yeah. Like, I'm just moving to a museum or a state park. Like, he's like, they died. You know, you're telling me they didn't die for it. And I was like,
Oh yeah, doing all that stuff. So I leave that night, come back a week later, pull off to the side.
Statue. I'm sure he did some bad. He went down at Himmler Square. He was up to some bad things, but I'll tell you what, he died honorably.
True. And at the end of the day, he only played
Fought hard. He was a good general.
Where are you going? Taking the rubies on. He looks at me, he's like, take your wallet. I was like, what? He's like, you'll need it.
big statue.
I was like, all right. So, started dating.
Check them out. Like, you want to go see like Nazi statues?
There's a mixture of
Now that it is slippery slope, where it comes down to just like, hey, fucking Jefferson had slaves, take down all his shit, all that stuff. But it's not a bad start to be like, man, Confederate generals.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh, the rebound.
That's it.
So I ended up moving her in with
I guess you have to go. We gotta go repair the.
knew there were problems. Absolutely there were problems. Like she's got an apartment.
There's one
I
statue.
go to, I have a plan to hire people to
What's his name? It was he was the fucking Confederate cavalry.
So
I think he started the clan.
didn't do that.
See a statue. A statue.
Lemire, Jamie, can you look that up? Obviously, I know you don't fucking know. I didn't ask a fucking Dragon Ball Z character.
So there was a guy who was like basically.
He was a Confederate. I think he was also Confederate count. He was cavalry.
I thought he said like KKK.
So I took
He was actually really good at beating the shit at first. Also, I mean, don't get me wrong, they always really had it out with black people, but they really fucking hate Catholics too. Just saying, you know, we had
she
that
would
too.
work, and then
You don't hear us.
she would come home to
How would they
in the
catch you?
morning.
They would see a dude in like an Under Armour tucked in, like an Under Armour t-shirt tucked in, and the guy's a fucking Catholic.
Home.
I was like, a few weeks of that, you're like, shit, something's going on. She had called me one morning, like, saying, well, Saturday.
My family's Catholic. Dude, did you ever get into Cornbread Mafia? No. So in Kentucky, there was these guys, they're Captain Forrest. Benjamin Buford Forrest. General Forrest. I think I heard about this. Forrest Gump. In the movie.
Sometimes cut straw,
General Forrest.
residue all the straw, and little bags.
So Texas Top was up, yeah. I could be wrong on this. Yeah, I gotta continue looking this up. Well, there's definitely a ton of Southerners who are like, there's definitely an act of like, defiance and strength there, but maybe you have to as generals have their Civil War for sure.
in South Carolina.
So, Forrest started. That's what you were named after, right? Mayor Robert E. Lee. Mayor E. Lee. What's your middle name? Alan. I was gonna start with an A.
She
You named it for Alan Iverson. You named it for Alan Iverson.
But
That's a joke.
so and all this shit, like,
Why'd you walk that back? What are you worried? I'm just kidding. Were you worried about the current climate? No, it was actually a better joke. It was a kid about a kid. Josh. That's what it's all about. That's made up that all. Josh. Show my there's a fucking meanwhile, when we do it with it, they don't get it. We josh about like joshing. Yeah, sure. Somehow that's lost on everyone. We're like, I don't like gay people. They're like, are you serious now? It's like, no, we're making fun of it. No, I show my niece. My niece is in the house. So the house is my family's house. Your sitcom. It's fucking chaos. Full sitcom. It is absolutely like the best sitcom ever. We've got every race covered. We are a sitcom family, except it's just fucking, dude, I've never, like, when everyone's in the same room, it's just a fight. The whole fucking time. There's never peace. What's that? You guys are melting pot, dude. People are spaz constantly. It's also, like, to be fair, but there's a lot of, my sister,
alcohol.
Just had
You had to do something.
she's
And I
like
was like, okay, alcohol's fine with me. You were a great anything.
So there's that. That's like we actually some backdoor dealing. We try to get some jolt pods for people.
I didn't know
Try
what
to
you get
smoke
too
some
drunk.
jolt pods for because we all got it.
So back up.
Jolt
And I
pods
said,
have
I
become
really? I told my wife, I said, when I get those 70, 75,000 person cash now, I'll be mad. There you go. I'll hold court in the street. We'll do a shootout there. That's a great way to go. If you're going to do it, do that. But what happens is,
I was buying for free for her. What? She was still giving me a but I was not great at numbers for free. I was holding it over her head. Obviously. Like if she gave me lip and all, I'd be like, want me to tell everybody? Like if I'd be like, will you give me a drink? This is my sister just recovered from cancer. I've been sitting on a chair and use more water. She needs my care again. I never made her do that. But you power played it. Also, that's like you were saying, man. That's just the family dynamics. But it's like how quick these little power plays can happen in terms of like that's a good model.
strippers
Like,
want
you get
everything.
something over somebody, like, it's just a human
So every night, I was stealing a lot of money. I'm just glad that we did
just watching HGTV. What show? I was watching something too. They got me into it slightly. I was watching a show called Mountain Mamas. And there's a blonde on there that does it for me. A lot of people are going to look at that and they'll probably call it gay or something. Why?
Yeah, so we were on Caterpillar versus
That's the brand. Should be like she could be a little. Doesn't matter.
there are three sites that we
It's
define
like
cyber.
that. It's usually goes
Three
really
sites.
intense.
It's
Like a
counterfeit
guy
Liberia,
that
Shadow
I'll
Creek,
fuck anybody's girlfriend here. Yeah,
later
just
on.
if you keep fucking getting hit, be like, what's wrong?
Those
Like,
three sites we define cyber. Before those three sites come into play, the only avenue you have to organize cyber is always organized. The only only avenue you have to that is rolling chat board. You have no idea who you're talking to. Trust the individual. If the individual is a hassle and crook, if they have a product or service, Shadow Code Content Library. I started those. Harder Planet was started by a guy named Richard Bailey.
So the Goldberg spear on TV immediately brought that into my game around the house.
Counterfeit Library. Shadow Crew.
Dude, this is the Fort Knockers. That's what we call my sisters the Fort Knockers the last couple of days. And it's no one else thinks it's funny at all, but I say that they're having a home run race. Yeah. See who can knock his Bay Forts out of the park. This is slamming Sarasota. One sister, Fort McCoy.
Before those sites, there's two sites.
Just keep going. Fort Knocking sisters. That's what I'm laughing because you go, wow. You told me that initially. I thought lights for some reason. Nobody's even knocking Forts out of the park, but I'm just saying they're having a home run race. This is like the summer of Sosa McGuire. Slamming Sarasota. Fort McGuire.
So you have to be able to
Oh my God, that's going on. So how'd you capture the TV? Because obviously your dad, in terms of Chiefs, like Phil still has that. Phil still has his chair. Like I'll be out, he's sitting in his chair.
geographic area.
Sports. I had someone who doesn't really watch sports. Really ever. It's like a pressure cooker when someone comes down. They're like, yo, you don't have the game on. I'm like, I'm supposed to have the game. What's going on? What's happening? It's like, I have the game on. Put it on. So like a sports watcher can easily go to, like, if you're a family party, I'll be like, why isn't the game on? What the hell is this? And we'll start building a little resistance. Or like, you guys know the Phillies all retired uncles don't have autistic spasms. Like, I'll give you that. Especially I can't imagine when you were watching fucking H. It's like, what's this cartoon?
Falcon Sisters in place.
Phillies playing in national. Everybody's gonna go fuck and they're like, I'd have to put the filter on. But yeah, the sports Phil has control of that. But the thing that really sucks is Phil, bets on sports. Yeah. So let's say Notre Dame's playing.
Where that comes up,
I need to watch every
initial database.
need to watch the commercials. Sure. Change. I don't want to know we're going to miss plays. Because Phil, while he's watching Notre Dame, let's say he has money on, fucking some Pac-12 bullshit. Yeah. We gotta watch UCLA, Fresno State.
Oh yeah. So the first database that
control the remote during football Saturdays is tough. And then, what really sucks is
so I'm the first guy.
Especially only watch NFL Red Zone.
So that Indiana State Registry had.
Because mostly it's people playing fantasy football and shit. But you gotta get a full grasp of the game. You gotta see the whole game. I gotta watch the birds, dude. I gotta see the birds start to finish. I gotta know what's going on. You gotta see.
And my idea was, shit, who's going to complain about victimizing pedophiles? Nobody. So what I did was I would use their identity.
So you can't get a grip with the game. You can't get a grip with the game if you're watching just the highlights. I mean, you can't appreciate the highlights if you're not seeing 3-yard gains. There's no negative 4-yard gains. Negative 4-yard gains. That's crazy. Now we're talking sports. I mean, you want to talk about so excited for sports to come back. That's another thing. That's the NBA could have come back faster for this.
So that's the first database that I had access to. We mined that out so much that Indiana starts to do the PII of the pedophiles. You sign in one day, and all of a sudden, hey, socials aren't there. It's like, for years out, this was 97, 98.
So it's true though. You think they would hear like
So,
the referee was
the
always
next
swinging the
database
sneaker and everything. There was drop all the sides. Most of Antifa, I've noticed this. Yeah, a lot of white liberal pussies. Yeah. All got into the NBA the last like 5 years. Has anybody else noticed this? You pointed it out to me. Yes. I don't understand what it is, but somehow all the dorks have agreed that the NBA is the
tax return
last couple of years. Maybe I'm missing something.
I got
You're right. You pointed it out to me, and I was like,
California.
I love the NBA. I've always liked it, but it's weird to see people who literally never like sports. The only thing they talk about now is the NBA. True. Anyway. We'll see what, so I think I would take down Antifa and King James.
So the idea that these people would judge,
has spoken. He's pretty
So I wonder if you could file for Social Security
You're saying you want this stuff to go back to normal.
And like police violence videos.
You're saying you wanted this stuff to go back to normal.
Yeah, so this
What
goes
you're saying.
I'm back for law and order.
You missed the harmony, and you're like, we'll bring everyone together.
It's like in the Philippines with Pacquiao fights. Crime drops 40% that day.
these days it's about 40.
Just because he's
Back
fighting.
then, you had to
Hey, that's not like a real theory. Yeah.
So the first question is how does the federal government
That's true. Must be
and
true.
the answer is
That's not true.
prior to 1998,
Basketball, baby, they stopped knocking off.
that's a file a Social Security
Sports again.
Watch you try to go. Here's how
Yet
it
the
really
family had never filed a Social Security. The federal government
What we're trying to say is at the end of the day, you got distracted.
is just the number
To distract the masses. That's it.
You gotta stay at Caesar level the entire time.
Next
Like
question
we
is,
instead of swaying these masses.
The protests all
does the
love the
federal
NBA.
government
Everybody involved. Antifa and BLM. Love the
That's
NBA.
what
True.
it
You can break out some tough
law
NBA games. We're going to
because
eliminate at least the people that are half part of this.
Yes.
People that are for Instagram or staying home and watch the game.
There's gonna be a lot of people who can at least check in at the protest when we're looking at it.
Suns Trailblazers.
That's
So,
a fair
so
point.
what
That's a fair
happens
point.
is some people
I mean, also too, it is the perfect, if you
not a whole lot of people,
best setting for a tournament.
Seriously. You know what I mean? That's live stream.
right? Okay.
Before it was like you want to live stream it, so it's like.
So that's one of the issues there.
Some pretty bad takes.
So you
Considering
find out first time
climate. I think I got a couple bad takes
that creates
in the system. That was one.
We need to keep it rolling. You have to, bro. That's why it's a problem. This is what chaps my fucking ass. I was thinking about this today while I was driving my car.
so long.
Basically reincarnated. My car got totaled and devastated. Look
35
back, bro. I sold it to the truck guy for $150. How long
That
was
age, you know,
that? Dude, that car was there for like 3 months, maybe 2-3 months. So I really,
so the next time you want
so when I got the person smashing my car, I hopped in it, and there's 2 guys who are like, yo, I'll tell your car, I'll tell your car, I'll tell your car. I was like, that's how cheap I am, dude. I was like, it's like $75
how
for
does
storage for the day. So I was like,
work?
they got me driving this thing. It was total airbag.
Yeah, Matt just left a destroyed car on our street.
Dude, so I did Terminator Salvation all the way straight up 30
Yeah,
years.
I see that.
It's going home. This car got fucking blown up in my head. I was like, I'm not getting $150 fucking bucks. I'm fucking dying before I do that. Park at beach up 24-hour parking, so I bought it. But now, that was the 08 Civic. Now, the 2000 we're getting the same exact car. Yeah, it was like that car got totaled. We got a new car. Now we're just back in the same old fucking car. But anyway, sorry. So that's not what this story was. So it's great how I said we're driving. I'm driving, and dude, I got so I'm on my fucking thing. I totally forgot. So this is the whole thing now. So you're talking, we're here, we're talking bullshit.
Every 6 minutes.
And the whole idea is now there's an ecosystem of people online trying to find little moments of like things that are said that are like this can be construed or like you're like as if like that's like everyone's doing a thing and then they say something and it's like here's my guessing some life force like this is
Because you start doing research on tax refund fraud have been around.
I'm thinking as I'm talking, what? And then it's like, then you people now do a thing where it's like,
It's a stimulus.
oh, what are you worried about? Free speech? It's like, where do you think feminism came from, you fucking dickhead? Like, it wouldn't have feminism wouldn't have been a thing unless people would be like, I got a crazy idea, but check me out, dude.
So, you turned me against free speech.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, no, it rolls. It's awesome.
Now it gave way to just people be like, women are should be this is a legend of law. Someone just slapped up right there.
No, that's
The first person that where my trip flying, you're out.
this is the thing. You people laughing, being like,
Road trip, 2 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
stats are looking good. Stats are up.
Monday.
Continue to take the pirate map. You're a natural.
This fucking weight isn't touching the light. You're just shifting the pirate map. It's since places have
Actually, as long as I'm closer to the X, I'm fine. I'm close to the X.
it's unbelievable that you're aware of it.
So split, $150,000.
Well, yeah, dude, that is. I thought
Property,
about that today.
or
It'd be
but
like,
you do is weird shit. It doesn't start, it comes out each bill.
shoot,
way money.
off my game now, dude. Worried about free speech. Free speech guy. Yeah, well, free speech guy. Well, that's the thing though with free speech.
I know this now
has
on
been
the legal side,
pirated
but you've got
by
big seizures of
a
money.
lot of like right wing. Yeah, but it's also the reason we're not like seeing a chick driving to Acme to Zuzu Rodeo and fucking beating the shit out of her. The fact that a lady over there can hey guys, just hear me out. And then, I can see that rather than
You said
just
you're doing how many tax returns in one
you're
day?
gonna get hit for birds.
Files for
You're
each.
gonna be able to take the
So
kill
roughly
dude.
one.
Yeah, for sure. But if you go to any other country, there has to be
file
the equivalent of something like a neo-Nazi there. The dude was like, no, guys, here's the deal. We're actually talking about Spain. Exactly. Or you just like, dudes are so fast. You didn't have Nazis on your tweet. You know what Nazis were. There's gotta be a dude who's like, I figured it out. We're the best. Yeah, we're actually the best ones. It's like, the fact that they're like,
something with that.
speech is contributing to this racism. It's like,
Well, were you hiding this from your girlfriend? Well, see, I had my wife. Susan knew what kind of that was. That's where that's something you want to spend money on.
it's the exact same thing.
Right. So, by the time Elizabeth was,
Because I hate
I've already started moving
that support certain things so much that I'll be like, no,
by
I
this
don't agree
point,
with that. Yeah, just because I don't want them.
probably about 7
Sure,
years.
it's the same way for the left being like, well, free speech
Doesn't
sometimes
do well.
isn't good. It's like, no, you just don't want them to be right. Sure, because free speech is obviously very
So,
sure the same thing. No, and people just sit there like, well, it leads to Nazis, though. It's like, yeah, it does. It also leads to like aviation. So it leads to good ideas. So non-free speech leads to Nazis too. You can judge non-free speech related. You also non-free speech related not being able to not be a Nazi.
but,
I might have just Nazi myself, excuse me. Are you the Nazi? Not being able to not be a Nazi is like, if I can, I cannot. I don't know. Either way. Just a little pictogram for you guys. Yeah, I used the wrong thing too. I said free speech led to aviation. So, what did? No, I just said something stupid. I think it did, dude. Some dude could believe, some guy believed
it worked to a degree. I was arrested.
some guy believes the guy was like a first. Maybe lying. Some guy probably said exactly what Gil said there. Be like, first I was afraid. They're like, I think I can fly these kids. First I was afraid to break you down. Like, what do you say? What do you say?
But,
He's like, if I can do it.
that's where you should income tax. But,
Man, I remember as a kid.
it's fucked up. You were the
loving
first
that
one
song
to come
so
up with that.
much.
First guy to do it.
Still, I mean, it was right when Space Jam came out. I fucking loved that song. Yeah.
There's a whole line.
But yeah, definitely the first guy to suggest flying.
When you're at the
You
top
see
of
a video
that,
of the dude, people trying to make flight suits like
you look at
forever.
cyber.
There's one of those video, and if you're right now watching, it's very funny. There's a guy just jumps off the Eiffel Tower in front of everybody. Like a flight suit. He literally just kills himself. The camera cuts to people like carrying him out. Obviously, there's no order. It's just like a mob of people like holding him dead.
You know, so they arrest Ross.
He jumped off like right in the middle of the Eiffel Tower. So I mean, I don't know, maybe fucking for sure. He just died.
But
He
back
had like
then,
a fucking blanket attached to his neck.
I mean,
might be an obvious. Why did he try it off like maybe a 6 foot? Up like a high rock. He wasn't catching up with.
The guy who runs Circle too. That's
True,
what
I had faith in it. He probably
that
tried it
guy,
off 6 feet.
biological attack too.
Honestly, he probably had a mind very similar to yours.
You ever heard of the Harold's TV show Westworld?
Yeah. I'm gonna risk.
There's a fascinating thing that's been on my list since I first saw it. I've watched it twice now. But the
You would think he would have gone for that first, put a dummy in the suit. They didn't have any dummies laying around back then. Maybe a stick, a heavy stick or something. Yeah. You have your friend lift you, then lift the stick, then you got sticks about 70.
Is just an
And
elaborate
then throw that off.
display
In the suit. Then he's like, yeah, but I'm like, I'm more like more
I
water.
think
Like,
there's
yeah, but
some
what made your sex
where
like
it's like all of this, imagine all of the greatest art, all of the literature, Shakespeare, Mozart,
everybody into wait.
Empire
Be like,
State
hey,
Building.
everyone watch this
All
one.
it is
Sick
just
shit
an
about it.
elaborate.
It's fucking
I
nuts.
would tend to do that. So you look at and some of it pays off.
Also, imagine if he pulled it off, dude.
is a
I know.
profit
Coming down,
too.
landing from the Eiffel Tower, and just getting
Being
pulled.
on top of
You know,
these
then you fly,
cyber
the flying's good.
you figure when
Yeah, I
Shadow
mean, that
Cube
is
is
the
set,
risk.
so we
And
make
that's what I've always said. If you're going to kill yourself, do something fucking cool.
October
And
26th,
if you somehow survive, you have a good life lined up for you. Like, I was always, in my mind, barrel over Niagara Falls.
4,000.
You know,
Fast
I'm
forward
in a barrel and go over Niagara Falls.
See if you
the
survive
largest
that.
If I survive, that's a legend.
alphabet.
True, like, yeah, he was that case, the legend.
Absolute legend.
Fast
Okay, so
forward
yeah, if you do die, yeah, exactly.
Right, just fucking dying. Still dying cool instead of being a coward. Because anybody.
1.1 million.
I know, yeah, maybe.
All that's
I
pre-pandemic.
do want to talk to
During
you.
the pandemic,
I want to just like figure out the tightrope walk and be like, I've never even done it once, but I walk between these two buildings.
no,
That would be good suicide outreach. Like, we're just trying to get people to do cool stuff when they actually eventually do kill themselves.
Yeah, instead of kill yourself, just do something really fucking risky.
Power to
now,
act,
if
yeah.
you are one of these members,
Ramp off the Grand Canyon, having never ridden a motorcycle in your life.
Yeah, if your suicide doesn't involve a ramp, that is kind of shit.
Yeah, but that's like the last. Like, I'm not one of those people that thinks suicide's like a selfish act. I'm not one of those dickheads. But now doing something when you do.
Yeah, exactly.
That is actually slightly selfish. If you're willing to die for nothing, do something fucking cool to die.
Yeah, oh yeah. Stop and ignoring sense of pain. That's what I mean. It would be sick. Like, I'm so sorry, guys. This isn't your fault. I just need to know how much air I can get. I think I can get like probably 16 feet of air, and I have to find out. It's not your guys' fault. I love it. You're not proud of you all. How would I kill myself? I've already said it. I kill myself before. Would be motorcycle, and I just have 2 buckets of paint, red and blue. You know, blue and white, and mine's the White House too. Nope, again, no political statement. Just like, how did I die? Like, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, your rock song, it's just like that's cool.
So, like I
Yeah,
said,
it sucks these days. You can't pull it off.
back to
You can't
Elizabeth,
get it up right now. It'd be tough to get it like in there.
Well, I might as well build a ramp at this point. It's already a suicide mission. If I could
See
see
you building here. If you went down to see that Black Lives Matter mural,
I had a lot of feedback.
that was fucking sick. It's like a whole street. If you rode your
I've had some people that said, "Oh, she loves you." I've had a whole shitload of people that said, "Oh, she was narcissistic," and you're a sucker. I'm talking about YouTube comments. I am. I read all those freaking YouTube comments. I do. And I comment on them and everything else like that. But, you know, I think that, and I knew this. When I went to, when I was in prison, I was very fortunate that I faced my way into the drug
Also, if you can build me a quarter pipe, you know,
industry.
if you're being solid here, I build this thing.
And one of the things they taught people in the priest was that someone who's addicted
you could ramp into the White House.
How much do you think the trouble is with dirt bikers in the White House?
One in a trillion chance you hit on it. Just he happens, you know.
choose the coke. Oh,
You
sure,
do die,
anything
yeah,
that's
that's
just
really
one out.
great.
If your addiction's crime or gambling,
They're like accident. Oh, you lived. It's your
all
life.
your relationships,
Well, you go.
damage.
That would be a
So I
case where
really
people would be like,
embraced
"Alright,
that.
that
And I
was
think, looking back on
It's like that's Janie's hunting accident. She should have got caught fucking air.
for example, she could not be
Fucking White House. I got under my tire.
would
I got under the tires. It's a street bike, dirt bike, so I was like, you both. I just like,
sick, except for Tyrannus there."
damn, man. Yeah, I wonder. You'd have to first get through Weapons Most Ominous. So you have to dirt bike your way through Weapons Most Ominous.
What goes on? Ironically, does sound like a cool fucking rapper.
Weapons Most
It
Ominous.
sounds like a track Wu-Tang would release. It sounds like a RZA line.
What kind of weapons do you think they had for like?
The ominous weapons. It's guns. Almost 100% guns.
Yeah, it was probably like you know what though? They probably told them
honestly, I
that like
bounced
in
back.
case shit bombs off, White House lawn's probably decked out with like
Turrets.
transformer level shit where it's like they probably built shit where like if it goes down, they can press the button.
We need to get rid of the fire. That's fucking
Treasure share case.
As I said, my money, I had
Treasure's right there.
happy anniversary.
Trying to hide it from your vantage.
you would be obsessed with treasure.
My
You need to learn that.
True.
my
Yeah, right.
arrest.
That's why I brought the map. I do it something.
So Shadow Cube makes the front cover.
This treasure map stinks.
That's fucking great, dude.
No, we need something better.
I just want everyone to see the Marvel table, dude.
So the Shadow, I had
I want to see the Marvel Uline table, dude.
Table's nice. We got good studios going.
text
What is this flag gonna stop? Yeah, break one in there.
That's not I know how you hired a flag.
That was a member.
Is there, do you know a local flag
He's the guy
was
who's
been? We gotta take this to the dry cleaner and be like,
as with T-Mobile.
like, oh, motherfucker, I can't have this thing like this. Because they know how to,
Wasn't
the dry cleaner know how to fold a flag properly.
inside of it.
Clearly, somebody didn't fold this properly. That's my fault. Oh, that's why you iron flags. No, you didn't fold it. No, you didn't fold it properly. Kind of showing your ass.
This is embarrassing.
Well, I'm not gonna say.
Oh, yeah. They were using
Yeah, they were using T-Mobile sidekicks. So they were using T-Mobile.
He published that. At the same time, he was starting to get some addresses.
It's disgusting. I'm not gonna say I know it is. No, it's not. It's not Bill. It's not Bill.
He started to see local and state forums, law enforcement society,
Yeah, man, somebody
so I'm
flag.
really
Also, they should have told us that. I'm not saying I did it. They also said no when I said Bill.
this goes down.
I said I'm not playing this
Code
game.
on me. I'm in charge of everything. I agree. I dropped my shadow. That was a scary
I remember being a kid and thinking that was like, I remember thinking that was like a
I'm the
serious
guy
thing.
that
Never once did I even
Genuinely thought like, because people, I never did, but
that's
people
basically the
did
foundation
go
of
and
Shadow
fold the
Club.
flag and Shadow Pro School.
It's a lot of
Let's see
foundations.
them. Well, the
And
students
I
did.
think the biggest thing that
It
Shadow
was a student job.
was established by freshman. Right.
I remember thinking it was like a
But it was also this
the
kind of
flag
three-day
can't touch the
marketplace.
ground.
like killing praying mantis.
Killing praying mantis. The laws I follow are definitely killing praying mantis. Don't let the flag touch
Did you ever see a weak fool that fucking get nervous? This guy's about to get scared.
That's really what criminals are up to. Good guys. People
Boy, I've never seen a bad fool when you're cutting out
that
work.
don't collaborate.
First of all, you fucking treat this thing like you should treat my fire.
Hear me out. This new they should be a Twilight Zone episode where white people are the victims of a systemic culture of racism, where black cops show up to white neighborhoods and enforce crimes, petty crimes that white people commit, like kill a praying mantis.
I mean, dude, it's on 2055. This is what's going to be 2055. We're here on the police. You're gonna get your
For what? So what happens is, that's what I was getting to there, is there's chemical
they're just like
I'm
maybe
the
white
guy
people
that
left in 60 years. Like, why don't you guys leave us alone? All we're trying to do is do our culture. We got like Nazis and stuff.
Yeah,
Well, man,
that's
just gonna make it. Looking for kings in Germany. German kings.
If I gave a good review, that seller
Charlie
bad
King.
reviews, that seller small. And my reviews say
Yeah, it's just gonna be a Gestapo of lesbians breaking into your house.
Social workers, dude, you're gonna have
Social workers are describe what social workers are to me, and they are truly the last people I believe we need mediating any true. Especially if we're gonna be sending social workers into inner cities. You know who we're sending in? The social workers are all gonna be white teenagers.
They won't go. That's the thing. So they won't go. They'll go there and be like, I'm actually just gonna work for my dad.
How many police do you think are gonna get raped? Like, social workers are gonna go try to bust up the fucking.
So I started, I farmed the
Families
house.
are committing crimes just so social workers come over to my house.
Yeah, when you're a bad boy, you're like, yeah,
So.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, the funny thing is, whenever I'd ask a lot of
Some
the
of the people, I had some very confident people.
super
I had
left
some
far
people
leaning
in
social work
I thought
colleagues,
were
like,
confident,
where you
that
guys
were
do your
not
field placement,
confident.
they're like,
I
I'm gonna bring
second
more,
in charge. His
bring
name
more
was
school.
Ken
I'm working,
Martin
they're
Taylor.
working with me. It's like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Went by the screen
So, yeah, they wouldn't
and
call
died.
but you'd have like
46-year-old guy.
not too
At
much.
the time, he was
You have a
46.
fucking beast like me
I had
going
some
up into a
guy.
drug break.
He worked at the tattered covered bookstore.
We got going. Actually, no, you wouldn't have. I wouldn't do that.
And I thought
I think so bad for like guys to be like shitting themselves alone in their house instead of a cop
that
being like, come on, motherfucker, get up. You'd have to just be like, I respect you. You're so fucking powerful and you're trying to program it.
and it's
Can we go over your strengths right now? Oh, fuck. Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean to demean your.
Oh, it's a, oh, wait,
Now,
you know
what
where
happens
social work
with
started
this
from?
guy,
Well, some rich white people
at the
being
same
like,
time, this is good.
let's go down there to Flea Bottom and teach fucking Skid Row. We're like, these guys are all fucked up. Let's go down there and measure their heads. Flea Bottom.
And he's broke, he's begging for money, and
It
he's like,
started
hey,
out with white people being like, look,
help me
hear
out.
me out on this, but I think you can measure people's heads to see if they're smart or not.
I'm gonna be
Yeah, we'll go down there. You can also tell if they're criminals too, by like the way their eyes are. And you go down there, and if they are criminals by looking at their eyes, let's just teach them not how to be pieces of shit. And that's when social work started.
It's funny that was like that used to be like minority report back then. They're like, we finally have the technology to, pre-crime. We can get back on it. How big is his fucking forehead?
Like, this guy looks retarded. This guy,
He's
there's
up
no
one
way. I
called
think
Big
there's
Fire.
no
Big Fire.
Unfortunately, there's no doubt in my mind that there was a strong link between dudes who had like the foreheads and vicious crimes.
Since they was
Yo, because he's like, come by, the police are you help him. Get out of here, you fucking freak.
Give him money to
Dude,
move
you
up
look
there.
fucked up.
Yeah, they put him in bell towers and shit.
Mom probably did something bad. That's why you look like that. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, for sure. If you were a freak, you better hide. People could throw rocks at little kids and see how instinctively be like, fuck, man, throw rocks. The parents make you throw rocks at the freak again. Here's one more spoon of soup. You fucking had that freak.
That's my boy.
Remember I used to throw rocks at freaks back in my day? The guy finally jumped off my alley button.
Anyway, you ready to watch your girl that killed himself?
So, Big Fire places an order. He places an order without post-document for $18,000. That's the largest order.
I saw his nuts. I saw the freak down the lake taking a bath. He's the biggest fucking ass. I saw his nuts. They were in his nuts.
He's been telling this story for years.
$18,000 merchandise, Senate, largest order
It was a fucking arrowhead. I found a fucking
David gets
skipped it right across the water.
emails me, gets me on ICQ. It's working with him with a lot of money. MacGyver, Ken, finds out about it, messages me on ICQ. I want to go listen.
I can't trust the fact that some guy
You'd be
who's
making
got to be going around and be like, all right, write down for the official record what happened. It was 4 dudes. It's like, oh yeah, did you see that time I like jumped over
all the way
those
up to
dudes?
Seattle. They
Oh
meet
yeah, dude, that was right before
and
like I
party
was
all that
and
time. Now,
like
here's
one
the
that
real
other man,
bad
I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I forgot. Yeah,
If
that
you
was
commit
sick.
a credit card
There's
fraud,
no
the
way to
bank
get people from not
knows
lying.
that was potential fraud.
Was it John Smith lying? Was it John Smith like a fucking total liar?
All the lies.
No, I do think, I've been hearing that a little bit. Air rumblings of that.
I thought it was acceptable. You could like come home and spin it on and then be like,
Oh yeah, John Smith was like a known he was literally in a new world writing history.
true.
Literally, no one was there to be
Here
like,
got pussy and the chief tried to break it up.
yeah,
She's
she was
almost
putting
gone.
up, but I ended up working 12 years.
Fraud.
This was like 9.
The best.
I could be wrong.
So that day,
I think she beat this game for like 3 years though. Finally, he was like, no. He was like DMX. He was like, yo, chill, you're only 12. I'll let you suck my dick.
Yeah, it was something else. I think it was like John Wolf or something married her or something. I forget. There's all these fucking guys. They're literally all the same.
Yeah,
And they,
the whole team did.
yeah, everybody really
nobody can find. So they go to pick up merchandise
Nobody
because
talks
during
about
this
Billy.
point of time,
Now they do Billy's all day, bro. DMX is like, you're only 16
this
unless you
was
give me head.
$17,000.
That was
The
like
second
that. That was like
that Alpha's ever got.
document that.
5 days. 5 days
I think
after the first
I'll
one.
go on the record
At
in
this
2020
time,
saying that that
Outpost
16-year-old
knows
actress.
that this fraud.
I'm
What
sure
they
she
do,
wasn't 16
they pick up
because
the
I thought
phone,
she was very
call
attractive.
Issaquah PD.
She
Hey,
must be
that's a
older.
fraud. And Issaquah's like,
They cast it over lady because, dude, you know, she was like, it was
so Outpost is like, yo, we can do that. So David, he's got no Cadillac. Ken's in positive receipt. David's driving. David's girlfriend is
Like,
in
don't get me
fact
started.
pulls into the
Don't get me started. To this day, whenever I'm at the bank, like a lady at the bank gets fake nails on the keyboard, I'm like, you get that. You hear that? No, I hear that. I'm like, oh god, Jesus Christ.
Really, you like fake nails?
Oh boy, did you ever get your back scratched by him or your head? Just like, yes.
Ken's like,
Oh, yes. Oh god.
It's a new experience.
so you go up to the drop.
It's a good one.
Ken's like,
Yeah,
all the way
right.
right.
I completely lost train
So
of
he
thought.
walks out. Looks at the drop. So I just
Clacking that keyboard.
merchandise.
I see my bank
I was like,
account. I
one
was
second.
going to go to TV
He
at the time when I had like
steps on the
$75 in my
wall,
bank.
opposite Issaquah PD.
It's like so hot.
My
$75. It's like
spot.
$10.
David Thomas sees this. Says, oh, Issaquah got the rest of the money.
I'm also laughing too. I think in like in my film belly, they're like, all right,
David
next,
had
you're gonna freestyle. They're talking to your girlfriend. Go. He's like, I'll let you suck my dick because you're 16. I'm like, holy shit, dude.
So,
What? No, leave that in. No, fucking keep it.
one of the other
Yeah,
guys.
that's my dick though. I can't tell anyone.
see DMX banging his lady in that shower. Who'd you like better, his lady or T-Boz? T-Boz. In that scene, DMX's lady. DMX looked good. DMX's back, dude. Over, dude. He's a short king, too, so it's like he's showing you like a short king, and you get a sick back tat. If your girlfriend catches you cheating on her, you just fuck her really hard. You act like coming out of the shower. Yeah. Also, you think X was like, is this okay if you excuse me, it's okay if you sorry, my bad. Yeah, that's what he did. He was like, all right, I'm a pedophile, but that doesn't stop me from fucking you right now. You're 16. I've seen people that who tried to, like, just people called him being a pedophile. Fuck them. What you said? What? Jesus
Christ. That's all he's doing. You're a lunatic. So I'm like, I get him on the phone. I was like, you gotta go.
That was a nice.
Go. Well, at the same time, because I'm running all this bullshit, all these different operations. I have this other guy, Larry Ruda, who's coming from Los Angeles, moving his ass to Georgia.
And then she was like, "You're having sex with a young kid."
So he's holed up.
Check out these alien posters.
Fuck you. I'm breaking out of this with some sense. Where we at time? I'm scratching the bottom. We're back to belly talk.
True. That's what we know.
Usually if exhausted.
The thing about Billy, the movie we don't think about Billy.
It's a hotel room.
Yeah, where were we at?
Oh, wow. This is perfect.
I didn't know it was too late.
I don't know. I think it's pretty good. First time in the studio.
First studio. Yeah, it does get a little awkward. It's uncomfortable at first. The studio, the studio's gonna be good. We're gonna get rid of this dog shit pirate man here shortly. You can take it back.
I got excuse for this.
Needless to say, it doesn't take so long.
That's true.
So cops came in.
She deserves things every now and then.
This is all
So get a pirate flag. True. Yeah. Those are some cool flags. They got some really cool, and not just that. I'm talking like actual pirate flags. You ever look at those?
We should start in bars, big places with the pirate flag. It's a statement.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
We can actually have a pirate flag. You fold this perfectly and put it in a case. That's a happy ending. Hold the same 2 seconds.
You could definitely.
I can assemble a rifle while I fold this thing.
Reason why?
I can figure out how to pop a gun out of the ball on this thing.
I will be
goes on to be
at Helium St. Louis, the 18th. No, actually, I think it's the 19th, 20th, and 21st now. Gotta figure that out. I think I got bumped by
it's called.
a female
That's what
comic.
brings down shadow. The way he gets caught, we have this
I
thing
think they're
called
doing Thursday, and I'm gonna do Sunday now.
I figured they let you
Friday, Saturday,
take
Sunday.
the first wave. Like,
what
Well,
happens
I was
is
supposed to
we
take
were
the
doing
first wave,
all
but
this
then that got
we would
pushed back.
get it.
So the guy who was the next week,
You have 20
just switched
years.
things. So yeah, I think the 19th, 20th, 21st. Just look at the website. Helium Comedy St. Louis. And this is our
We
studio.
were getting
We're gonna record here. Probably maybe a game chair. We'll see how it goes.
we can give people
We can make the guests the game chair. Our whole thing was to make our guests sit in regular chairs if we sat on the internet. And now we might be the idiots.
I told you the story about how I had to pick up this gamer chair from UPS. Oh my god, dude, I fucking went to UPS. So I got an email and didn't get in. So I had to go to UPS or FedEx where I was to pick it up. And it was like, it's still free from coronavirus. So UPS has weird hours where it shuts down for like an hour and then opens back up. And it's like at 2:30 or 3 it opens back up. So I'm in the line with like 4 or 5 other people. And while we're waiting to get in there, like 30 people get in line. So we finally all get in there.
What you
And then
really
so
found
I'm sitting there and I'm like,
was that
Mark, like, no, it's here. And I'm like, kind of like, I need this. I'm like, I urgently need another chair. So I'm like, no. And then like, all of a sudden, like, it says it, and it just has like respawn gamer shit. It has like this, it has like fire graphics on it. Dude, and I'm fucking, I'm like, oh fuck. It's in the box. It's like a picture of the box. And like, everyone's kind of looking at me. I'm like, fuck.
everyone is doing
Goes to his mom, like, Mom, you see the gamer chair? Oh, yeah, so can I get a gamer chair? And the mom looked at me like, you fucking dork. You know, it was like, it was heavy, so I was like straightening up the dog. I like went down on my gamer chair. I was like, I looked at the kid like, yeah, dude, fuck you.
Yeah, gamer chairs are tight. I'm not gonna let anybody criticize our studio.
Now,
And
when
just,
this
I mean, I think gamer chairs are tight. That's 100% gonna fall back here. That's gonna be great.
People that Ukrainians had the data. They had the but they were physically in a location where they couldn't put any cards in the ATM. So much fraud had happened in Russia and Eastern Europe that every card was bad. So they had to get money used. States, that's what partners shadow So the deal was Ukrainians would supply the card data. We would code it. Cashiers would pocket 30%, 60%. Albert, our forum taker, he starts to do this. So he's in New Jersey. He's got a back. He's got a stack of white plastic cards that all include these story cards. He's got a white stack of these things, which is broad. Stands up to one white card is $20 stuff. 40 minutes. Broad day. He's wearing it. Wow. Yeah. Meanwhile, it just so happens that two New Jersey cops are eating across the street and notice this kid standing at the ATM for 40 minutes. One of them looks at the other. Let me see what he's doing. He goes over, walks up to Albert, sees that Albert's wearing the disguise, everything else. Sees the white stack of cards in Albert's hand. What are you doing, kid? Albert falls apart. We didn't know. Albert had been arrested. Albert was doing the Secret Service. Now, the big thing is back then, I call it the FIS syndrome, fucking idiots. Everybody on both sides of the fence were idiots. We committed crime, we didn't worry about security, we didn't know that stuff like that. Law enforcement had no idea on how to track these people, how to arrest them. Arrest Albert immediately turns on us and they ask him, hey, how did you get there? So Albert says, you could try a VPN. And they're like, a VPN?
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. They're like, what is it? And he tells them. So it was Albert's idea to do this. The reason Albert lets Kim back on the forums is so he could identify. So Albert's already been arrested. He's come back in and everything else. Albert, I stepped aside, didn't know he had been arrested. Albert comes in and he makes a rule. He's like, hey, law enforcement's looking at us and everything like that. To be safe, with this VPN, everybody's going to be protected. Nobody can see what we're doing. We got you. Turns out, Secret Service is running VPN calls. Raw bad message, really nice transactions. So if you look at the Secret Service indictments, I think the indictment was only for like $3 to $5 million. It's just for a few months and just for a set group of people that were using the structure. But arrested 33 people, 6 countries, 6 hours. I'm the only guy publicly mentioned as getting away. There were a couple of other guys that did get away. There's a guy who went screaming Tron. He was a Ukrainian. What happened to that guy? Secret Service is in the air. They have to arrest him. They call the local Ukrainian PD. And they're like, we're coming down to arrest this guy. The Ukrainians are like, oh yes, come on down and get him. So since the Secret Service things up, they get in the car, drive down and tell the kid, hey, they're coming. The kid bugs out. And he gets away like that. There's a couple of guys that got away just accidentally, things like that. They picked me up February 8th, 2005. And what happened there, I had all my money overseas. I had a couple $100 grand stateside. But I went head over Elizabeth and started spending money hand over fist. I was crazy about it. When I started doing that, I went quickly stateside. Got money overseas, couldn't access it. At about the same time as when Shadow Crew, I started on the forums. And all of a sudden, Shadow Crew gets busted. Shadow Crew gets busted in October. I'm already out of money by October then. So
You spent it all.
So for me, with her, every dinner, every night, we'd eat anything at the house. best restaurants in Charleston. So every dinner was $5 to $7. Every day, every night. Every weekend was $1,000 pair of shoes, at least $500 purse. Every weekend. I remember there were a few weekends I had left. One weekend in particular had $11,000 in cash on a Friday night. $11,000 on a Friday night. Sunday morning, nothing. Didn't know what. Had no clue. I remember we were at a bar. We danced at a bar. I bought a booth and some champagne. No money.
Was this part of your sort of inner control? Like you didn't want to lose her. You didn't want her to leave you. I'm a control freak. You want to be alone. You want to just shower her with all this money and all these gifts and all this dinner.
So it's weird with me in relationships. My wife Michelle, she'll tell you something. I'm still learning today what a healthy relationship actually entails. Historically, with me, if I wasn't dating someone that was married or something like that, I had people I thought were criminal. But I would have people I would hang out with until I started to date someone. And immediately, it's just her. That's it. Nobody else. Don't talk to anybody else. Don't call anybody else. Elizabeth kind of took that to the extreme because she had these problems. I became this savior, put the cap and mask on, and I adopted that as my cause. I got to make sure she's fixed. I didn't realize that you can't fix it about yourself. You learn that people do that shit. But I went head over heels. It was this thing of whatever she wants. So I go through all my stateside cash. I get it in my head. I just keep going. I figured the best thing I can do is get married to her. Maybe if I get engaged, show I love her. So she wants Tiffany engagement ring. Of course she does. I don't have the money to buy a Tiffany engagement ring. By this time, the Shadow Cruise was everything else. How are you going to get it? So I start running. I used to preach to people how to run checks. I start running checks. Counterfeit cashier's checks. I would find somebody on eBay that had a coin collection, something like that, convince them to send it to a COD. I'd hear the delivery guy would have a check. I'd go out to cash out. I had a coin dealer in Charleston. Buy it. But so I did the same thing with the proposed to her. She wanted Tiffany wedding bands. Well, the problem is that when you run checks, if you're going to do that, it's like also a currency. If you're running counterfeit money, you don't shit where you eat. You take a road trip. That's where you're not connected to any specific geographic. Same thing with checks. You don't shit where you eat. Well, because of Elizabeth, I couldn't travel. So I was stuck in the Charleston area running checks. Pretty easy to start pinpointing. So I had UPS delivering these rings. It was a COD order. I guess they had flagged it as a COD order for $100 items that was coming in. And I figured out, this is the son of a bitch right here. So I told delivery, got it. I was leaving this one day. I'm sure I would have left it that night. So going away to the drop. UPS driver pulls in. Yeah. So I just an ID, flash an ID. He has me a package, check, I'm running the FBI, across the 30. That's what got me. Within 45 minutes, the U.S. Secret Service comes in, takes over the investigation. They knew exactly what they did. So they let me sit in the county jail for about a week. 2 agents fly in from New Jersey because that's where all this stuff originates from. This was the outlet of the rest of the country. So the headquarters were outside of it was called New Jersey. So 2 agents flying in from New Jersey, we get on the cell, they look at me like, "You got your laptop?" I was like, "Yeah." They were like, "Have you got anything on it?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Well, you're going to be charged for whatever's on it." I'm like, "I figure." And then one of them looks at me, he's like, "Can you do anything for us?" Well, I was arrested February 8th of 2005. I I was supposed to be married to Elizabeth February 26th. So I looked at me and was like, look, get me out. I'll be there. You'll be there. As long as I can. All right. So they let me sit there 3 months. I was over $327,000 point. After 3 months, I had lowered down to $1,000. My sister pays $1,000. So I called Denise. I called Elizabeth. I called her up. I'm out. During that 3 months, she had visited like twice. I had to call her immediately. She's like, I'll do this. So me and the agent, Secret Service, she pulls up. She had a friend. She pulls up, pops the trunk, gets out. It's just 2 storage drops my page.
I started putting them in containers.
Yeah, right. Just looks at me and comes over and hugs me. She says, call me later. I'm start crying. She gets in the car and leaves. The agent looks at me. He's like, is that your fiance? I'm like, yeah. He's like, man, I am so sorry. I'm like, yeah. But idiot Brad here, what I do, he has to put me up in a hotel. I got $30 from him. He puts me up in the hotel that night, gives me money to eat on that night. As soon as he leaves, I take the $30 that I do that. Walk my ass over to Walmart and buy prepaid debit cards. That night, call Elizabeth right after that, beg her and get her to get back with me. I commit crime. What happens is it takes a month. In Charleston, it takes a month for the Secret Service to get my visa. So the deal was I would go in to the offices every day, 4 to 6 hours, and search it out. It wasn't that much. He would search his criminal records. He would target people, have conversations with people, identify potential people to arrested, have cases, and at the same time, start talking to the Secret Service about these society, history, sex, these things. So that was my job. I was paid $350 a week to do that. They had 2 recording devices, so I was on a laptop outside line, hooked up to a 50-inch plasma monitor on the wall. The Secret Service was on a desktop computer right next to me outside. 2 agents in the room, 1 South Carolina law enforcement, and 3 people. So the first 2 weeks, they're very diligent. They're paying attention to everything that's going on, everything else like that, asking questions, everything else. But you're seeing somebody just soak the wet every day, all day.
So, you're just like my freaking brains are right out.
The agents watching that every day, they get bored after that. And what happens is they get so bored that they start to watch porn. Yeah, now they were, at the same time, they were recording everything that I was doing. I had a Camtasia that was taking snapshots of the screen like every few seconds. So take a snapshot of the screen and save it. They were using Spectre Pro, which would capture the keystrokes very well. Right? Now, at the end of every night, that would go on a DVD on a screen. Okay, so you see that, you're like, shit, it's a large string of DVDs. You're probably not going to go through this. At the same time, you're starting to watch porn. I'm of the opinion, fuck it, let's see what we can do. So I start to break the law inside the Secret Service offices with them in the room with me. Yeah, not the brightest guy, dude. Not the brightest guy.
Well, I mean, these aren't the brightest dudes either. Secret Service agents sitting there watching porn.
Oh, there's some crazy stories. Some crazy stories. So I do that for the next 10 months. Now, when I say crazy stories, like for example, we were hacked. So this guy, Max Bowers. But Max, because they were having the open, they was having a file that would come in, like the case, and you'll see pictures of currency, fake IDs, open the file, and you got a copy of it. And so if you open it, Max attaches a key locker to one of the files, right? And he starts capturing all the data, starts locking me out of the accounts, everything else like that. So what happens is one day I walk in the office. I usually go in the office about 4 p.m. I walk in the office. When you sign in, as I'm signing in, I get a phone call. So I get a phone call. Get on the call. He's got this TTYL stuff. This where the bare people's kind of operate about the voice that comes across. And he's telling me. So Secret Service is like, that's making it behind me because I'm trying to get out of the investigation. So we're like, get in the car. So we go down to the car, search the car, and we figure out that, oh, we've got an attacker that's doing stuff. So this guy had a keylogger on his system. I'm telling you, it's a keylogger. We're sitting there going, for 3 months, they have a keylogger on the system. That's getting we weren't talking, so it was not evident that I was informative. That machine was strictly about criminal conversations. But he thought it. Max thought of it. Now, at the same time, that was one story. After 3 months, I walked in one day, and Bobby or Brad, they were here. I think it was Brad. He was like, you know what? I think we've got a keylogger on the machine. I was like, no shit. He was like, let's format it today. And I was like, excellent idea. So that was the end of that story. But the other big story, I'm driving back to the park. Brad calls me. He's like, Brett. I was like, yeah. He's like, you may have a key on that. I was like, what's going on? He's like, well, that site, La Cosa Nostra, was automatically installing keyloggers on machines. And I was like, who owns the site? He's like, none of your goddamn business. I was like, look, come on. So what had happened was this kid in Canada got arrested, sent to prison. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police got the kid out. They set up a website, a honeypot, and started gathering data, getting IP addresses, everything else. And all these people have these sites. That was the idea for the kid. One thing the kid did was he put a keylogger on the customer's.com, so you don't visit it. You download the keylogger on their machine and start getting it too. Little did he know that it had been installed on my machine too, the government. So I went the next day. I didn't know that he was an informant. So I go in the next day. I'm usually letting him get in the office. This day, no, this day I have so I'm waiting on you, waiting. Bobby, so he goes one brand. Yeah, all the way. So they take me back down to the they take me down there. What do they do? Well, what would you do if something like that happened? Do what you do. Okay, so I call up in this kid. I start reaching out to my contacts, everything else, find out who owns the site, find out that the kid is in jail, find out that the kid was mysteriously released from jail, charges still pending, and everything else. Oh, that's all. I start talking. 48 hours later, the site shut down, kid's back in prison. Washington calls Columbia. What's your fucking monkey doing? Yeah, we're coming down. So Brad comes back down. You want to stay out of prison? Yes, I'd like to. Well, if you want to stay out of prison, the best thing you can do is say you didn't know anything was going on. You just did it on your part. I was like, okay. So Washington flies in because there's a monkey that done something. So Washington flies in. They thought they were going to ask me some questions. Washington doesn't even talk. They pulled me off after 2 hours of interview with 2 agents. Bullshit. Washington gets me in there and they ask me, hey, why aren't you targeting Ukrainian cyber criminals? I was like, I am. Do it more. And that was the entire conversation. Wow. So we ended up shutting down another law enforcement operation just for shits and gigs. Is what happens. So that's some of the stuff that goes on in the offices. Now I want to say this though. Those guys They were really good guys.
Yeah.
They were. They weren't used to dealing with people like I used to be. But they were good guys, and we tried to give them a chance to. I got both Bobby and Brad got fired from the Secret Service. We were fired from federal government, not fired from agencies. So what happens is, when they finally find out that the school open, rip them off 10 minutes inside the offices. We had this operation called Operation Greens. Associate of mine, Sean Mills, had talked about this type of stuff. So they go to arrest him. When they arrested him, there was absolutely no evidence of his apartment. The apartment manager, there was no one else. The apartment manager was up as a 4-year-old law. I got on that shit. So they come out to see this day. That's what it do it. So they get my lawyer on the phone. My lawyer's like, well, have you done anything? I was like, yeah. He was like, well, you can always try to lie and pass the test. If not, they're going to throw you back in jail. Okay, let's roll those dice. So they asked me 3 questions. Have you access to computer out of work? Have you talked to the press? Have you informed anyone? The questions. Right. Revoked the bond, sent me back to the county jail in Charleston. 3 days later, what goes on is Jim Ramacon and Kirby, it's Secret Service agents, they sell that in Charleston. They've got a Miranda waiver. They've already searched my apartment. They found prepaid debit cards, cash, IDs, all this shit. So they find all that. Ramacon's pissed off. Bobby's upset. What happened is, when I filled the polygraph, Brad and Bobby, they wanted to search my apartment. They searched it. So, as they walk in the apartment, I get distracted. Brad is like, see how point I got? Yeah. He comes in the bedroom. I've got a stack of the DVD port and all that. I was like, got this. So I was showing him that. Bobby's searching in the kitchen and bringing the shit that I've got that's important is in the closet in the bedroom. So Brad, he's distracted by that and starts talking about the strippers on the day. So he's talking about that. He just kind of glances around this. I didn't know it took until 20. I think I met Bobby at 2017. I didn't know that's what got me started. They trusted me. So what happens is later on, they didn't find anything in that search. Later on, some more agents did a thorough search, all kinds of shit. And because of that, they dismissed from Secret Service. I don't know where Brad's working. Bobby got a job with DA investigations. But I had an opportunity to meet with Bobby in 2017. I apologized to him. This guy looks up. But so that's what happened with that. I bonded, so I was under state charges when they revoked the bond. Judge reinstates the bond because they revoked the bond. No one calls the Secret Service to prison. Jail. I wouldn't inform the Secret Service of that. I walked out and I'm of the opinion, hey, you're going to screw me, find me. So I take off across country, borrow $1,000 from the stripper I was dating, borrow $1,000 from her, tell her I'll pay her back $3 grand in 2 weeks, and head west on I-20. No idea where the hell I was going. Get to Dallas and realize that there's a prepaid debit card supply in Dallas. So I walk in the offices there. I get this guy, lie to this guy, get him 67 prepaid debit cards. I'm paying for it for him without showing ID. He gives them to me and I start 2 weeks later, I cash out. Use that money to buy a Cherokee. And the plan, stupid ass plan, the plan was to steal enough money to bug out to Brazil and set up shop down there and continue on with it. So I was on the run for 4 months. stole $600,000 the night before I was in Las Vegas, Nevada, and stole my 160 cans of ATMs. Woke up the next morning, signed on to Carter's market.com, which was signed on to Carter's market.com, and there's my name. It was the first time that my name was ever mentioned. It's talking about me working at Secret Service. So I'm sitting there looking at it like, whew. I said out loud, I was like, oh, Mr. Johnson, the United States Most Wanted list, what do you do now? I'm going to Disney World. So, yeah, why? Why not? Why not? So I figured that I'll have to lay low for about a year. Can't get a passport, so I was going to get a passport. Get a year's ticket, a yearly pass for Disney Universal, building parks every day.
Just want to stay there?
Yeah, idiot, right?
Sounds like hell.
Oh yeah. Nowadays, I was in Orlando like 3 weeks ago for a conference, and I'm like, Jesus, I hate this place.
Oh my God, it's hell.
It's like never. But then it was like, oh yeah, we'll go to the parks, it'll be all right. So I go down, I pay for a timeshare for 9 months in advance. It wasn't furnished, so I go out and buy furniture. Lasted about 6 weeks.
That's what I wanted to ask you earlier when you said you were taking all that money, $100-some thousand a week. Did you ever think, did the thought ever cross your mind, like, maybe I should just take all this and buy some real estate and just get out of this?
No.
Slowly transition myself to go legit.
And I'll tell you the reason for that. I'm not the only guy that thing is, you forget what the value of it is. So money is coming so fast that shit, I still want money. My budget, I didn't have too much of a budget before. My budget back then was just still cash. You forget what the value of currency is. It's just becomes a strong place. So I had Rolexes all that crap.
It was the most ridiculous thing you ever
That.
That was it?
It was a $25,000 watch. It had so the J12 is ceramic with black ceramic band, and the entire band was encrusted with diamonds. You couldn't wear it. Something like but I would have that. People would come down. I'd show it to them. Hey, look what I got. It was weird stuff like that. So you forget the amount of money. Like you would go in my guest bathroom, and one of the drawers had $10,000 in cash. Just for the hell of it. I would get in there, I'd use the bathroom sometimes, and I had in my pocket.
In case you ran out of toilet paper.
Yeah, finally you had $10,000. My kitchen cabinets, they had stacks of prepaid debit cards in the cabinet. Unopened cards, envelope cards. So I was in the cabinets. When I was arrested, I had a Mini Cooper, and I transitioned to Mercedes. But when I was arrested, there was like 962, 972 the odd shit like that is what happens. All kitchen cabinets, rubber bands, but as far as transitioning legal, that legal currency like that, what happens is, for most cybercriminals, we used to talk about it all the time, you've got to have an exit strategy.
Right.
When you're going to get out, it's too late. Everybody says that, but nobody follows it.
Really?
Nobody follows it because the money's being spent so quickly. And not only that, but it's an ego boost too, that status type thing. Because now you've got everybody in those communities that you're the most important person in the community. So it's this huge ego boost. So you both get out. You don't stop. Something has to make you stop. So you rip somebody off and you get arrested. So Yeah. So I mentioned I go through the drug abuse program, right? I think my way into that.
Right.
What happens is so I'm arrested in Orlando. I'm held at the Orange County Jail there in federal hold, and didn't know a damn thing about federal inmates and everything else or system at all. This guy named Yeti, he was in there for meth. He kind of takes I was blessed throughout this entire thing of people kind of taking me. So this guy named Yeti kind of takes me under his wing and he's like, hey man, the only time you get out is the drug program. Dude, I don't have a drug problem. He's like, and I was like, I can find a drug problem. So, yeah. What happens is they gave me diesel therapy. And diesel therapy, that is basically to wear you down mentally and physically. It works by to be 2 weeks to go from Orlando to South Carolina and start releasing let you go through processing, which is about 6 hours. Let you go through that process and put your buck. Hey, time to move. And go to the next county jail. Bam, 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 like that. It wears you down, right? So what was going on is every county jail I would stop at, as you're going through processing, they ask you, do you have a drug problem? Yes, alcohol, okay. So best assistance, yes, I'm willing to go to AA, everything else like that. So by the time I get to South Carolina, I've got a paperwork trail of these drug issues. My initial lawyer was a guy named Paul Thurman, Strong Thurman's son. I paid for him, stolen money. So I had to drop him. So they gave me this guy that looks just like Billy D. Williams. His name is Jimmy Rogers. Jimmy P. Rogers. This guy. Looks just like Billy. So he's the only good thing the guy did for me. He stands up and during the arraignment, he asked the judge to order a psychological evaluation. And the judge said yes. So psychological evaluation long. Psychologist comes to the county jail, pulls you out, gives you this 4-hour. About halfway through, the psychologist is like, use any type of drugs? I was like, yeah. What do you use? Cocaine. Smoke or snort? Snort. How much? An 8 ball a day. And he looks at me and I'm like, he's like, that's a lot. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you have any trouble out of that? And I was like, yeah. I can't get an erection. And he looks at me and I looked at him and I'm like, I got that shit from Boogie Nights. You know, that last shot, Mark Wahlberg, he can't get it up. And I'm like, that's got to be right. So I looked at him. Psychologist is looking at me. I'm like, is that right? And he's like, it could happen. He's like, you still have that problem? I was like, no, not right now. And he's like, yeah. So that makes it into my pre-sentence report. So for federal sentencing, probation office and prosecutor's office, they do this in-depth background check on this fellow, this guy who's been charged, to tell the judge how much time to give you. So they go through all your personal background, they look at the charges, everything else, and say, give them 75 hours. So that drug use goes into my PSR. So the day of sentencing, the prosecutor stands up, he's straight. He's the prosecutor, he's Secret Service, he's assistant guidelines. So my guidelines were 60 to 75 minutes. That's what I was supposed to be sentenced to. I had already been bragging that if I did more than 60 minutes, I would stay. So, judge, after the prosecutor says this, the judge says, I agree, 75 months. I'm like, look at my lawyer. Can you get the drug program for me? He's like, I don't know, I'll ask. So he stands up, will you order the drug program from Mr. Johnson? The judge is like, no, but I'll recommend he gets evaluated for it. I'm like, well, what does that mean? The lawyer's like, you're probably not going to get it. I'm like, okay, how soon can you get me to the camp? He's like, well, if you don't appeal, I can get you to the camp pretty quick. I was like, my exact words were, fuck the appeal, get me to the camp, I'll take it from there. He looks at me like I'm the biggest fucking idiot. So we don't appeal. I had family and friends look up, because you can have a prison recommended in the federal system. So I'd had them look up, because a lot of camps back then did not have fences around. So I wanted to camp with the fence because I was relieved. They settled on Ashland, Kentucky. Wasn't supposed to have a fence around it. So 2 weeks later, Ashland, 14-foot fence, razor wire on the top, pull that on shit, that's not good. So I go in as a process. Yeah, I'm like, no, I'll die out there. He's like, well, you can do landscaping. Well, shit, I can run a weed eater. Next day, I walk in the landscaping office. The guard in his office, his entire wall behind his desk is an aerial photo of the compound blown up. So you literally sit there and plot your escape, right? So my dad starts the visit. It's like the third visit in. Poor guy, he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. He's like, that's a lot of money you make. Yeah. He's like, I think you could teach somebody how to do that. I'm like, yeah. Well, now, the truth of this is that when I first started telling that story, I blamed that on my dad. I said, I thought my dad was back in my life. He wasn't. He was just. The truth of it is, looking back now, I think what happened was my dad always viewed me. So I manipulated escape. And in return, I told him $4,000 cash. He dropped that off to me. He dropped the change of clothes. So about 6 weeks. Security escaped. That's why on sentencing with that, what happened was I ended up saving time on my prison sentence. So what goes on, the escape happened so soon after the initial sentencing, they use the exact same precepts for drug study, right? Now, when I'm arrested, I was arrested with a laptop, prepaid debit cards, stolen identities, and everything else. The U.S. Marshals come into the hotel room and seize that stuff without warning. So they weren't allowed to use it. Blessed on that. So the day of sentencing on the escape, I spent 6 months in the county jail. The day of sentencing on the escape, prosecutor stands up, Secret Service is there, prosecutor stands up. Your Honor, we appreciate it. You consider yeah. This time, judge looks at him and says, no, you wouldn't charge him with it. You should charge him. And he looks at me and says, Mr. Johnson, I have no idea why you did these things, but it looks like why you keep your mouth shut right now. You're saving yourself a serious charge. And I'm like, yes, Your Honor. Then he gets the pre-sentence report. He starts thumbing through it. He's like, it also looks like before you were involved with all these drugs, you were a good citizen. Yes, you are. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 15 months on this. But I'm going to order my drug program. That's right. So I got 15 months on this game. The drug program gives you a year off immediately, and it gives you 6 months half-lives, 18 months. So I got out of prison 3 months earlier than I would have escaped. Just a weird-ass story on that.
What was the total time you ended up doing?
90 months sentence. I ended up serving in prison. 7 years. 8 months in solitary.
8 months in solitary.
So I spent 6 months in the county jail for that mistake. Once I was sentenced, I got sent directly to the summer camp in Ashland, Kentucky. Shoe. Special housing. Everything but a shoe. It's interesting. It's interesting. That's one word. What I think about
nowhere
it,
to go but inward when you're there.
It's a 6x9, 6x8 cell. So you can actually spread your arms out. You've got you've got a double bunk in there. Cell. You've got the toilet. You've got a desk for both. And the way it works, everybody's about the same. The first few months, you sleep as much as possible. 6 to 8 hours. Stuff like that. The first few months, it's close. So you start prison. So if you do to stay cold, or stay cool, you'd strip down your boxers, you would wet the sheet that was on the bed, you'd run it with water, and lay it on the concrete floor. Provide some comfort on that. So you do that. After a few months, you get the King James Bible. First month, after that first month, 60 days. You get 2 showers a week, Wednesdays, Saturdays. You're supposed to get, the law says, you're supposed to get out of your cell an hour a day. So they've got a special yard for you and everything. That's not the way prison actually works. The way prison actually works, you're lucky to get out in a week. So most of the time, it's a cell. You get to the point where you see shit. Also, you see stuff. You see knife starts to fabricate stuff. You see bugs. I still have problems, but it has an effect. It has a strong effect. Yeah. It got so bad that what happens is I get sent to a real prison. Texas, which is a disciplinary. So always fuck ups with big screens. So anybody that's violent that doesn't classify as medium. So 2, 3 riots while there's like 2 people murdered, 4 suicides. That place was. So what happens is you go to Big Spring, your race meets you as you come through the process. So who met me was Treasury, brother. So Big Spring is a converted Air Force contract. I'm walking up the unit. Out pops this treasurer named Nick Sanders. He looks at me. He's like, "How many more white guys are there?" I was like, "Shit, I don't know, 4 or 5." Next question. What are you into? My answer, computer crime, with a big ass smile. Wrong thing to say. Wrong thing to say, because back then you didn't have credit card thieves and shit. Back then, when you said computer crime, you were a pedophile. You were child pornography, chomo. So, and what had happened is the week before I got there, the areas, because who ran that compound was a Mexican man called Paisanos. So these Paisanos. So the week before I got there, the Aryans had paid for Paisanos to beat the living shit out of every pedophile. They had a box on socks, everything else, and bam, bam, bam. And where they got the information from? The guards gave the information to every pedophile was in. So what happens is 4 p.m. nationwide, you got to stand up count. Every inmate in the federal system stands up. You get a count. So 4 o'clock count comes in. After that, you lock in lunch or to dinner. So you lock in until dinner. So as soon as those doors are off that week, they list all the pedophiles. They have their socks. They have their lots on their belts with their socks. Bam, bam, bam. This guy asked me, "What are you doing?" I said, "You're not here to this piece of shit in the world." He's like, "Hold that thought." He goes and gets his buddies, and they're circling around like, "What'd you say you were in here for?" So I'm telling them, and they're like, "Well, it sounds good." You still say computer. So the good thing about that is that they will not do anything. So it's going to be paperwork, or a large going to tell. Right? Now, that shit had already popped off to the degree that you want to travel with people. Because it used to be you would come on the compound with paperwork and you would show up. And they would tell you for law enforcement what your charges were and everything else. That got to being such a problem that they now banned paperwork in inmates traveling. So it took the guards to say that. The guards weren't telling them shit about me. All right? So for the first month, they think I'm a pedophile, but they can't prove it. At the end of the first month, Wired magazine gets the copy. I'm in the magazine. It's talking about the fraud. That's sweet.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, except it's got this line in there that says Brett Johnson, Secret Service employee. Yeah. So that was at 4 o'clock. They had out mail right after the count. That magazine hits. I'm flipping through and I'm like, okay, I'm good until I see that line. And I'm fucked. We go to dinner after that. At dinner, and Lardy's really conversations. The warden shuts down everything, calls me into the office. He's got SIS there. He's got all the cancers there. He's like, yeah. He's like, what you doing? I fucking kill you. I know. He was like, when did you give it in? I was like, during transport out of Oklahoma City and Atlanta and all that. He's like, they will kill you. So they're doing locker search, trying to confiscate all the magazines. He looks at me and he's like, do you feel safe? I was like, if you tell me you don't feel safe, what happens to you? They throw you in the shoe for 8 more months until they transfer you out. So I'm like, I'm not going back there. Yes, I feel completely safe. He looks at me like, you're an idiot. He says, hey, look, if anybody says anything at all, that he tells you. Understood. So I go back. They think everything's fine. Next day I walk into the unit. There's Nick Sanders on his bunk. He's got the magazine wide open. Shit. Walk up to me. Hey, man, what are you doing? Just doing something. Anything interesting? Let's get it. Let me show you. So I take the magazine. What do you do? Do we have a problem? He's like, did you snitch on anybody that's here tonight? No. He's like, until someone hits this compound, you told me, we don't have an issue. Good. He's like, what do we do something for us? So in federal prison, federal system, you have to have a job. Doesn't matter what you do, you gotta have a job. I got a job in education teaching a lit class. Every area signs on to this lit class. It's taught Wednesdays, 6 to 8:30 p.m. We teach books. We didn't. We taught fraud every Wednesday, 6 to 8:30. Anything you guys want to know? Help me help you. I'm here for you guys. That was job 1. The second job, and I've talked about this before, but there's 2 groups, there's 2 types of inmates that you can see and really point out as you step in. You know who those people are. Right. You know those guys. Right. And the second one, you pretty much point out those 2 groups of people. Really? Oh, yeah. What are the bank robbers? It's like they're individuals. They're just, they know their place, man. It's like they're that guy. Cocky. It's not really even cocky. It's just like they're this guy that's just this loner type individual that's got this kind of aura around him, and know their place, and it's just, hey, they're not asking for help for anybody, they're not doing anything else, they're just their own person. And it's this weird type of this vibe. It's this swagger type of you can really point these people out. Pedophiles are easier to cut shit with. My job was to go up to the white pedophiles and have a talk with them. Hey, I don't know what you do. I don't care what you do. But if you got some sort of fucked up charge, you need to tell me. So see those guys over there? If you tell me you're done with them, and when they start to talk to you, everything that you do, they will kill you. So what do you want to do? Most of them got time to be, I just want to do my job. You know, at that point, hey, look, here's the way this is actually going to work. You can't talk to these guys. You can't go to them. Around. You may have somebody come up and try to victimize you, extort you, or something like that. Not much you can do about that shit either. That's the way your existence is. Could you be beaten? Yeah, it doesn't really happen. Not at that higher levels like max. Now, you were low, you said? Disciplinary medium low. Medium low. So it's weird. So you got minimum, low, medium, max. But you've got these disciplinary levels. I knew the low. I know mainly the white collar crimes. Yeah, white collar is, well, white collar depending on the time that you're sentenced to. Right. If you're sentenced to more than 10, you can't go to under 10. They can put that camera. So depending on the time, could it go max in his drug trafficking. His dollar amount so high, he gets maxed out.
He's in that big Colorado Supermax. He's the same one El Chapo took.
Will he ever get out? Shit, who knows? I mean, he beat one of the life sentences, but he got life sentences.
He beat one of them,
So he got sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 4 years.
which was initially that was double El Chapo sentence.
Yeah, think about it.
Oh, I thought about it. I can't fucking. It doesn't compute.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You know, I grant you the guy, he fucked up, but does he deserve life in prison for that? No, there weren't. He didn't even have fentanyl was not pot, so you can't even say fentanyl. Silkwood. Most of the traffic on Silkwood was pot. So most drug buyers on the dark web, it's marijuana. You've got some export. Right. Now you do have meth and coke and shit too, but 80-90% is pot.
And he claimed, or his parents claimed, that there was no sex trafficking, none of that stuff.
There was. Not
No child porn.
there absolutely no child porn. No, that's one of the big. So looking at dark web markets, child porn has never been on the dark web markets. It's always been accepted. And that goes back to the shadow peoples who have rules against child porn. Drugs. Right. So you don't have human trafficking. So you did have massive amounts of drug trafficking. You had fraud related stuff too. Now, does that equate to 2 life sentences? I can't see that.
They tried to ping it. They tried to get him. They tried to nail him with was the hit. His friend.
So he tried to have 2 people murdered. Right now, there's a lot of people that are fans across these days that kind of say, "Well, that didn't happen." Yeah, that shit happened. Right? He was being blackmailed. Someone evidently knew his right hand who got him somebody. And Ross, and I've been in that position. I've been in that position where you're basically the father of these people. You take care of them. That's your tribe. You're going to take care of these people. So when you're presented with something like that, you want to fuck with him. I'll fuck with you. So Ross thinks he's going to hit that, and told Thomas set up my law enforcement. He sent pictures of his signals of it, everything else. Now that's enough. He wasn't charged with that. I thought this was the case files. But I'm willing to bet
He was not charged.
he was not charged with the attempted murders. That doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. Right? It could be part of relevant conduct in the PSR, and they consider that in sense. I'm willing to bet it's relevant sense.
They found some sort of corruption with the prosecutors, right?
Oh, jeez, man. There were Secret Service agents that were still in crypto. There were like 2 or 3 of them that bullshit. I mean, there was all kinds of wild stuff that was going on. At least one of the agents was sentenced to prison for that stuff, right? And all that. I mean, there was a load of stuff. The case, Albert should have never gotten that type of sentence simply because of the bullshit that was going on with law enforcement. And that goes back to this idea, nowadays, that was back, 2011, 2010. So nowadays, law enforcement's pretty on point. They really are. They've got that shit locked down. They're very good on tracking individuals, all this other stuff. They do things right. Then, people are seeing that bouncing into this crypto stuff and all that. A lot of cops have temptations in it. They really don't have the investigations on it. Things like that. So we have that possibility of law enforcement. So that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm hoping that certainly Albert deserves some time. He certainly does. Does he deserve that life? At the same time, you got to understand that we're talking about him being ideological. For a few years, I was like, yeah, I give something a try. And that's because of my biases. Because I was when you actually become curved, citizens on the age of alcoholics and teetotalers all of a sudden. And they're looking at the guy, he doesn't deserve life. He gave him 15 to the apple. You give him some time. He's not going to do that shit good. You've already sent a message that will come out of planet. This is what you get from this. You're already really good at shutting down the market about identifying cyber criminals if you want to invest in somebody else. Why are you giving this message? Take a look, break. about Ross. Bitcoin today, 39,000. Down some, right? But you hear a lot of talk about the reason you hear that talk is he's the guy that gave use case to this is that shit. Yeah. So it is. I mean, merchants, when merchants started to the first attempt at accepting Microsoft with big sites that accepted it. Right? And this was 2012. On a monthly basis, these huge box stores were paying $300 total. That's still the way it is today. You've got all these people, all these businesses that sell crypto that are you've got people that hold it, people that buy stuff with it. Now, so you did 7.5 years total. What happened when you eventually got out? What was life like? I got out in 2011. I went through the drug abuse program, 9 months of CBT treatment. It was very efficient. I got out in 2011. I met with my family. No need to fudge on that. Yeah. So he had been doing it. I was under 3 years probation. Could not touch a computer. The first job, the job that I get, I was in Tallahassee. My releases, the halfway house is in Tallahassee. My releases in my city, hour and a half away. So on the weekends, I'd come down to Panama City, stay with my dad, my stepmother, for the job. The job that I ended up getting was driving a taxi. Turns out that you got to have a taxi license, but before you get the license, you work 6 months as a temp. So I go in and apply for this job. Turns out the guy that I was talking to had been with years before. He looks at me like, he said, taxi for 6 months. I love the job. After I had been living with my dad. Get it out of prison, you don't want people to tell you. And my stepmom, she was did not like this curfew, so I ended up moving. Worse, looking back, the job was good. I started to run money on my dad and my sister because I couldn't get a job. Dad that stole money. Using all that, he's like, we were talking about before we started to know this. Yeah, so they're a fishing company. They're a fishing simulation. They raise awareness on fishing. Do simulation training. Huge. And what happens is I get out of prison. I start to apply for jobs. I applied for a job opportunity in Deloitte to run a cybersecurity or cybercrime office in the UK. Dipshit here thought I could go to the UK and do that. My probation officer was like, no, you're not. So then Know Before offers me a job here in Tampa. He's like, I sent him my resume. 6 minutes after sending my resume, I get a call from Stu Showerman, CEO, back in the office, had 6 employees, 6 whole employees. And he has me take the psychological test. He's like, we'll start you out at assessment. He's like, done. Go to my probation officer. I got a job. We got a job. Test. I was like, what? He's like, you're not going to do what? Fishing, Sydney. You're definitely not. They're all Scientology. They're Scientology. I was about to say that. So Stu, he's talking to me. He's like, we're all Scientologists. Okay, yeah, he tells me this, and I was like, seriously? He's like, yeah, you have a problem with that. Dude, I don't have a problem with that. As long as you got a paycheck, I'm fine with that. He's like, okay. So I couldn't take that job. It gets where I had a couple of payment processors that offered me jobs. You'd go into POS terminals, you'd replace them, sell symbols. Probation officers like, you want to sell those. I'm like, okay. So I guess where I'm trying to apply for fast food. Well, that cash register is a computer. Can't touch that. Okay. What about a waiter's position? No, that's a computer and credit cards, idiot. So couldn't take that. So I was bumming money from my dad and my sister. I was on food stamps so I could eat. I had a roommate that took care of half the rent for me. They tell you when you leave prison, they're like, hey, man, find you a job, find you something you care about, you won't recidivate. I couldn't get a job. And what I had a cat. And got to the point I had enough money to feed my cat. Didn't have enough money to buy toilet paper. So I go to the dollar store on the beach, buy the cat some food on the way out there. Kiosk there, toilet paper. First job I could do.
They make it as difficult as
It was
possible
bad.
for people to get out of prison. Everyone I've talked to who's done a long time in prison, they always talk about how difficult it is to get back on your feet.
The problem is that we released from prison at the exact same time.
Less. You can't get jobs.
You cannot get a job, and
You can't rent an apartment.
no one's going to hire you. No one is going to hire you.
Right.
That is a fact. Because you've got people out here that do not commit crimes, that don't have the history, and want a job too. So an employer, who the hell are they going to hire? You? And this person that's done everything right.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Our country would rather have people incarcerated than free and have a flourishing society.
It's bad. And the problem is that unless with me, and I've certainly had people too, unless you have people that help you, you're not it's a minefield. Yeah, you can't do it by yourself. You can't. You may I served time in multiple prisons, knew hundreds of inmates personally. I was a social butterfly in prison too, so I encountered thousands of inmates. All those people that I know, 99%, they were just doing their time, and they really had hopes and dreams of getting out. They did not plan on getting out, breaking the law. They wanted to get out, healthy relationships, get good jobs. But most of those guys go right back to it because they're not given those opportunities. They don't have somebody like FBI taking a look at me under the wing and giving me references and advice and shit like that. I don't have these people that get these jobs. They don't have this history and talk to us about it. You don't have those opportunities. And because of that, what do? You've got to eat. You've got to put food on the table. You may call it cognitive dissonance if you want to, but the truth of the matter is that, hey, you're in a country where you've got to survive. You can't get a job doing this. So that with me, I couldn't get a job. Shoplifted the toilet paper. My wife Michelle, she meets me. That was great. Truly, my saving grace is my sister. My sister disowned me, and she comes back in. Michelle, she finds me. I was broke. So that's what easy to tell me. Much food in the house to eat anything else. With Michelle for 2 months. Didn't get married. Finally, I got a job. The only job I could get. I was on Craigslist. The guy was advertising for it. I called the guy up and he's like, come on down and talk to him. So I drove down to Destin to talk to him. He was running a business out of his house, and his brother were. He starts talking to me. He has me start up the weed eater and shit like that. And, about 20 minutes into the conversation, he looks at me. He's like, can I ask you a question? I was like, yeah. He's like, are you on the run or something? And I was like, no, why do you ask? He was like, I just don't see the type of person that would do this. So I told him my history. His name was Dustin Duranus. I told him my history. And he looks at me. He's like, no, I'm right. So I get back home. That was a Friday. I get back home. Sunday evening, he calls me. He's like, man, if I give you a job, you actually work. I was like, Dustin, you'll hire me. short long way. So we down there, my job was pushing a lawnmower 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. Hitting hard every day, come home every night, literally pass out, wake up the next morning, take a shower, do it again. And I was happy. I had a job. Michelle was there for me. It was a good environment. I knew it was a healthy environment. Everything else, and what happens is it gets cold, the grass doesn't grow, job ends. So what do you do? I'd say that my motivation for crime is cash. And I said it because it's easy. My motivation is more ideological. My motivation is taking care of the people that I serve. Gotta show I'm worth it. Gotta show her she's only worth it. She's only worth it in a relationship. So I get it in my head, well, if nothing else, I can bring food in. So on the dark web, they stole credit cards, start ordering food. Well, the boys are there. I've got 2 stepsons. They're there now. I can save her some money and bring clothes. Let's do that. So all this shit, I got arrested on a food order. So they let's pick up some steaks, because if you're gonna steal shit, steal shit. So I mean, ain't no need to steal bologna if you can steal steaks and crab legs. So I mean, go to pick up an order, and the cops out of control delivery there, so just shoved it in the house. I guess prison sentencing to that. When people in the courtroom, judge, prosecutor, probation officer, CS officers, and Michelle. I'm sitting there crying. Michelle stands up. She better dad here. His father is. Prosecutor stands up. He thinks we've got it. Probation officer says the same thing. Judge gives me a year. Probation officer stands up. You can give Mr. Johnson a year today. Good time. His families. Judge amends the sentence to a year with Texas. Back to Texas. So much money. That's what I have. I finally got that lesson. Michelle didn't need me for it. You feel it. She just wanted me. I had an assistant, but I hadn't had anything else. Served my 10 months, get out, got married shortly after that. They killed probation so I could touch a computer, but who's going to hire this guy? This dude. I tell you that he's going to job selling cars. You can't. Like we got skills in it. So couldn't get a job at all. To this day, I know what my triggers are. I know what it takes for me to go back to crime. I never said I never did it, but I do say I covered it. So I knew what my triggers were. I knew I'd go so far before I did it again. So signed on to LinkedIn. Started to reach out to all these people. Reached out to this FBI super cop down in Pete Malarski. He was involved in my arrest. Sent him a message. I was like, hey man, respect you greatly. By the way, I'd like to be legal. I was on to do it. Those are references, advice. That's the same thing. We were trying about 2 years ago. That's the same thing. From there, was the head of the deputy police member at CNP hires me to come in and give a keynote speech. Microsoft hears about that. Microsoft hires me to consult. At that point, everything was open. Today, I've got a couple of contests. I'm a spokesperson for AARP, speak across the planet, consulting on these companies, police, versus twice a year. I was recently named Chief Criminal Officer for This Labs, San Francisco, Clubs of Crimes and Security. I lead a very blessed life. I don't deserve it. Make no mistake, I don't think I deserve it at all. I work hard. I work hard every day. I try to help people. People take it. I don't think I can make amends for this. Yeah. What one thing I want to ask you about was this
Stuxnet. What have you seen the documentary about Alex Gibney?
I've not.
0 Day.
I've not seen.
Now, Stuxnet, they just dropped the thumb drive.
Well, it was they basically admitted that it was a virus that was created by the by the Israelis and the United States to take down or just sabotage the Iranian nuclear program, causing a crossing. Right, exactly. The rods that they had in them, by controlling them to spin faster or spin slower, make them explode, fuck up. Very dangerous. Yeah,
To say the least.
And there was they talked about how they had to get across a network gap, an air gap. And
So how do you do that?
They said they had double agents in Iran that they would be able to go in, someone was repairing laptops or doing maintenance on laptops in there. All they would have to do is put the thumb drive in the computer, and the fucking virus had a mind of its own that knew exactly what to do.
So think about what we're talking about. Without social engineering, cybercrime things, which you just explained, is social engineering. You've got to put but you can't get them installed. Useless. So how do you get them installed? It becomes even easier at some points. You can walk the thumb drive to the parking lot. I work with an infrastructure company up in Ohio. Did a test for that stuff. Walk the thumb drive in a parking lot. See it. Pick it up. They will. See if anyone will plug it in. They will. And if there's any mention of salaries on the thumb drive, like a file that says salary on it, always. So that's a social engineering technique. There's a story about if you walk up to an office building and just carry a matter, and you can. It's a social engineering technique. It's understanding that human psychology. So the stuff's now what are you looking for?
What does it actually mean when something is a 0 day?
A 0 day is an unknown vulnerability, unknown to everyone except the attacker. Right? So if I'm attacking, say, Amazon, and I've got a 0 day vulnerability or a 0 day attack, Amazon doesn't know about it. The security community doesn't know about it. Who knows about it? Maybe not very certain. The person that I call this way knows about it. But the victim doesn't.
But 0 day attack, meaning that there's no sort of symptoms of anything being out of place, or it's interesting you mention that, right? There's always symptoms of something out of place. So 90% of every single attack uses known exploits. Okay, so it's not 0 day attacks that's the problem. The problem is the known exploits that happen. We've been preaching for years. Not me, because I was a bad guy. But people have been preaching about for years what needs to be done. They've not been listened to. That is a problem. Think of the two largest cyber attacks in history. You've got SolarWinds and you've got NotPetya. Right? SolarWinds is going to be the largest. What's the other one? NotPetya. I haven't heard of that. So NotPetya they're both nation-state attacks. They're both Russian state. NotPetya is attacking Ukraine. SolarWinds is attacking the United States. So NotPetya, the Sandworm Group, there's a good book on it. I think it's called Sandworm. But it's a very good book that details this too. So the Russian Sandworm Group, the top hacking group on the planet, they go and launch an attack against these. They take over basically QuickBooks. How do they take it over? They take over its update server by faking a Microsoft certificate. They then release this thing that looks like it's ransomware, but it's not. There's a ransomware attack called Petya a year prior, and it uses some of the code from Petya to make a it's not. It's a program that's simply sent to destroy hardware. It's not ransomware, it's just going to destroy systems. So that attack uses internal glue and internal programs, both known exploits, which were patched a year prior. They were had patches. It uses mimikatz to
to harvest credentials out of RAM. As Microsoft systems, even after you've logged out, those credentials are still in RAM. Many cats will get that out of it. And so it uses that. It looks for outward-facing SMBs. We've known that for years. We told people to shut that shit down, have access, right? You would think the new systems out like millions. Another knowledge. It chains all those together to cause over $50 billion damage. On record, that's still the largest cyber attack in history. It gets outside of Ukraine because it looks for those SMBs that open. It gets outside of its Maersk, its pharmaceutical companies that are still on the mention today, causes it to over $50 billion. The largest, most sophisticated attack in history, all using known experts. Zero-day is why SolarWinds is the fucking thing. Right. So the SolarWinds, what do you got? You got the SolarWinds, the password, SolarWinds 1, 2, 3. All these known experts. You got a 130-page class action lawsuit that details how SolarWinds knew of every single vulnerability that we had. Auditors in it, pen testers in everything else. People would warn you about it, and they would dismiss these people. Lie to the investors, everything. It's about all the money that themselves every way. Right? Meanwhile, what's happening? Meanwhile, you've got the attackers that are getting the source code from Microsoft products. All these stuff that we get snapshots of all these Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies, every single aspect of this government. That, once the chips are down, that will be the largest successful attack. Yes, no zero days. So it's not zero days, it's a problem. Stuxnet is extreme.
It was 4 0 days. They said it was 4 0 days inside of
That's impressive. I mean, when you think about it, because most attacks don't have to use surveillance. But when you do have a 0 day that you can operate, use, hold, you are doing something right. It's just not very common. And you don't have to be effective attacks as is
Why is Russia and Ukraine always in the conversation when you're talking about this kind of shit?
So, for financial cybercrime, it's really the Ukraine. And Russia's there too. But, Vladimir, it's weird, man. Vladimir Putin was talking about how Ukraine is Russians. Right. Now, the weird thing about that is if you're a Ukrainian cybercriminal, you kind of got that shit. All right? Because Vladimir's like, hey, man, we harbor you, we protect you, sometimes we hire you, right? Shit like that. Even though you've still got that Ukrainian nationality yourself, you kind of feed into that. At the same time, the Ukrainians have been very good about harboring and protecting their own cybercriminals. They will give up some of those people, but Dmitry, he was never arrested. The only reason Roman Vega was arrested was because he was in Cyprus at that time. So they harbor a lot of cybercriminals. You are allowed to commit crime in those areas as long as you don't shit where you eat, as long as you don't commit crime against your people. But in Western capitalist countries instead, you're not going to get in trouble. So you take all those Russian cybercriminals that are over there, as long as they stay in Russia, there's nothing that's going to happen. Nothing. They're not going to be extradited. The only way they get caught, and you see this happening every now and then, one of these idiots that's stolen a few $1 million, he decides he wants to vacation on a beach somewhere, gets on a friggin' plane, flies out, and the feds arrest him immediately when he lands. That's the problem. You cannot leave. Right? But as long as you're happy in that area, you're a millionaire, you've got $1 billion out of all the shit that's going on. Yeah. It's the same thing in Ukraine. Ukraine has gotten better at extraditing some of these people. Some of the attackers have failed to well, but they still harbor and protect those people. There's a huge problem. And it's so effective. There was a case about 4 years ago in Russia where these cyber criminals had actually rented an entire office building. The entire building was just a cybercrime business. You had 400 employees, and each floor had a different type of crime that was taking place. So that's what that type of environment is. That's why we're so successful. Ukraine's so big because it was the tech sector. So you had a lot of guys that were Union Falls that were highly trained, could not get a job. The guys that I knew, they didn't really want to commit a crime. They were just looking to eat. And what you see this, I forgot the guy's name. Wired did a story on this. One of the guys that got caught, he tells the Pharisees this, and the Pharisees start to advertise for him. All these cyber criminals, they started to apply for these jobs. They were doing credit card fraud, but they didn't want to do that. They just wanted to do a job. Nowadays, it's a little different. Nowadays, you're looking at something.
Right. And then also Israel, they started or they created the Pegasus, right? Are you pretty familiar with Pegasus?
I can't speak.
I don't know a lot about it either, but I know it's basically it's a hack or some sort of program that you can purchase from Israel for
The
like
phone stuff.
for like $500,000 to 0 day into somebody's phone,
Right.
and basically turn it into your phone,
Which is really nifty.
which is fucking crazy. The Saudi prince Mohammed bin Salman did it to Jeff Bezos.
So, and you think about that, right? You think about, in our country, we had Snowden that warns about the privacy. But he warned about it. And we're talking about a free country where that's happening. You take Saudi, you take some family to citizens that have a tool. At first, just selling it to these people.
Right.
So that's a huge issue. So I will say that as far as cybersecurity goes, Israel is top notch. They really are. Security companies and stuff.
Well, they said in the documentary about Stuxnet, one of the reasons that the U.S. decided to collaborate on Stuxnet with them is because they didn't want them trying to start an all-out war with Iran.
Right.
But then I guess the Israelis, they got impatient and they like winged it and installed the virus with all these clues that tied it back to them, which made it become so apparent to everybody where it came from.
And that's a lot of the problem with cyber attacks. You see a lot of people that talk about, well, how do we know that these attacks came from Russia? How do we know these attacks came from this country? How could we attribute that? Well, the problem is that there are telltale signs, forensics, the way the countries are set up with their cyber, the products that they use, all that stuff leads them where you can say, this guy did it. Specifically, this group because that's the way this group is scored. It's awful. So you can attribute pretty effectively who it is. And the U.S. was right. I mean, before you launch that shit, you may want to cover your tracks.
Right.
Better than you have. Yeah. Because somebody's going to get pissed off.
Yeah, and that was during Obama. And I showed it basically him talking to the press about it or whatever. He was just basically straight up, like, if we find whoever leaks this kind of shit, we're going to prosecute you to the full extent.
Yeah, they're going to put you in.
Yeah.
It's bad. But you've got people that do that leaking all the time. When you're talking, I've got to do a show on how to investigate signs.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a topic. You take Snowden. He stole so much data that if it were printed out, it would fill a dump truck. Now, he tried to say, I was aware of what I stole. You're not. And I grant you, hats off to you. Same time, we as Americans, we give up all of our information for a free game sometimes. That's it. My problem with Snowden is that he decided to get out of Russia. Stay safe. Right. Look at him now. We've got this Ukrainian war going on.
Right. No internet, nothing.
It's like, what are you doing? At least Manning had the guts to stick around and stick up for what he should believe in. I respect Manning far more. I give him that. both good things, but it's sort of, yeah, I've had a few people on the same sort of idea, same sort of opinion as Snowden. That he did the right thing. Everyone said, most people say that he did the right thing the wrong way.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that, they kept many of those things, but well, you know that there was an uncovered CIA plot to assassinate Assange.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's a fact. That was there. But, at the same time, I think that Assange starts out,
but unfairly against the United States. When all these other countries are using it.
right, he's having it, right? But at some point, the guy goes way past what proper journalism is. That idea that the government must say that he assisted with stealing. That's conspiracy to commit a crime. So I'm all for. I've actually met Assange through video.
Really?
Yeah, very bright guy. I was at a conference in London. Cyberspace. We were all on a panel together. He was at the Ecuadorian embassy, zooming in.
Wow.
And extremely bright guy. This guy goes off and he starts talking about he's relating the internet to the way that countries have their borders. And talking about the differences between them. Just a conversation. And truly impressive as hell when he was talking about that. Then he goes off on a tangent that talks about how he's been locked up for so many years in the Ecuadorian embassy. And I'm sitting there going, dude, you're not really locked up. You're choosing to stay in there. And he's talking about how it was like a prison cell. Well, I'd already seen pictures of his apartment. I'm like, this is back in his cell. I don't know. So I didn't really, I think he's extremely bright. I think he's got some cognitive dissonance in there. I think that he had such a hard on for the United States that he stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, the United States, they don't have to be accountable for anything, ever, or the voters or anything like that. Never.
You remember, you've heard of the Christic Foundation?
No.
So there was I think it was down in Guatemala, the CIA paid to have some journalists Christic Foundation sued the CIA for it. And actually printed a report that the CIA did that. So that was early mid-80s that happened. So I mean, you've got all these issues. I was talking to my wife about the other day, the America that we have, where people trust the government. That shit's been long over.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the McCarthy of the 50s. You've got the 60s bullshit. You've got the stuff that happened in the 70s with Vietnam and Nixon and all that. And you've got all this stuff recently with misinformation, fake news, and all this stuff. The idea of anybody trusting the United States government is devious trade and all these issues. It's happening. Why should we?
Right.
I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, but at the same time, even though the U.S. government is clearly guilty of all this fucking crazy, secretive corruption, fucked up things that they've done, from coups and provocateurs and the revolutions. Like, there's a big podcast about the Maidan massacre in Ukraine, how the CIA was involved in that, regime change, and just all that stuff. But at the same time, we don't really know what's going on in all these other countries as well. And is it? I don't know if it's the brightest thing to just have your scope set on the United States.
It's not.
Especially in the United States.
It's absolutely not. It's all these countries are fucking up. We get we're the biggest powerful. We get the spotlight. I gotta say, man, I mean, I'd rather be here than
a lot of other countries around. Yeah, I've traveled all over the world. I'm sure you have too. And it's one of these things where, as fucked up as we are, I'll take the U.S. right now. I truly will. I mean, we are really fucked up. You got people that were schismed across the board. I saw this thing on. I watched CNN. But CNN had this survey, as they always do, surveys. 40% hard left wing, 30% we're here 20%. But we used to have a country where we could actually discourse, disagree, and still be friends. I saw this guy on Twitter about a year and a half back. He was pissed off at his dad because his dad was in trouble. Because of that, he wasn't on his dad. He wasn't visiting anything else. It's fucking politics, man. That's your family. It's got to come. Who cares if you don't get along with the guy? If you don't agree with him on that, so you're in the type of environment these days where you can't say it. You can't form your opinion on anything. If you do, like I've got my show, if I talk politics, I'm going to piss off half the audience. And I'm trying to grow an audience.
Well, tell people listening and watching where they can find your show.
So I recently started the Brett Johnson Show. Right now it's on YouTube, The Brett Johnson Show. It's on YouTube. We're going to be on Spotify, hopefully next week. These other podcast platforms as well. I'll have the actual website up, thebrettjohnsonshow.com. I'll have that up this week. And we'll go from there. There's 18, 19 episodes out right now. It's a one-man show. I get on there and I bitch a lot about cybercrime, cybersecurity, give you advice on how to protect yourself, your business, hopefully entertain you through the same time.
What's your website called?
Website, I've got two. The website that is up right now is anglerfish.com. www.angler, A-N-G-L-E-R, here's Paul, H-I-S-H, anglerfish.com. I'm launching a new one later this week called the Brett Johnson Show. B-R-E-T-T Johnson Show.
Cool. Thank you so much. I
love it.
You
You're
come
great.
down here and doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Your podcast is dope. The first time I learned about you, someone DM'd me and said, you got to check out Trendifier on YouTube and TikTok. I saw your TikTok, and it was like I was going down the rabbit hole of all your videos for like an hour after I left.
I appreciate that. And it's funny. The world works in weird ways because I think you followed me on Twitter, which was the funniest thing.
Yeah.
I don't tell anyone about my Twitter. It's the one social media like I don't talk about on the show. No one has me there, and you found me there. And I noticed it, and I'm like, wait a second. I had just been told about your podcast about a month before. My friend Mark asked me to check it out, and I was like, this guy's fine. Like, this is a great podcast. Like, how the fuck do I not know this? Like, I pride myself on trying to know some of the great long-form podcasts. And so then I think I watched the Roger Reeves one, is that his name? The pilot, and then I went back, I watched the Bustamante ones, and it was so good, but I was like, that's really weird that, we didn't know about each other, and then we knew about each other, and then someone said to, connect.
Community connected us, bro.
Very, very cool. So thank you to whoever did that.
Hell yeah. How did you get started doing your podcast? What made you want to do that? I think it's fucking great. I love seeing you guys.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to you having Jimmy here. I think that would be great. But, yeah, so that's a little bit of a convoluted story. I was on Wall Street. So I came out of college and I worked in the private bank at Merrill Lynch. And so my boss, who was there at one time before me, he managed the wealth of very, very rich people. So I think the average net worth was 80 million, something like that, 70, 80 million. And we also did work with companies, so public companies, we would do 10b5-1 plans. Sometimes we do something really simple, like a 401k, because it just gave you an excuse to know everyone there. But I did that for a few years, and the way that business works is you come out of college, if you're lucky enough to get into a great situation like that, and I was, because my boss got tight before I got there, you know, you grind like a dog, and then eventually you get the offer if you make it, and then you make money. And so I did that, and I loved my team and everything. I really enjoyed working with them, but you don't know anything about the world coming out of college, you know. And I didn't, in fairness to myself, I didn't assume that. I wasn't like, oh, I know how things work. It was never like that. But there was a part of you that's like, oh, well, I might know one or two things. Then you get out, you're like, I don't know a goddamn thing. So I started to realize, like, kind of subconsciously at first, and then eventually consciously, that like I wasn't into work. I just didn't want to think. It's not like, you know, picture me like super.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, like exactly. Like that's not what it is. Number one, it's not sexy like that, if that's what you want to call it. And it's also, you know, it's an older school business. There's certainly some good with it. I will say, the best part about my job, my favorite part that I did like, and it's actually what I owe understanding like a couple things about, is the fact that a big part of the job was going out and meeting people, knowing everyone, especially we were up in New York City, so you're in the center of the world, right? And my job was to go out and make friends with people of all walks of life who were in different industries, doing different things, so I had to learn, like, oh, this thing, and then this type of business works, what are they working on over here? And then you start to get a picture of like, oh, here's how some things actually work. And you do research, the whole nine. So I think that was really good, and I liked that. But I just didn't like the back end work. It was very boring and regulated as hell. That fucking sucked. So
you had to look at a lot of different types of businesses and like how different types of shit worked.
yes, exactly.
That's cool. I like to call that looking under a lot of skirts.
I'm gonna use that. That's pretty good. I like that.
Right?
I like that. But that is precisely what it was. But yeah, so I was doing that, and I got to a point, as you were asking me like how the podcast happened. I had started to broaden my horizons a little bit along the way, and I started probably in like late 2017, pretty early. Actually, I started like having some side LLCs I do with people, nothing crazy, like not real companies, but stuff like we work on little projects, and I started to realize like, you know, I had always been a more creative person. Banking was not very creative in most ways, right? It was not my cup of tea. And so I was like more passionate about some of the little work I could do, you know, writing stuff, coming up with things, thinking outside the box. And so I was thinking I wanted to go towards something like that. And then it got to the point where I was going to get that offer. And I did. And my boss, again, to this day, very close with the guy. You know, I was like, holy shit. If I say yes to this, I'm committing for the next 5 years. You know? Now, hypothetically, I could have said yes, collected a paycheck for 3 months and bail. But, like, that'd be a douchebag thing to do. Like, I love this guy. I'm not going to do that to him. So he was like saying, like, come in the inner sanctum, pretty much. So I'm like, okay, I got to say no to this, which obviously I think he might have seen it coming a little bit, but he was still very sad, obviously. And it was kind of sad for both of us. But this was later stages of 2019. And so he said to me, he's like, all right, look, you know, you're still getting some of the salaries from the company. Chill out, you know. This is going to be an industry shift for you. Didn't know what I was going to do yet. He's like, hang here. You do good work on the back end. You make your money to pay your bills, and you figure it out, and we'll get you on your way. I'm like, great. So I went into the process of doing that, and not probably. It was January 26th. It was the day Kobe died. I remember that. But yeah, it was a kind of weird thing in life. But I went to do a little media work for my friend Ty for his lacrosse company. He just wanted me to go there and like interview the founders. Pretty easy stuff. And it was a weird day because Kobe died. And that was so weird. I've never been affected by a celebrity death. Like it was Sunday. Yeah, yeah. It was like, even like when Whitney Houston died, who I was a huge fan of, I was like, wow, that's so sad. And it was like heartbreaking, but then like, you go to the next thing.
The Kobe thing was weird.
The Kobe was weird. The Kobe was weird. And I just had like the weird, because his daughter died too. It's just a weird day. So
There's a whole chopper full of like a bunch of the teammates.
I think it was like 9 people. Something like that. And there was even a report. I remember that afternoon when I was going to the job, there was like a report that like his whole family was on there. There's some things that's like just a little bigger than
That was weird because it was like, there's no way a dude like him could get in a freak accident. You know?
it's like Kobe doesn't die.
Right.
It's Kobe.
And dude, how weird was it the night before that they interviewed him about, or they were interviewing
LeBron.
LeBron, or was it him?
LeBron passed him the night before.
They were in the same arena, right? And they were like,
No, but he had been in the same arena with him, I think maybe a week before. But then he sent out like the congratulations tweet at like 1 a.m. or something.
oh, LeBron passed it. That's what happened. Okay.
Right before.
Crazy. Just wow. That's weird.
I still can't wrap my head around that one. And if you would have told me that this was not going to be a top 3 story of the year, I would have looked at you like you were nuts. And it probably, I mean, it might be number 3, but like, the pandemic hit, and also and the election and everything, like all this shit happened. So it's almost like it feels so much like it was so much longer ago than it actually was. But I remember that because I was at, not to make it about myself at all, but it was like a weird day. You know what I mean? Like, this is just like, anything of it.